Looks like all the gang is here. Tiff, Sarah, Tom. Looks like we have Amy here as well. I think Amy is going to be driving for a minute, but she'll be popping up shortly. Sarah, thanks so much for jumping in. So this is going to be our first Doom Space Tiff without the Daddy of Doom, without Ulrich. Whether he pops in later or not, I'm not sure. I think he might. I think he had some questions from Tom. So this is our first official Doom Space without Doom or Daddy. What do you think about that, Tiff?
We still have the Dark Angels, and there's always a worm seat for Doomer Daddy to light the space up, to blow it up.
I'm not sure he'll actually be able to resist. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if he can resist the space the whole night. We've been doing this for over a year, Tiff. Can you believe that? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and it's so funny because it has like these peaks, highs, and lows where it's like we're super relevant or we're not relevant, but we've always stayed consistent because there's always, doom, and the prophecy has not yet been fulfilled.
I saw your Hopi prophecy. I thought that was super interesting. Is that the one where it actually says that two types of ships might show up and be really careful about what ship you decide to get on?
Yeah, I think that was at the bottom of the Hopi prophecy, or the one about the flying shields that is also a Hopi prophecy. And then the one that I put out today was a synthesis of a variety of ancient texts like the Popol Vuh, Nag Hammadi, uh, Talmud, Bible, Dead Sea Scrolls. Like I went through all of these and the oral traditions that I could find that were PDF style, and had AI formulate it into where all the patterns revealed what the actual prophecy would be. And then I compared it to astrology and the solar cycles. And so AI was willing to give me a date under the condition that it's only true if prophecy is true. So it's the computer has said 2047 is the most likely date for the solar purge, the purification.
I think Ben
And that's when we would
Davidson.
face
Yeah,
this.
go ahead, Tiff.
No, no, I was saying that's when we would face this, what you're referring to. But the thing is that there'll potentially be a false flag before the purification, where the negative NHI may try to, or whoever it is, the men, the humans who have the negative agenda, or whatever, they may try to issue on false ships. And it's usually a good way to discern, according to these things, is that it's gain with no, there's no hard work involved. It's not like they're just making a bunch of promises and it doesn't seem to align with the normal understanding of divinity. You get a lot of gains without giving anything but just getting on the ship and saving yourself. So it's like we should be expecting more trials and more of a spiritual experience, and not just being saved, rescued.
Yeah, I love that. I think that will go along. I think, and we'll get to Tom in about 30 seconds. I think Tom had a dream that was kind of similar to one of your posts. So we're going to get to that. Sarah, thank you so much for stepping up and popping in for Ulrich and being an honorary doomer for the day.
Thank you both for having me. I am going to do my best to put my Doom hat on and Doom hard. Um, Bring a little bit of apocalyptic questions and thought processes. I appreciate being here. Tom, it's a pleasure to be in the space with you. Tiff and Fringe. I will not ever be able to replace Ulrich. I very much know that. But I'm just glad to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Tom, I just sent you, I'm not sure if you saw the latest update. So we were all prepared and we will. We'll talk about this asteroid that might be coming in 2032. And then there are a number of other asteroids that actually might even be more concerning. Tom, did you see the latest that they dropped to the data down to now we're looking at 0.28% of a chance of this asteroid coming in 2032. I'm not sure if you saw that.
Yeah, I did see that. And funny enough, they only dropped it after it got wide media attention and everyone's freaking out about it. So I wonder if it's mathematically true or if it's just politically convenient. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, so what did you think about that whole thing, Tom, with the 2032 asteroid? Did you check into it? What were your thoughts on it?
Yeah, so the thing about this asteroid is that because it is a smaller size and because of its particular trajectory, it is more susceptible to different perturbations by other gravitational bodies like the Earth and the Sun and other things that are out there. So therefore, that adds a bigger window of uncertainty about exactly where it will be in 2032, and where actually it'll be beyond that. So the problem is, even if they have the chance of it striking in 2032 be like less than 1% now, right now they cannot see beyond 2032 with any accuracy. So it might come back a few years later and be a way higher chance, or even lower. It's hard to tell right this second. But the important thing to understand, though, is that the tracking of near Earth potentially hazardous objects, like PHOs, is what they call them. They're primarily only tracking objects that are 140 meters in diameter or greater. Okay, and those are the ones that are easiest to see. They can track them. They've got them cataloged. Well, actually, in truth, they only have 1/3 of them being tracked. And they're estimating that there are up to about 25,000 of these potentially hazardous objects out there, and they only know 1/3 of them. Okay, so this 25,000 figure, it's a mathematical prediction based on the distribution of the ones that they do know, so they can kind of tell how many there should be if they could, discover them all. So they only know 1/3 of them, and that's only for objects that are greater than 140 meters in diameter or so. Meaning that there's these objects that are somewhere between 50 meters, which is when they start becoming dangerous to, like being the equivalent of a nuke hitting a city, up to about 140 meters, which would be not quite planet killer, but I mean, it would be very devastating. So there's this huge swath of objects out there between about 50 and 140 meters in diameter, which don't qualify as these potentially hazardous objects that they're tracking, but they're out there in even greater numbers. Okay, there could be up to about maybe 800,000 of these unknown objects that are not being tracked, they're not being seen right now, that have like 20 times higher chance of hitting us than anything above the 140-meter range. And that could be equivalent to 5 megaton, 10 megaton, 20 megaton nuke, hitting a city. So yeah, we're definitely not in the clear, even if this particular one asteroid, which is only like 50 to 60 meters in diameter, doesn't turn out to be anything. So keep your eyes open.
Yeah, I'm actually a little spooked by that. When I realized that there were things coming at us from outer space that we can't even see yet, it could be upon us, before we can do anything about it or warn anybody or anything. I had no idea about that until very recently, probably the last couple years. I think that's the part that's kind of creepy. Like we have our eyes on certain asteroids, but Tom, what's the time frame? Like what we could wake up what on a Monday and get hit on a Wednesday? What's the time frame for these things coming at us that we might not be able to see?
Well, that question kind of applies to any one particular object. Okay, like if we're talking about the one in 2032, which is scheduled to hit right around 22nd of December of 2032. I mean, they have a very small window about that. I don't know if it's like plus or minus 1 day or even smaller than that. It's more of a question about how close it'll be to the planet, right? But see, that's only one object. And okay, so when we're talking about this particular kind of object, which is like 60 meters, as I mentioned just now, there are at least 800,000 other objects like it out there that aren't even known about right now. That could be coming straight at us right now with, let's say, 100% probability of hitting us. There could be 20 of them, there could be 100 of them. And we just don't know because they're too small to see right now. And not to mention, there are other objects that are facing the sun, like they're in a sunward direction, and those can also not be detected from, at least from Earth observatories, or Earth satellites, because the sun glare, it's just too bright, and they can't detect them, and so that's the issue. The issue is that it's every day, it's Russian roulette with one of these 800,000 objects. Now, of course, the ones that are above 140 meters, those are way easier to detect. So we can kind of, I don't want to say discount them, but we can put them a little bit on a shelf because they're easier to detect. But I'm worried more about these other 800,000 objects.
Yeah, so it's the smaller ones that could sneak up on us, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they could sneak up on us, and they could also come in clusters. So imagine if you have, let's say, a couple hundred 60 to 80 meter objects that are coming at us from a sunward direction. There's no way we'd be able to detect that right now, at least not with conventional public technologies. Now, obviously, black ops stuff, I mean, who knows? If they have ships that can go out there and scan like really far away, maybe they would know about it, not to mention remote viewing or whatever these NHIs are giving them in terms of intelligence. So they would know about it. But we, the public, and like public universities and their astronomy departments, no, they wouldn't be able to detect that at all.
Yeah, it's kind of spooky to me. So when we did the Ben Davidson space, I think it was sometime last summer, Tiff and Tom were both there. There was this asteroid that was brought up by uh, another gentleman who was concerned, and it's coming supposedly in August of 2027. And Tom, I think you looked into this one a couple of times. I even hit you up recently and said, "Hey, have you got your eye on this asteroid?" Because this guy thinks that it weighs a lot and it's going to do some button hook and it's going to hit us. And he's 100% convinced. I just talked to him a couple days ago. He says it's an extinction level event and nobody's talking about it. What were your thoughts on that one, Tom? I sent you the asteroid number. I think you checked it out.
Yeah, so anyone else who wants to look it up, it's called 1999 AN10. So 1999 AN10. And this is a big one. I mean, this is 800 to 1800 meters in diameter, and that's as best as they can tell based on its brightness, given how far it's away. So they don't really know exactly what the diameter is of a lot of these objects. They just say, okay, well, it's about this far away and it's about this bright. So based on the assumed reflectivity of its surface, we can say that it is this wide across. So that's why there's that big range. But it's around 1 kilometer, and that would be almost on the level of what supposedly wiped out the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. And yeah, so if that were to hit us, then it would be game over. That would be an actual extinction level event. But according to their best calculations, at least currently that are public, it won't come any closer than right around 1 lunar distance in August of 2027. Now, 1 lunar distance, that's what? Oh shit, I forgot now. Is it like 440,000 or million kilometers away? I have to look it up again. Anyway, it's kind of far. There's a big safety margin there. So at least according to public data, as far as I can tell, it's not that big of a threat. Now, if this guy has some other inside information or some other reason for suspecting that it will hit, then I'm open to that, right? But from what I've seen, at least just from the public data, and there's like different websites that have asteroid calculations, and they all have their own equations for it, but they all generally agree that it's going to be right around 1 lunar distance. So that's why I'm not too concerned about it, but things can always change. Data can be falsified, sensor readings could be wrong, there could be some sort of political suppression of real data. So yeah, that's why I really don't ever discount anything. I just have a matter of probability. And for me, in terms of probability, I'm more concerned about those 800,000 other objects that we don't know about.
Yeah, so I think his thing, I'm not sure he was ever articulating it to our understanding, but his whole thing was something to do with the mass. And that's what's going to cause it to actually get drawn into the planet. I'm not sure if I quite understood what he was saying, but he's convinced. I mean, he's convinced it's being covered up, and he's trying to get the word out there. And he posts some stuff along those lines. So I always try to keep that in mind. It also kind of goes along with these dates that people are predicting, with the 2027 date is always being floated out there. And then what are your thoughts on Apophis, Tom? That's the big one that seems like it actually could be coming our way, maybe the second time around. What are your thoughts on Apophis overall?
From what I've read, it's going to be what their current predictions are is that it's going to be right around zero point 0.1 lunar distance away. And that's really close. And that's going to be right around April 14th of 2029. And the diameter of it is 450 meters by it's like a peanut rectangular shape. So I forget what the other dimension is, but the longest dimension is 450 meters. And yeah, that also would be an almost extinction level event. Now, zero point 0.1 lunar distance, that's super close. Um, on the plus side, because it is a larger object, it's going to be less perturbed by other gravitational factors, so they have a greater certainty of exactly where it'll be. And they're saying zero point 0.1 lunar distance, and they have a pretty comfy small margin on that. So at least for public sources, they're not too worried about it. But the thing is, things can change, right? So it's something once again to keep an eye on.
So let's say that we get hit by this thing, Tom. Point one doesn't sound very far. It's going to be underneath the distance of our satellites. Is that right?
That's a good question. I know geosynchronous satellites are pretty far out, so it should be somewhere in that general range. Yeah.
Yeah, that's spooky to me. So, let's just say that we get hit by Apophis in April of 2029. What could we expect from a hit like that from that giant object?
It would be about equivalent to, well, it'd probably be worse than nuclear winter, to be honest, because if a 50 or 60 meter wide thing like the 2024 YR4 that's going to be scheduled for a 2032 possible impact, if that thing is somewhere between 7 and 8 megatons of a nuclear warhead, then 450 meters, I mean, just in terms of diameter, that's already like eight times wider, 8 to 10 times wider, and then of course you got to multiply it to account for volume and mass and everything like that. So yeah, that would be almost on par with the dinosaur death. So we're it's like every year, like I said, it's like Russian roulette, to be honest. And it's actually kind of a miracle that the last huge meteor event was the one in Russia, Chelyabinsk, the meteor event. I forgot what year that was, but that one, all it did was kind of shatter windows, and there's some minor injuries from that. And then the other huge one was Tunguska in 1908, which some people say was a UFO that exploded. It very well could have been, but other people said it was a meteor, right around 50 to 60 meters in diameter. So, and in Tunguska, it flattened entire forests for tens, if not hundreds of miles in all directions. So, something like that, if that were to happen nowadays, and that's just 50 to 60 meters, you can imagine what 450 meters would do. That'd be almost like one entire hemisphere of the planet getting hit pretty hard. So those images that we saw out of Los Angeles with the Los Angeles fires, where it looked like a nuke went off, you can kind of imagine that over an entire hemisphere, essentially.
Yeah, so what can we do, Tom? Is there anything we can do for something like this? Um, Bunkers, are they going to survive? Are we all going to drown in the 2 mile high tidal wave that we've all seen coming? Is there anything we can do, or should we just live it up, eat macaroni, eat cookies, and just, chill until we get hit by an asteroid?
Yeah, well, the funny thing is, if someone is riding a bike and they fall over and hit their head and die, well, they died doing something very non-epic. Whereas if you get hit by a meteor from outer space, that's pretty epic, right? So if you're going to die, might as well make it dramatic. No, but seriously, in terms of preparation, the thing is, there's you can't prepare for everything, and so the only logical thing to do is prepare to the extent that you can before you start throwing your life away, and you're just living in a spider hole in the ground waiting for the end to come, which isn't living, that's just existing, and what's the point of that? So I would say, to the extent that you can still live your life, whatever remains, use that to do your preparations. And the thing is, it's not just preparing for a single huge event like a 450-meter diameter asteroid impacting Earth. There are so many other things that can happen before that, from nuclear war to an EMP cyber attack or something like that can take down the grid, which, as I mentioned many times throughout our past interviews, has resulted or is predicted to result in about 90% death within America within the first year. All right, so 9 out of 10 people will die within the first year due to starvation and violence. And that's from a government study, the EMP Commission study, which looked at it very objectively. So no matter how bad things are or how good things are, it makes sense to prepare to some extent, because preparation buys you time in most cases. And it gives you time to assess the situation, gives you time to plan on what to do next, where to go, if you need to hunker down, if you need to reinforce your home or something like that. It gives you time, which people won't have if they don't prep at all, and they only have, like, let's say 2 or 3 days worth of food, and now they're freaking out and they're getting desperate, and your chances of survival go way down. Now, some people ask, well, what's the point of surviving in a situation that is apocalyptic or difficult like that? And the answer is because a lot of people do make it through events, and then they rebuild on the other side, and then things eventually do get better. So if you die, let's say within the first week, because you did nothing when you could have survived, let's say for a couple months, and then things got better again, well, then you died for nothing, really. So the logical thing to do is just to prepare to the extent that you can, as I said, without throwing your life away.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I've heard a lot of people say, why would I want to survive? Why would I bother if something like this is coming? And I kind of say the same thing you do. Just get as ready as you can be. We're all in different place as far as that goes. Just be as ready as you can be, and miracles happen too. We all in this room believe in probably both benevolent and malevolent forces, and you never know when one of them might save you. To get onto the other side. Are you more concerned or equally concerned, or, whatever it is, about the pole shift or asteroids or the grid down? What's your most likely complete doom scenario that we might be facing in the next, in the shortest amount of time?
Yeah, in the shortest amount of time. So right now, I think honestly, I do think that with Trump being back, we get a little bit of a breather. But although a lot of people are excited about this American golden age and world peace and all that coming up, I don't think it'll be long lasting, because I do think there are some very fundamental existential incompatibilities between, let's say, China and the U.S. or Russia. This whole idea of a multipolar world. How instead of just the United States being the main superpower, now we have multiple superpowers competing over their own sections and resources of the planet. Well, the issue is that if resources start to decline, let's say, like Ben Davidson says, the Earth's magnetic field is declining more and more at an accelerated rate. Well, if we do get a geomagnetic disaster like that, where the geomagnetic field starts to collapse, and now historically it's collapsed down to 2%, 1%, even like 5% of its normal strength. If the Earth's magnetic field gets that low, then you're going to have a huge influx of ultraviolet radiation and EMP effects from the sun that get through that magnetic shield that we normally have. And because of that, you're going to get crop failures, a very big reduction in calories overall on the planet, and therefore you're going to get civil unrest and a competition over dwindling resources. Now, funny enough, the Allies of Humanity material, one of their spin-off materials is called The Great Waves of Change and everything associated with that. And they talk about a future where resources are under threat. Okay, now I think they paint it more in terms of resource depletion from humans doing it, or maybe they are talking about climate change, I forget. But even they were talking about a future where there is competition over resources and people having to come together in order to make it through, okay? If that were to happen, then what's going to happen on a geopolitical scale, let's say between China, where they've got over 1 billion people to feed, and the US and Europe and all these other nations? I think there will be increasing competition over dwindling resources, and then that leads to potential World War III scenarios, right? So it doesn't matter how prosperous America is right now or the advent of robotics or whatever. And sooner or later, I think humanity will butt up against limitations set by nature itself. Disaster cycles, solar cycles, even galactic cycles like Paul LaViolette talks about, with a galactic superwave sweeping out from the center of the galaxy and triggering off different stars to become supernova. Okay, we could face a supernova disaster from another star like Antares or Betelgeuse or some of these other ones. And there are just so many different things that can happen that I do think that I think war is the number one threat. And nowadays, war isn't just like, oh, a bunch of airplanes coming in from some bunch of bombers coming from China and raiding the California coast. That's like World War II stuff. Nowadays, it is more EMP attack through nukes that are on satellites that are circling over our heads several times each day. All it takes is one press of a button from North Korea or China, and most of the American power grid would go down, which then would lead to that 90% die-off scenario that I mentioned earlier. So I think an EMP and cyber attack is the number one threat because it is the easiest to do. It is the most logical step that a foreign adversary could do at the start of a major World War III type conflict. And it is also the cleanest because they can do it without committing any of their troops. They just have to take down the grid and then watch society tear itself apart. So I think that's the number one thing. And the second thing would probably be the decline of the Earth's magnetic field, which is already happening. If you look at the scientific data of the strengths of the Earth's magnetic field, it's been declining for a long time. And right now, I think it is down to either 40% or 60% of what it was during the Middle Ages. So just over several hundred years, it's already declined to about half of what it used to be. And it's accelerating. It's accelerating, so that means, according to Ben Davidson and some other estimates, right around the 2040 to 2050 mark, which TIFF kind of aligns with your 2047 year date, right around that time frame, that's when the Earth's magnetic field is projected, according to current trends, to hit right around that 0 to 5 to maybe 10% mark. And that's going to be really bad, like I said, for crops, for climate as well, because weather patterns are highly dependent on electrical charges in the air, like the jet stream and just ocean currents. Ultimately, they're all affected by electrical patterns. So yeah, when you get a big electrical imbalance due to the magnetic shield being down, you're going to get crazy weather, lightning, forest fires because of the lightning, and then you're going to get soot in the air, which cools the climate even further. It's just like this weird runaway feedback loop thing. So I would expect things to get kind of dicey in the late 2030s, maybe by the mid 2040 times frame, which hopefully gives us enough time to get our stuff in order.
Now, Tom, is that even without some kind of a pole shift or a crustal displacement? You're just saying in general, we're losing the electromagnetic field, and in general, we'll be in trouble anyway, just even if we don't get a supernova or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So the pole shift, that is the most final and most dramatic thing because, well, other than getting hit by a big planet killer asteroid. But a pole shift would be very devastating because of the massive tsunamis, high winds, and of course the latitude changes. Where hey, okay, look, I'm in Florida right now. If we have the pole shift in the wrong direction, I could end up where like northern Canada is right now, right? So a lot of people in certain areas, if they survive, they would find themselves in a totally different climate, and they would have to travel south as soon as they can in order to get to warmer climate, in order to grow food and not freeze to death. So yeah, a pole shift would be something that could happen. Now, according to Ben Davidson, the collapse of the Earth's magnetic field and the pole shift, they are deterministically linked. So one thing leads to the other. So therefore, in his mind, yeah, it's definitely guaranteed to happen. Now, in my case, I'm like, I'm kind of 50-50 on it. I know for sure that the magnetic field collapse is probably on the way. But the pole shift, I put that at a lower probability just because in my estimate of historical, archaeological record and geological record, I think the magnetic shifting has happened more often than physical pole shifting. So the probability of a magnetic shift is higher than a physical shift. So now that we're facing this magnetic shift, chances are that yeah, if it happens, there's a chance that the physical pole shift will not happen. But it's still going to be quite challenging. So yeah, I'm still concerned about that.
Yeah, he was a little freaked out. It looked like he was a little worried earlier in the week. By the way, if you have a question for Tom, you want to put your request in pretty early because we will be getting to questions for Tom a little bit later. He looked a little worried when those volcanoes were popping off earlier in the week. I think he was a little bit stressed. I'm not sure if anyone was paying attention. And then up in the nest, I put his, what is this thing? It's by Grok. And he's entered already all the information that needs to be in there. And I went ahead and just entered my own location into the follow up to the Grok. And you can kind of see what the data right now is showing, the data he believes and supports. You can kind of look at your area and see what's going to happen to your area in a pole shift. And it's just, I mean, it's not 100%, it might not even be 60%, but he's got a lot of data and he put it all into there and you can kind of figure out where where you're going to be when the pole shifts, what your new climate's going to be, whether you might survive or not, depending on the size of the wave. I was actually very impressed by it. I'm not sure if anybody else checked it out.
Well, there's a long way to go before we get to that final possible state of an actual pole shift. Because prior to that, you would get an increase. Well, so not only would you get that decreasing magnetic field effect, but you would also get an increase in solar radiation, like solar EMP effects happening. So EMP issues are going to come first before even a pole shift happens. And you will also see an increase in volcanic and seismic activity. And the reason for that is because the Earth, the Earth's magnetic field, it comes from the inside of it, the different liquids that are the heated magma areas, they're circulating and they create this magnetic field because they're electrically charged. Well, when you have an imbalance in the Earth's own magnetic field and the solar radiation coming in, it disturbs the very source of the thing that generates the Earth's magnetic field, and that's magma. And of course, magma then has forces on it, and those forces generate pressures that increase seismic and volcanic activity. So we're definitely looking at increase in those kinds of things. And so here's another worry to add to your list, which is the worry of a potential super volcano eruption. It only takes one. It only takes one to cause the skies to darken for 2 years. Okay, in other words, 2 years without a summer, where crops don't grow, people have to grow them in greenhouses, and there's just a dramatic calorie reduction, and that's only from one super volcano. Okay, now you can imagine how many volcanoes we have around the globe that are potentially capable of creating a super volcano, and the risk of a super volcano issue in the next 20 years is pretty high. So yeah, I mean that increases the overall risk factor, and that's another reason why it's a good idea to prep to some degree.
It's not good, Tom. It's like we're coming up on a bottleneck of issues. And the next thing I want to get into before we move on to, we're going to talk about a bunch of stuff today. We have Bledsoe, Hathor, mind control, CE5. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about. I want to get to Tiff or Sarah on the asteroid stuff. And then the next thing I want to put together is how do the aliens factor into this? They appear to be seeding hybrids all over this planet. I spent a long time with Amy. Where's Amy? I don't see her in here. Oh, there she is. I spent, I think it was 17 hours with Amy. We actually met again face to face this week, Monday and Tuesday. And we were just talking about how all of this can fit together. Why would there be hybrids all over this planet? If we're about to face one of these cataclysms. So I want to get there too. I know I've heard an answer from you before, Tom, but I'm not sure if there have been any developments in that area. So let's get to Tiff and Sarah. Do you guys got anything on these asteroids or the pole shift? Tiff, I know you got something.
Yeah, well, the asteroids, I feel like we'll be getting some indicators from them. We're gonna see much more probably interaction with them because that's where space defense is gonna start with, I believe, because we do have these dangerous ones coming. I'm sorry, I can't open my mic right now.
Oh, I missed that. Sarah, do you have anything?
Yeah, I wanted to, Tom, I read a post by you, it was like a week ago, I think, and you were referencing the date 2046. And I'm just curious, I believe it was to the pole shifts. Um, if you could just kind of dig into that for a second, what were your thoughts surrounding and why is 2046 important to you?
Okay, so the reason I mentioned 2046 is because in that chart in the studies that track the Earth's magnetic field, where they were predicting different points where the magnetic field would reach that zero line, the most probable place for it was right around the mid 2040s. And then I tapped into it intuitively, and based on some other prophetic sources that I've read, I chose the year 2046 as a sort of like a middle point for the most probable point of it. And it's funny enough that Tiff brought up 2047 earlier. So yeah, that's the reason why I chose it. It's mainly because of the rate of the descent of the Earth's magnetic field strength.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Ben Davidson has his right around that date as well, Tom. Either way, it's not looking good. I think I might just go buy a bunch of macaroni and cheese and sit around and read some books and eat, maybe. I'm not sure.
And hit up the
The
brewery,
brewery,
friends.
I'm not a drinker. Maybe I need to be
I,
I need to be a
oh,
drinker, Sarah. That's what I need to do.
I, I am. My boyfriend and I do, and he was like, "We're gonna do 2 times this week." I was like, "Well, we might as well start making it 3."
Oh my gosh. Okay. So what I was going to say was back to the topic of what can we do? Be harder to kill in every way, not easier to kill. But I think I like your strategy, Sarah. Maybe I need to be a drinker and just drink the next, how many years is that? What years do we have left? So this kind of goes along with that whole crazy thing that was coming about the James Webb Telescope and how there's an object coming our way and we only have, I don't even know, something like 14 years left. And when this information came out to whoever these people were, they did experience the old ontological shock. There was some language about, hey, just go live your life because we're like done. Except for the continuity of government piece, unless you get a golden ticket, you're just done. So if that were is actually out there, what would you guys do? What would you do, Sarah? In all seriousness, what would you do? Would you try to get ready? Would you try to make some preparations? Would you be working out and try to be healthy and be harder to kill and stockpiling things here and there as much as you could? Or would you just bend over and kiss your ass goodbye and just have fun between now and then? What do you think?
Well, yeah, I'm not building a bunker. I don't have the money to do that. I do know of some. I do know of a couple, not like big ones that everybody knows about. I used to work for some wealthy people. Um, so I do know a couple, but I think that I have a couple of friends here in California that are more east, which means they may probably be getting some beachfront property, and maybe just kind of my boyfriend and I head out there, make sure my family has what they need and they're up to date with everything, which is just sort of what I'm working on now. My boyfriend and I are pretty good. So we probably just head out to the land of my friends and camp until we can't camp anymore, make sure there's a good group of us. So I would want also to bring out the musicians. So we had some guitars, pads and paper so we can write stories. I just see myself shifting to the land and making the best of it. I think that might be the best way to go.
Yeah, so there's the Greenland scenario where you have the family who gets the golden ticket and they actually have a chance at survival and they almost kill themselves, in extraordinary and extreme ways trying to get to the bunker, which they do. Oh, shoot. I hope I didn't give away the movie. So they do get there and they do survive. But then you have the don't look up scenario where at the end of that movie, people are all just sitting around the dining room table together, chatting it up, and they're there when the earth explodes. So I do wonder, I don't think, and this is a good question for Tom and anybody else to weigh in. I don't think they're going to tell us. If they do see or know about something like this coming our way, I think the continuity of government is going to be top priority. I think it already is. I think they're already making their preparations for anybody with a golden ticket to survive. I think humanity will survive. I think as a whole, not as individuals, but humanity will survive because I think they're already making preparations. I don't think we will probably survive, but I think humans will go on. Do you think they would tell us, Tom, if something like this was coming? Would they give us even a chance to survive or to get to higher ground, or is that just too much chaos for them to deal with?
I think, okay, so we were talking about the government and the military. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, are gonna so they're gonna
Yeah.
save themselves, right? We all
Right.
know this. We're all grown-ups. They're gonna save themselves. We are not just assuming you're not on the list. We might have somebody in this room on the list. I don't know. We got some pretty top level people in the community, but let's just assume you're not on the list. You're not getting a golden ticket. Um, are they going to tell us after they're secure and they're safe? Are they going to give us even a chance of survival?
Well, after they're secure and safe, I mean, the thing is, they're going to have ordinary jobs. I mean, they're going to be living in our suburbs and going about their business and traveling on airplanes and going about their lives. And then by the time they get the signal to go ahead and get on that flight and get to the bunker, things are going to get it's going to be a point of no return at that point. So it's going to be pretty close to the event. And so by the time they fully get situated in their underground bunkers and cities or whatever, there's not going to be much time left. And I think because there won't be much time left, at that point, it'll be obvious to even amateur astronomers that something big is coming in, right? So I think they're going to keep suppressing it as long as they possibly can to get all their priority personnel in place. And as long as they can suppress it in order to keep the roads clear and the airplanes and airports clear so that they can get to their bunkers, right? If they start telling everyone, then there's going to be massive gridlock and society will be broken down and then they can't get their priority personnel down there. So yeah, they're going to put it off as long as they possibly can until the facts of the situation in the actual literal sky speak for themselves.
Yeah, it's like a no-win situation. Ulrich's not here, but I think Ulrich feels extremely betrayed by this. Where let's just say that something's gonna really bad's gonna happen in 2046, and they told us now, we might actually all be able to get together and be even our little towns or little cities. We could redirect resources. We could be digging bunkers, and we might, many of us might have the chance to survive. Why don't they give us that opportunity? What does it take away from them? Is it because everything we would just stop working and nobody would pay their bills? Nobody would keep the lights on. I mean, what do you, how does that scenario play out in your head? If they tell us now, hey, something really bad's happening in 2047 and you guys need to start digging holes and storing food, how would that affect society?
Well, the issue is that so much of society depends on the economy, which depends on future investments and speculations and buying of treasury bonds that don't mature for 10 years or whatever. So, in other words, there's so much of our current way of life that hinges on us having a certain expectation of how the future will go. And it requires faith in the future. Like, for example, the value of the US dollar depends on people's faith, like other countries' faith in the US being around to enforce the power of the dollar, to have geopolitical supremacy, military might to defend the dollar. And if people were to lose faith in that, and let's say assume that Russia and China are able to defeat the US and the US is going down and they're a better bet, then they're going to shift their investments from the dollar to these other currencies, which will crash the dollar, and then we will get massive inflation and social unrest, right? So it's a very complicated system. And the issue is that if you say that, if you admit to the public that something like an extinction level event is happening in 2047, that's going to kick the legs out of confidence in the future of America and the economy and so many of our societal institutions. And that's going to have effects even right now in 2025, even though it's, 20 years away from that actual final event. So I think they're worried about the current situation being destabilized by the psychological and economic and geopolitical impact of expectations concerning things that are way further down the line. And I think that's why they're not doing it. I mean, that's the optimistic and practical and logical reason why they wouldn't tell us.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to tell us. I think if there is something out there, they're not going to tell us. And part of me understands why, all the reasons you just named, and the other part of me says, we can do this. Just give us the opportunity. If you're
Yeah.
requesting to speak, just be patient, please. Amy, welcome up. And we were holding off a little bit on getting Amy up here, and it might be a perfect segue into this, what I brought up earlier, which is if there's something like this coming, how does that wash with what appears to be the current alien agenda? Like, how does it all go together? It seems like the aliens are creating hybrids, they're being seeded onto the planet, they're among us, they are maybe even getting jobs, living in these little communities with each other. Why would the aliens, number one, would the aliens possibly try to prevent us from being hit by an asteroid, something that maybe they would be able to maneuver out of the way, not hit us, appear as our saviors, come down, here we are, we just saved you from an asteroid. True or not, might not be true, but they could use that scenario. Are they going to let us all go underground, get hit, experience the cataclysm, and then we just come out the other side and there they are? Like, how do the aliens even play into this? If we believe in a cataclysm and we believe in the alien agenda, how do those things all go together? And Amy, welcome to the space. Good to see you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Gotcha. Got you.
Yeah, I'm not sure, like, just based on my own research in terms of how adamant they are to getting to me with regard to my cycle, and I know I'm not alone in this. So, and then based on regression, what has come up, which you always have to take with a grain of salt, of course, but um it seems like they're very intense on just pretty much breeding up an army. Um, and it might even be to that like insect level mentality where you just breed as much of it as possible, and then some of them will survive. Like it could be that, it could be that they're not aware of um, the the risks or the impending doom that's coming. That's probably unlikely given their technology and just like awareness in terms of surveillance down here. So I, it just like it's probably something in the middle where they do expect a lot of death even on their side. And it's basically just breed as much as possible and hope some of them survive.
Yeah, I kind of like that one. So I thought that the hybrids were more valuable than that. It seems like they are so insane about the hybrids and protecting them and putting them in these communities, and it's like protect at all costs. But you're right. At the end of the day, they might just be looking for numbers so that at least they know some of them survive. They might actually be getting golden tickets. We don't know. Maybe they get put onto the ships temporarily. Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah. So just two thoughts. That's interesting because Elon Musk is saying have more babies, have more babies. So there's that, And then the other thought I had was when I was doing my post-apocalyptic whatever book that I made into like a series. I was doing research on the underground bunkers and whatnot, and I had come up with the idea. It's just like, I don't know if this is a download. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I used my imagination based on my research, and the Ozarks. I put, there's a city under there. In my opinion, the conspiracy theory goes that they built a city under the Ozarks in the caves. So I was like, ooh, this is good. So I used that as a stepping point for what the wealthy would be doing in the post apocalyptically, and that they already would have moved people down there, if not like maybe 2 or 3 decades ago, be having children that didn't even know what the outside world looked like. So that this is all that they knew, and that would be the people that worked for them while they are living up the life in these underground cities. So just throwing that out there as an idea. Um, putting on my conspiratorial hat. I think that if anything, they've been planning for this for a while, quite possibly.
Yeah, I
No,
agree.
that's an awesome point.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, right. So that brings up the question, the people in power who do have the knowledge and the technology to see what's coming up and to try to do something about it. I'm not sure that they are all monolithically aligned with the exact same idea about how to handle this crisis that Earth will face. And I do think that they will likely split, or they have already split into at least two different kinds of philosophies or factions about it. And one of them, it originates from the idea that humanity is mostly just animals. We're just useless eaters, and they're the ones that have the divine right to rule this planet as the wolves that deserve to feed on the sheep. And I think from their perspective, to get through this thing, to ensure that they don't lose all the sheep, what they would have to do is they would have to lock us down into an almost feudalistic concentration camp type global existence where we're chipped, we're brainwashed, we're totally compliant, we're no threat to them, and whatever part of us does survive will act as a kind of feudalistic serf state that serves them, after they emerge from their underground cities or whatever, so that they can be just like back in ancient Sumerian times or ancient Egypt or the ancient Mesoamericans, where you have this elite class that rules over this massive body of civilized primitive natives. Right? I think that's sort of the model that they're going for. And in order to do that, they would have to start, even right now, getting us chemically, genetically, biochemically mind controlled more and more and more to become this compliant serf state, so that one generation from now, two generations from now, we are totally controllable and we're nothing more than just intelligent animals that can grow food for them and do whatever they need us to do. So they have a very low opinion of us, and therefore they want to have this sort of a totalitarian thing going on. So that's one philosophy. I think that the other side of it would have a more optimistic view of humanity, like have more faith in the human potential. And I think that their only real option is to just say, screw it, we're going to go full truth, full disclosure, technological acceleration, space colonization, underground shelters, bring it out into the open and give humanity a chance to make it through this. But the issue is they can't do it all right away. They would have to do it kind of gradually. They would have to roll it out and make it look cool. So it's interesting that, we do have Elon Musk, Mr. Popular, and now right-hand man of President Trump, who has what? He has underground tunneling machines. He's got SpaceX. He wants to colonize Mars. He's telling people to have more babies, right? He's got all of his ex-wives. He's got a giant compound for them and their kids, so he knows that something's coming. And so that whole thing, as much as some people have problems with Trump and Musk and the whole like technocratic angle, if you look at it from the viewpoint of humanity's survival through a time of crisis, it actually is one of the more, I guess, practical, like a cold, hard, practical approaches to things. So I think, yeah, we do have like two different kinds of elites, if not more, and some of them have the more feudalistic, totalitarian, almost like mantid-like view of humanity. And then the other one's a little bit more pro-human, but due to the constraints of the situation, they have to slow walk this technological acceleration agenda in the hopes that through knowledge and technology, humanity, or at least some part of it, has a better chance of surviving some very extreme conditions on this planet.
Yeah, where's your money going on that, Tom?
Oh, I think we're heading definitely in that Trumpish direction now. Okay, so on my Twitter profile, I've written some stuff about what I call Agenda A versus Agenda B. And Agenda A is what I just talked about, that sort of mantid, gray, NHI type mentality about treating humans as this animal faction to mind control and put in a cage. And then Agenda B, from what I can tell, it's more aligned with what I guess some people would call the Nordic alien agenda, something like that. Now, here's the problem. The problem is that even if these so-called Nordics, or at least some of them, are quote-unquote positive in our eyes, like they are pro-humanity, maybe pro-truth, even if that were the case, in order to follow the kind of track that they would find logical for humanity, it would involve things that we right now would probably consider authoritarian, fascist, questionable in terms of its technocratic angle. Okay, there are things about it that would ruin our current way of life. A reduction in privacy, a reduction in private property, freedom. Why? Because, well, if you're going through a major crisis, you're going to have way more coordination and more of a team effort kind of a thing in order for everyone to make it through, right? So it's going to result in the loss of a lot of the things that we consider very valuable now. So that's why, even if it is positive, there's going to be a lot of negative things about it, and that's why I'm not like all super gung ho about this Nordic alien agenda, is because, like I said, even if it's positive, it's going to require sacrifices and negative elements that are very, very, very questionable according to our standard current ethos.
And something like this could be used to usher that in, I think. Something like a crisis coming up could be used very easily. So there's this scenario that they use the crisis to get us on path B, and that they don't tell us at all. And we're on path A. Is that where we're going, Tom?
Well, see, that's the thing. I mean, if something is coming up and they cannot tell us, but they still want to give humanity an increased chance of survival, then they would have to do it plausibly. They have to do it slowly, incrementally, and deniably plausibly. So, for example, oh, Elon Musk, he's cool. He wants to build spaceships that go to Mars. And hey, wouldn't it be cool to go to Mars? Well, little do we know, that's actually because that's like a backup option to humanity getting wiped out by some major asteroid in the 2040s or something. Okay. And you're right. And so if we do, let's say, get this asteroid hit potential in 2032, well, right around that time, for all we know, they're going to have Mr. Musk be like some sort of Armageddon scenario, the movie, being like the space cowboy and his team who like saves Earth from this killer asteroid. And it would be immense optics, right? It would be immense optics. And so much of what's going on right now is optics. It's psychological operations on the planet in order to engineer culture and society in this new direction, this Agenda B direction. Like we're the donkey, and there's this carrot being dangled in front of us that's leading us towards a technocratic tech acceleration kind of a thing with increased authoritarianism and also at the same time increased disclosure. So the whole truth movement, disclosure stuff, revealing the JFK files and eventually maybe even like 9/11 and Epstein and COVID and what was really behind that. I think some of that will be coming out, but in a way that furthers a deeper, some would say even a darker agenda, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah. So what do you think about how they appear to be putting a bunch of hybrids on the planet? What do you think the agenda is with that from the alien side?
Well, see, that's actually an encouraging sign, isn't it? That they're willing to invest putting their own hybrids on Earth, which means that we're probably, in their eyes, not going to face a major extinction level event that wipes out everything on the surface, right? Because clearly, if they're putting people down here, then they're going to think it's not going to be that bad. Now, Amy, I remember previous times you kind of explained what you were shown or told, and how there might be a time, for example, where these hybrids that are down here right now living in enclaves in different cities, there will be a time where they will have to kind of bunker down and lock down and stay indoors for a period of days, weeks, months, even, while everything on the outside kind of goes to chaos. And I wonder to myself, well, what kind of situation is it where society would be so chaotic that you can't even go outside? That you would have to bunker in. And well, one of those, for example, would be a major cyber attack or an EMP attack, where after the first month, there's going to be a large number of people dead due to starvation and violence. And then after 2 months, yeah, even more. And then after 3 months, what's left is going to be a pretty small fraction that could probably be handled by the hybrid security teams. So at least according to that scenario, whatever's going to happen, at least in the near future, according to that, it's not going to be so bad that, let's say, every single building will be flattened and no one's going to survive. It's going to be more of like a major hit or major disruption to society itself. But things will make it through, and they'll rebuild afterwards. But because they will rebuild afterwards, after this period of demolishment of the old structure of society, that gives these aliens an opportunity to remake things in their image, right? To reconstruct society according to their agenda. And I think that's what they're preparing for. I mean, it would make sense that that's why you would have hybrids who, even right now, are being taught to exist in our society. Like, for example, if an actual true extinction level event were to happen, their move would be better just to keep the hybrids on board, in motherships or something, or maybe even in underground bases, and then not bring them down here until after the dust has settled, after the pole shift, after everything is cleared, and then bring them down to restart civilization. And then this would be a repeat of what happened 12,000 years ago when you had the few primitive survivors who have forgotten everything, and then you still have some of the people from the prior cataclysm who retained some of their technology, and some of them could have been aliens even. And of course, they were the sky gods of their time, right? They were the ones that came down from the skies and taught mathematics, agriculture, chemistry, and everything to the remaining natives. So we could see a repeat of that if we had an extinction level event. However, from what I can tell, from the way that the aliens are behaving, it doesn't seem that it'll be as bad as that, but it'll still be a major punch to the gut of our current civilization, just enough in order to loosen things up and allow these aliens to remold civilization and society in their image, keeping a lot of the infrastructure that survives intact for their own uses.
Right. And the fact that like they seem to be, when I was 12, I had I mean, what I could perceive as a conscious memory of a man phasing into my bedroom. And he basically took me to Walmart. This was prior to it being like 24/7. A lot of them are like that now. So it was closed, but he had me walking down the aisles, like basically explaining stuff to him. And I was concerned about surveillance because, he's basically stealing this stuff, and years later, I read David Jacobs' book. Um, he has several. One is Walking Among Us, and he's basically talking about how these hybrids are being taught how to live uh, down here lives that are like currently in play, but it just seems like it's pointless to train them to do that if all of a sudden everything's going to change. There's no like grocery shopping or, like it's just like they're being taught how to blend into what maybe they perceive as the old system, which makes me wonder if the old system is either they're just overly cautious and they want everyone trained just in case, or there's going to be like an overlap of the old system as the new system gets implemented slowly, as opposed to suddenly due to some sort of cataclysm or something like that.
Yeah, so it's almost like, how does this all make sense at once? And I do wonder if they just have, plan A, B, and C, and they're just implementing multiple plans. Sarah, go ahead.
Thanks, Fringe. So something that has come to my attention recently is the idea, and putting my hat on, for time travel. And I'm curious, Tom and Amy, what your thoughts are regarding time travel, and quite possibly if you believe that this is possible, and we have done this decades ago, et cetera, how that correlates with with what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's a good question. The time travel theory is one of those many theories that people have proposed about the nature of aliens and who they really are. Now, the thing is, in all likelihood, it probably is a combination of different possibilities instead of just one. Like, you could have, let's say, survivors from the Atlantean cataclysm who are human, but they just have a continuity of culture and technology since those times and have advanced it some more. And we could have those as what we think are aliens, in addition to things that are actually from another planet, potentially, like maybe an ancient offshoot of humanity that, let's say, 200,000 years ago left Earth, colonized another star system, and then 50,000 years ago came back and maybe even crash landed and then became part of our population, and now we know them as white people or something like that. There's all these different kinds of theories that are out there. Now, regarding time travel itself, you can view it philosophically. You can kind of view it from what can we gather from ufology and abduction data, or you can view it from the physics perspective. Not to get too much into the physics idea, but any of you guys who've seen the old H.G. Wells movie, The Time Machine, where the guy is like that 1800s guy, and he goes back in time, and he goes to the future actually, and humanity has devolved into the Morlocks, who are these underground crazy creatures, and then who are like cannibals, and then these really weak, dumb humans on the surface. Well, anyway, in that movie, they show how he sits in the time machine and he cracks a lever, and then all of a sudden the calendar dial just spins forward, and he sees time, move forward or backwards. Well, there's no way, according to physics, that that's possible. Like, you can't reverse time in that sort of way. But what you can do, however, is you could probably punch a portal through the fabric of space-time and go into what you might call hyperspace, or actually it would be called imaginary space-time, to be technical. But it's a realm where time becomes nonlinear, and you're no longer constrained by the direction of linear time itself. So it's like you're kind of free of that, and you can zoom around, and you can emerge back into the linear time stream. But the issue is there are different probable futures, and there's different probable pasts, and there's probably even different timelines right now in the present. And so when you punch into this hyperspace place of there being no linear time, and then you come back, well, which timeline are you going back into? So what I'm trying to say is, if we do have time travelers that are from the future, they wouldn't be coming back to the exact same past that they originally came from. It'd be more of a fuzzy interaction between, let's say, a probable past and them being our probable future. And if there are a probable future, then that means that there could be ones coming in from multiple different probable futures. So we're actually looking at a kind of time war between different probable futures instead of just one faction from the future coming back here. So I don't know. I mean, if you really map it out and you think it through, yeah, you could construct a pretty plausible scenario about how they would have to operate, what rules they would have to follow. And a lot of it does account for some of the high strangeness that John Keel and Jacques Vallée and others have documented about the NHI phenomenon, which is that a lot of it isn't 100% physical. It's kind of nebulous, and part of it depends on the observer himself or herself. So there's a lot of these weird quantum aspects to it, like the quantum uncertainty principles that are involved in time travel. So it's more complicated than oftentimes depicted in the movies. And this complication, this weirdness, this subtlety, does seem to account for a portion of the paranormal nature of aliens, that they're not just spacemen from another planet coming here, but that they operate by these weird quantum rules. But then again, a lot of that could also be explained by other theories, like perhaps that they are interdimensional. Because when you're interdimensional, that's also not being from space-time. So when they enter space-time, they're projecting here from somewhere else, and they would also have to obey these weird quantum rules, all the same, just as a time traveler would. So it's kind of hard to distinguish which case is which. But the only thing I can say for sure, like for certain, based on the data and from my own experiences, is that these entities, even if they're not time travelers, they still have an extremely good degree of precognition, remote viewing, even remote influencing, being able to see the future, being able to gauge different probable futures. They live by that. It's part. I mean, just as we have vision, and because we have vision, we don't collide into walls. Well, they have future vision, so therefore they don't collide into possibilities that don't make sense to do. So therefore, pretty much everything that they do in terms of who to abduct, what to do during an abduction, the reasons for memory wiping, appearing to one person but not another, and over time gradually acclimatizing the population to the presence. A lot of that makes sense if you are precognitive and you know what that future end goal is of what your agenda needs to go towards and what you need to do in between, all the different steps you need to do to get people on your side, to massage them individually and collectively to fit into your agenda by that future point. So that's why they're so good at manipulation. And that's why they act with such sneakiness and using mind programming and decoys and just deception methods. I think it's because they can see the future, they know what little points on the timeline to tweak, and they get to work on those points. And those points can be particular places, times, events, and people too. There's certain people that are just like in the Terminator movies, where they're like in Terminator 2, when the robot from the future goes back in time and actually seeks out the future resistance leaders and kills them when they were kids. It's because in the future they know who's going to be who, so they go back in time and they target people even before they're a threat. Well, a lot of abductees right now, a lot of people that are being hit by this spiritual warfare by some of these NHIs, perhaps there are people that might have a certain influence upon the future that these aliens don't like. And so whether they are time travelers from the future or whether they're not, but they just have extremely good precognition, they're going to know who to target, and they're going to know what little subtle things to do to nudge the timeline in their favor.
You are blowing my mind. Um, I'm thank you. Okay, can I just do a follow up if that's okay? My follow up is so knowing this and knowing also the idea of multiverses. Is there a way to save us? So, is there a way to move us from this timeline, unless all the timelines all end the same way? Is there a way to move us from this timeline that is looking like, we're heading towards a number of cataclysmic events? Is there a way to move us to another timeline where, we have less of a chance of complete annihilation?
Yeah, I would say so. I definitely would say so. And I think that partially depends not only on whether it's physically possible by the rules of multidimensionality or quantum physics or time travel or whatever, but also according to metaphysical, spiritual, karmic type laws. Because if you think about it, okay, so for example, let's say that you're someone who in this life has some sort of spiritual protection and your life destiny is to do certain things for humanity, or not even just for humanity, but let's say just for your kids. Maybe your kids are going to grow up one day to be something important and you need to be there for them to care for them. So what that means is if you're driving and all of a sudden something happens that isn't supposed to happen, like a car veers into your lane and you're about to have a head-on collision, well, there are so many anecdotes that I've heard from people where something intervenes and either stops time and moves them out of the way, or breaks the laws of physics, or even like phases them out so that they pass through the oncoming car and zoom out on the other side without actually colliding. So if that can happen individually, the question is, could it happen collectively, even planetarily? And I would say yes, if likewise, our planet as a whole, and I'm talking about humanity and whatever else is here, has a particular grand planetary destiny to do a certain thing in the far future, be a certain way at a certain time, that these higher ultra terrestrial forces, which have mastery over space and time, deem it worth protecting the planet over. Okay. Now, interestingly enough, over the past 10, 20 years, there have been various events that could have threatened humanity. And one of those was somewhere in March of 2014, I think, or 2012, where the sun emitted a very huge solar flare, which almost would have caused an 1859 Carrington event level type event here on Earth, where, yeah, we would have had satellites down and power lines burning up and houses catching on fire from all the electrical surges passing through the grid from the solar energy. But the thing is, Earth missed it by just a few days. But prior to that, it was headed right for us, but then we just happened to miss it by a few days. So, and I remember leading up to that, I remember hearing from so many people that they had this feeling of dread and doom, and they're saying their goodbyes, and they're almost like having this sense of closure in their lives, like they're wrapping things up. And then this sort of thing happened, but then it didn't happen. Oh, and also when it didn't happen, certain people reported that they were having missing time experiences. Like something happened during that time where the entire month didn't feel right, where the month went by so quickly that they're trying to think back on it, and sure, they had some memories and they had some records down of, yeah, okay, I did this on that day, but mentally and consciously it didn't click, like it didn't match. So there's something weird was going on during that time period. And I'm thinking, okay, well, what if those things are all side effects of either an HI, like an alien, or an ultra terrestrial intervention on Earth as a whole, moving us just a little bit out of the way? It could have been done through a timeline shift or a shift in time itself or something, just by a few days, to ensure that this giant solar flare would miss us. So what if that happens before, and what if that happens again? I mean, isn't it a miracle that if we have these 800,000 hazardous objects out there that could have hit us, that nothing has really happened since 1908, since the Tunguska explosion? Isn't it a miracle that the Carrington event happened in 1859, and it's supposed to happen every so often, but we're many decades overdue for that now, and it hasn't happened yet? So it seems to me that we're living in a very improbable timeline right now, where we've been shielded, we've been protected, and allowed to, have this progression of events that we're having right now. And so, what if there's intervention going on? And so, therefore, what if the invention will still be there in the future? Now, of course, here's the issue. The issue is that if it is the destiny, if it is you could call it the karmic soul lesson profile of Earth as a whole, if it is within that to experience major cataclysm in the 2040s, then it's going to happen and there's nothing we can do. And if we try to do something about it, like steer it out of the way, well, for all we know, those very same ultra-terrestrials would ensure that mission fails and it would hit us, right? See, so they protect us in one sense when it's not meant to be, and they probably wouldn't protect us if it's meant to be. So Are they good guys? Are they not good guys? Who knows? But either way, they seem to be in charge of the scripting of this planetary history.
I feel like the Earth being alive is a factor that uh, should be considered because it's not just about us. So the Earth, her cycle changes, so she has to have this maybe this feature in order for her to evolve, just like we're fast evolving. But yeah, there seems to be a cycle of flood, fire, flood, fire, flood, fire, and if flood was the last time, these concerns about the sun are, I feel, are reasonable, on an esoteric level. But science is starting to also align with the prophetic doomers.
Yeah, exactly. You got Earth as a potential living organism, and also the sun. And the sun is just like a transformer substation for the greater galaxy. So I'm sure the galaxy, the galactic core itself, has some degree of intelligence, and all of it would be interlinked, and all of it would be part of a greater, grander framework. So far from our world being just this cold machine where things happen randomly, I think a lot of things are scripted here. It's kind of like one of those massive online multiplayer games where, sure enough, you can log in, you can do whatever you want. However, you're going to have these game masters that orchestrate these events. Like, okay, for the month of March or whatever, we're going to have the invasion of the troll horde, and now all the players will have to fight that off and band together. So you see these scripted events that happen despite it being a general, like, free sandbox universe, and that's what we think it is. But they're these orchestrated events that happen periodically for the benefit of the narrative and for the ultimate entertainment of all. I mean, if you want to consider it entertainment.
So I had proposed this in a space I was in earlier. I saw a post about that new robot thing that's called Clone, and somebody had reposted it stating that next they'll be offering uploads. So I was wondering about these gray aliens with the fact that they may be like bots of some sort. What if that is a situation where we did upload or clone the consciousness, apply it to them, and they are able to escape these cataclysmic events? So maybe they've been here for a very long time, but they can't seem to participate in the cleansing itself. I don't know. It's just a thought.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I mean, I'm sure, like, technically, if you were talented enough, you could probably upload a human consciousness to the head of gray alien, just because they've got enough, they've got room to spare. Okay, so I'm sure they could accommodate a human soul. But of course, would you want to do that? Would you want to live in a gray alien with a little tiny mouth? You can't eat donuts, you can't eat chocolate because you don't have a digestive system for it. So come on, who'd want
Missing
to
the
do that,
point
right?
completely, right? Not
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that opportunity could come up sooner rather than later. Who knows? Do either of you, Tom or Amy, see a scenario where they actually the aliens, so-called aliens, show up and as our savior, saving us from a World War III, like what Bledsoe thinks, or an asteroid or a cataclysmic
That's asteroid.
event? What's that, Tiff?
I was gonna say, yeah, asteroid, like a show
Yeah.
force, like look what we can do for you.
Yeah, exactly. Look what we can do. We just saved y'all. And do you guys see that as a possibility?
Oh, Tom, go ahead.
No, I'm saying it's possible, but would they want to? Maybe it would be advantageous for them to let it happen a little bit and then save us from the rest. But I don't know. What do you think, Amy?
Um, I mean, I definitely, uh, yes, to an extent, because they're very, at least on board and based on regression, there's certain things that they really could care less about your cooperation because they could literally just knock you out on the medical table or other stuff they do. But there's other things that they actually need your active participation in. And so it's really annoying to them if you're not cooperative. I'm pretty good at that. So I could see where they would do something and people would perceive it as benevolence, but it's an agenda to gain cooperation into their kind of slave-like state, and how basically how they run the hybrids, except the hybrids are going to be like the masters over the rest of us, basically.
Okay, so there's going to be close to a last question in this category, depending on where we want to go with this. There's some talk in the community about us all getting together. Let's just take this 2032 asteroid coming our way, that we could all get together and meditate and change the trajectory of that asteroid. What are your thoughts on that, Tom? And that asteroid, something similar. What are your thoughts on, would it depend on the size? Would it depend on the number of people? Are there certain events that are just deterministic that we're not going to be able to affect at all? What do you think about that?
I think the deterministic aspect of it, meaning the part of it that's already written in stone, are the parts that have been mathematically verified and verified through observation. Okay. So if NASA has reduced the probability of it back down to, let's say, 0.27%, which is where it is right now, I think, then that makes it very easy, actually, because that is a window of plausible deniability where if you get together, you meditate, you visualize, whatever, and you influence it on this weird quantum synchronistic level, maybe even shifting timelines or something, then if it doesn't happen, the NASA will be just like, well, yeah, see, we were right. We only said it was 0.27%, and then nothing happened, and there you go. So little do you know, you actually did have an effect, but you can never verify it, and that's why it's allowed to happen. Whereas if it's barreling at us right now, and it's going to hit within a week, and everyone can see it through their telescopes, and they're like, well, there's a 100% chance that'll happen, then I think at that point you can meditate all you want, and it's not going to have as much of an effect, because whoever does do the meditation, it's not going to be enough. It's not like all of humanity does it, so it's not going to be this mass collective consciousness effect that can override physics. So at that point, it probably wouldn't be possible. But if something is far out enough in advance, and if it is low probability enough, then I do think there is a quantum uncertainty window that can be nudged just through conscious effort. Sarah, did you want to say something?
I did, if that's okay. So I was rewatching an old Jack Sarfati interview earlier today, and at some point back in like the late 50s, early 60s, I believe that was when he was around in college. He said that he was being that he was asked to join these whatever secret societies or whatever, and one of the things was they were testing them for psi abilities. So I checked that box. And so my question to you is regarding what's going on with and this connects with what we're talking about right now. What is going on with Barber and them looking for the psionics right now, and the psi people with psi stuff? Because interestingly enough, and I only bring up the Sarfati stuff because that was way back in the late 50s, 60s that they were looking into that. You would think at this point that it's interesting that decades, we're talking like 60, 70 years later, they're still doing this. What is quite possibly the reason? I mean, and they have been doing this for decades. So what is quite possibly the reason? Are they trying to quote unquote save the world or save humanity, or what is, you know what I mean? Like, was there a correlation that you're seeing that I'm not seeing?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, and you're totally right that even back in the 50s and 60s, they were already doing experiments with psi and looking for kids and people who had psi abilities. Now, here's the thing. I mean, the a lot of these forces who were doing it back then, I'm talking about military, my lab type stuff, black ops programs. If you are someone who, through the GATE program, for example, gets identified as someone who's promising for that sort of thing, well, you're not going to be necessarily recruited in an open and conscious way. You're probably going to get MyLabbed. You're going to get abducted. Maybe a trip to a summer camp, or visiting a military base with your dad, and you disappear for a couple hours, or it's going to be more surreptitious. Also, you'd probably be nudged and guided to go into the military or the military intelligence or aerospace or something, and so to where they have full access to you, right? And it's going to be a lot more covert. It's going to be more dark. It's going to be quite negative, actually, because you're going to be in these programs in an abducted state, probably in a programmed alter state, and you're going to get mind controlled, perhaps even through trauma-based mind control programming, which used to be more the norm, more so in the past than it is now. And that's how you're going to be an asset to them, where you're just this organic piece of meat that's being used for your psionic abilities to remote view the future, to influence targets, to I don't know, interact with alien technologies or whatever. And so what's happening nowadays, or what Barbara talked about, or I mean, even Sarfati to an extent, some of it seems a little too obvious to me, and I'm wondering perhaps if it isn't what it appears to be, right? So these people, they get recruited into these modern day psionic networks, like, oh, hey, I've seen you on Twitter and you have a pretty good track record with your remote viewing, so how would you like to join this group, and we'll give you this amount of money and you'll be part of it, or whatever. And then the person's like, oh, gee golly, I'm so special, I get to be part of this thing. And then so you become part of it. Okay, but number one, now you're a controlled asset, because now you think you're on the inside and you get given this insider information about what's really going on, and you kind of see yourself as this new Moses figure, this opinion leader of the community, where now through your posts you're kind of guiding the narrative very subtly towards different narratives that you yourself have bought into, because you're now part of a thing where you've been given false info about a false narrative that you've bought into just because of your ego stroking, right? They stroked your ego, they made you feel special, they gave you this supposed inside information, and you think that that's what the picture is. So now you're the perfect disinformation vehicle. So on the surface, it looks like a psionic recruiting program, but in truth, it could be a disinformation mouthpiece gathering program. And it could actually be even worse than that, because if you think about, let's say, the Barber contacts or Greer's CE5 groups, on the surface, it looks like people out of their own volition are going out there to do contacts with these aliens in the sky, right? That's the whole idea of it. It looks like they're doing it on their own volition, not knowing that they themselves could be playing into an ultimately an alien agenda, which is to legitimize the intrusion of the alien presence into the human sphere under the guise of being an invitation. Oh, like, cool, these cool aliens are making contact with humans who are in a higher vibe space. They're raising their consciousness, they're trying to align with Christ's consciousness, and these aliens are coming down. So therefore, these aliens have to be good. They have to be the good guys if they're willing to play around with lights in the sky and so on, right? So it seems to legitimize potentially a negative alien agenda by making it seem like people are doing it out of their own volition. And okay, so even like the Barber case, right? So with the Barber thing, that's an interesting case, because supposedly it happened in the military, but as even you said, Fringe, what if the Barber team themselves were being red teamed? What if there was another group, potentially human, military, black ops, or some sort of NGO corporate kind of thing? What if they were doing a psychological operation on the Barber team themselves, making the Barber team think that they were calling down these UFOs when it actually wasn't? It could have just been a psyop. Or what if that team could have been hybrids, or actually on the side of some of these negative NHIs, and they had the Barber team trained in order to call them down? Why? Well, perhaps in order to call down different types of ET technology packages, which could be given to the Black Ops programs in order to seed certain technologies and ideas within them. And the reason why that is dangerous is because whatever is given to these black programs becomes public technology within, let's say, 30, 40, 50 years, and comes into mainstream use. So let's say that 50 years ago, aliens mysteriously, crashed a certain ship or something, which had within it technology that eventually led to 5G, AI, robotics, mind control, mind reading, implants, and so on. Well, back then, the secret government would have picked up that technology and would have looked at it and said, oh my God, it's amazing. These grays, they're being controlled through psionics, and here's how you do it technologically. And so they start using it privately within their programs for 10, 20 years. But eventually it starts filtering out, it starts filtering out into aerospace companies, and some of them decide, hey, what if we start monetizing it now that it's old news? And before we know it, Apple comes out with it, Elon Musk with the Neuralink, and 5G as part of our cell phone technologies. It gets integrated into society, and here we are now being mentally affected potentially by cell phone tower stuff, Wi-Fi stuff, being surveilled from space, and eventually we have these brain implants, which will become necessary because maybe our memories will get so bad from effects from the geomagnetic field declining, that they're like, hey, we know that dementia is on the rise, but wait, we have this Neuralink chip. You put it in your head, and we'll allow AI now to remember things for you and to think for you. So it's almost like having a mental crutch. And before you know it, you're no different from a gray. You're a slave to the technological, technocratic system, all because, why? Because these aliens allowed one of their ships to crash 40, 50 years earlier. So there's so much additional dimensionality to the thing beyond just what Barber says, beyond just, we're sent out to call in a UAP and we landed it and we retrieved it and that's it. It's so much more than just CE5 of, let's raise our vibes and call in these positive space brothers. There's so much more than that, and I think we have to put on our thinking caps and think a little bit more carefully about what the ultimate agenda could be.
And just to add to that, like, there's been a few regressions I did where I was in a shuttlecraft, and they are so protective of like their technology. Obviously, you're basically stripped nude from the beginning to the end of the situation, just because they don't want you to steal anything. But then in the shuttlecrafts, they're phasing, or they're so neurologically linked that they kind of like lose sense of their surroundings. And so they're very, very strict on putting you in the corner. You can't come near them. I once did. The hybrid almost punched me for doing that. And it's just like, it's not going to happen by accident, because they're their security level is freaking insane. It's insane. So this is why I'm like really suspicious. And of course, you could see how someone's ego could be stroked, because they're thinking, oh, I'm special because I can bring in something that's really advanced to me. No, it's because they want it to happen. Like, they're that intense on making sure that you don't touch any of their technology, anything like that, unless they want it.
Yeah. Not to mention, they are highly precognitive, so they can probably sense that, hey, later today some bad shit's gonna go down. So let's not send a ship to that particular place where all our like 10 prior ships have gone down. I mean, why would they? Why? I mean, look, if the government's doing this with the Barber's team and it's happened before and it's worked before, wouldn't you think that these NHIs would learn eventually to not go to that particular area where they keep getting brought down? I mean, come on. So yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about this earlier in Red Space, and I did mention this. I think I tagged Ginga in a post that there was just a lot of red flags for me. I don't see now these things are not infallible. They make mistakes all the time. But with their technology and with how psychic they are and how much mind control they are, I can't see this happening more than once on accident or twice. So we're saying that we have human psionic assets calling in NHI craft. The humans actually taking the craft over and bringing that craft toward a landing zone or toward some zone of interaction. I'm not saying that that's not possible, but what I am saying is it's not happening without their knowledge and consent. I don't know if these craft are manned or if they're droned, unmanned craft, maybe they're willing to throw those away. I don't know. But it all has to play into an agenda, because there's no chance, I can't say no chance, it's a very small chance that they are just letting this happen over and over again and they just have no idea, that a human is going to take over their ship and bring it to a landing zone against their will. So in my opinion, either this is our tech and they know it's our tech and they're getting red teamed. If it's NHI tech, it's for an agenda. It's for the NHI agenda. This is not happening on accident or against the will of the NHI controlling that craft. What do you all think? Is that what you guys are saying, the same
Yeah.
thing?
Well, I'm thinking there's only one other possibility left for me, which is that what Barber's team was calling in was just something that they materialized from the ethers, you could say. Because the thing is, what they're doing there, it's very similar to what you also see within the field of mediumship, spiritism, back in the 1800s, and even shamanism, where you do a certain mental thing and you call in the gods, or you invoke this entity or whatever, or you materialize some ectoplasm or something. So what if their intentions and expectations and a certain state of mind, they're actually extracting from the sea of infinite quantum possibility a particular object, that didn't even priorly exist. Maybe they're materializing an egregore or something like that. And that's sort of a thing I joked about in one of my replies to someone, that maybe they're just manifesting something that doesn't even exist. But that's more on the less probable side of things, and I think it's closer to what you just said, Fringe.
I don't know, Tom, because you just reminded me. I got a message from somebody last week who said that's exactly what's happening. I'm sorry, I forgot about it. That a lot of these orbs are actually egregores, and they're actually creating them themselves without knowing.
Egg.
Egg. And that would actually go along with that person actually being able to steer it and bring it to a location. That has to stay on the table for sure.
Yeah, and isn't it funny that the movie Sphere? I don't know if did you guys ever see the movie Sphere? So it was based on a Michael Crichton book, and it's about a mysterious underwater ship that's discovered. And they go onto the ship, and they find that when they're there, the ship has a strange warp drive that seems to have manifesting abilities. So whatever the crew was subconsciously focusing on would start manifesting around them. And one of them, funny enough, ended up being a bunch of eggs that rain down from above in the water, in this underwater station that come down. So eggs in this movie were literally being manifested by the crew of the ship. So I don't know if there's some weird synchro-mystic connection there or what, but I found that kind of funny.
Okay, since we're talking about eggs, I had a message from Nathaniel Gillis the other day. He said he's in touch with several occult practitioners just from all over the place, and they're being visited by Lamb again. And Lamb is saying it's all in the egg. It's all in the egg. Like, it's kind of creepy. Like, what's happening with the egg? Why is the egg everywhere all of a sudden?
Yeah, that's pretty weird. I don't know. If the occultists are being visited, then by Lamb of all beings, then, well, if someone never didn't even know about Lamb, never knew about Crowley and Lamb, would they still be visited by Lamb? I would say probably not. And so perhaps it is something that is only pretending to be Lamb because it appeals to their belief system, just as a possibility.
Yeah, for sure. That has to be up there. All right, you guys, we beat the asteroid thing to death. JK Philly has been very patient. He has an asteroid question, and then it sounds like we're going to be moving on to this other topic. But I'm going to let Philly fan up. If you have a question for Tom, Philly fan, we'll give you a few minutes to get that in. And we're going to be changing topics here. Philly fan, welcome to the space. Do you have a question for Tom?
Yes, thank you for inviting me to the speaker panel. I appreciate it. Yeah, a question, Tom. Thanks for the space, by the way. Are you familiar with Salvatore Pais's patent, which is called the electromagnetic field generator, a method to generate electromagnetic field, which actually was granted on 2018 with an adjusted expiration of 2037. The very first paragraph, and I'll try to summarize 3 paragraphs for you guys to keep it short. The first paragraph says this: to date, there are more than 100,000 potential dangerous asteroids which crossed the Earth's orbit. Only 11,000 as of 2016 have been cataloged. You had said a number earlier, which is probably very accurate as well. It's only a matter of time and circumstance. So that's the first paragraph. And his solution is this: in the patent, which is an extremely high electromagnetic field intensity, 10 to the 24th watts per meter squared or higher, can be generated in this patent using a conjunction of geometric assets, um, sea-based systems, using the piezoelectric effect with the Mausbayer effect, which is a recoilless emission of the gamma rays due to high frequency oscillations, which creates a cyclonic plasma shield, which can greatly amplify a produced electromagnetic field. I'm real quick, I'm almost done. His analogy of this, think of this. He puts this analogy in there for those who are not following all the, the quantum physics, etc. Think of an umbrella that's aluminized canvas, which rapidly rotates, pulsates, opening all the way up, closing slightly in rapid succession. For example, in this apparatus, picture an arrow or a bolt that shoots into the umbrella. It would actually deflect readily, not because of the momentum of the coupled rotation and pulsation, but due to the electromagnetic field induced punch provided by the electrified canvas. What do you think of this, and maybe scaled up or created in an apparatus in space to do?
Well, it seems to me like that'd be a pretty good force field generator for some sort of ship. Maybe all the ships that are going to be colonizing Mars, if they
Yes.
need protection from asteroids, they would want to have something like that. But so regarding Salvatore Pais, his approach, it's very ingenious, and his technology in general, however, it relies on very conventional physics, just crammed to the highest degree of energy possible per unit of space. He's trying to cram all his energy into a certain volume of space in order to produce relativistic effects, for propulsion and some other things. And if you listen to someone else, like let's say Jack Safrati and some others, They say that you don't actually need that much energy like that if you soften up the space-time continuum beforehand. So if you make it softer, if you change one of the variables that determines how stiff it is, so if you make it softer, then you don't need as much energy. You need less energy to have the exact same effect. So what I'm saying is, Pi's technology, it doesn't seem to acknowledge that sort of softening factor. It only wants to take a big giant sledgehammer to space time to create these weird effects. But there may be easier ways of doing it. Okay, and perhaps if we look at I don't know, UFO technologies, however they do things, it's both anti gravity and not anti gravity because they're also just reprogramming physics itself. But some of their technologies seem to soften up space time to make it more amenable to smaller energy fields that don't require like giant 27 or 10 to the 27 whatever watts
Yeah.
per cubic meter. So there's that. But it's interesting that you quoted the beginning of that patent, regarding hazardous near Earth objects, because if you think about it, if you look at the evolution of the SpaceX engines, like the rocket engines, how they had version 1, then version 2, then version 3,
Yeah.
and Musk is very proud about how quickly they've iterated over it. Well, they iterated over it so quickly that I'm starting to call into question how they did it. Is it just human expertise? Did they have some sort of super AI that they consulted, or do they is this already old technology that they're just trotting out nowadays, under the guise of development in order to make it plausible? So in other words, what I think is happening is I think black ops technology and to some degree NHI technology is going to be seeded within the human public sphere, but they have to do it solely and plausibly enough that we don't catch on to it. Okay, I think that's what's happening, and so therefore, on the current track that we're on, I think rocket engines may be outdated, let's say within 5 or 10 years. And by that point, even within the public sphere, we will have already gravity manipulation technologies. And actually, one of the easiest ways to do that plausibly and deniably is to say, oh, AI came up with it. Like Grok 10 is so smart that it told us how to make an anti-gravity engine and we built it and it actually works. Well, little do we know that technology actually comes from Black Ops program 40 years ago. It's just now being trotted out under the guise of AI having invented it. So, with the advent of AI, there's just so much secret technology that could come out in a way that no one ever questions. And the reason why that's important is because if they do admit that they had this technology even 40 years ago, then it gets into the whole like legal liability stuff about like why did
Yeah.
one aerospace company get it and
Exactly.
not another aerospace company, and so it becomes this huge legal mess, right? But AI kind of gives them a blank check to put this technology out without getting in trouble for it. And so I think that's why we would get this technology within the next 10, 20 years, just in time for a lot of these space threats and singularities and other things to start coalescing. So it's strange how you have different singularities coming up at the same time, but some of them seem to cancel each other out, right? So, for example, if you did have the decline of the magnetic field and normally a very precipitous drop in the production of calories for humanity during that time period. Well, if at the same time you also have a technological acceleration that increases the amount of calories that you can produce through vertical farming and robotics and free energy power generators to grow things, through some sort of aquaponics or something.
Sure.
Well,
Lucky
we know
box.
maybe they'll compensate and maybe we'll be okay. And we'll just have to see.
That's a good answer. As a follow-up, so you're suggesting that maybe Elon Musk or someone in the aerospace is somehow they're phasing in this they're basically using old technology and phasing in and melding the new, let's say, field technology, so that way it's almost we can't even see it with our own eyes, but it's actually right in front of our face.
Yeah, they're phasing in new field technology. That's a no pun intended, right? So, yeah, I think they're phasing it in. And so Elon Musk, like a week or two ago, he said in one of his tweets, he says like I have not only classified access to things, but I have classifications that themselves are classified. So what does
Wow.
that mean? That means he's in. I mean, and of course, like was it SpaceX is the
Hmm.
number one contractor for the DoD for DARPA, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so therefore they would be working on some of the most secret black ops stuff. And so therefore if we see the rocket technology, if we see things on the news about that technology, like that the loop tunnel in Las Vegas that you can drive
Hmm.
through, if that is public, then that's nothing compared to what they really know and what they really have. And what they really know and what they really have is something that they will be trotting out potentially in the future in times yet to come. But of course they're going to do it plausibly and iteratively there so that we think that they're just geniuses who know how to iterate, on a monthly time frame.
Great, thank you. Fingers crossed that they do inertial mass coupled with this electromagnetic shield type thing. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Philly fan. Appreciate it. So we had kind of touched on the barber stuff, so we could probably go there next. People have probably already heard me say this about 40 times in the last 2 weeks, but we'll go ahead and beat that dead horse since we have Tom in the space. It does seem to me, and I'm going to speak in general terms. I'm not naming any names. I'm speaking in general terms. There have been multiple experiencers being recruited into these programs. And it seems like Jake Barber has a program going, but then there's also a couple other programs going on behind the scenes. People in the community are being approached and they're being recruited into these programs, as they're calling them psionic assets, as everyone knows. The concerning part for me is it seems that the majority of these assets who are being recruited are old program kids. So they're old MK Ultra kids. They have that entire background going for them. And now they're adults and they're being recalled back into the program as adults. And there's just some stuff going on behind the scenes that's getting super creepy. There's also, and I'm just going to say it's a rumor for now, but there's a rumor out there that they are recruiting kids. It's my understanding that they might be using more technology than anything else. So whereas they used to use trauma, or I have memories of just being spun on some kind of table, to get me out of my body. And they used to use drugs and all these other things with MK Ultra. So it sounds like they're moving more technology based, but they might be recruiting kids. They're definitely recruiting adults. And there seems to be it seems to me that they're only recruiting people who are potentially talented in that area, but they're also program kids, and they have to be willing to go along with the accepted narrative that's being put out. So I'm incredibly concerned about it. My main opinion is if you're an adult and you have informed consent and you're aware of any risks that might, come upon your body, mind, and soul, go for it, go do it. But if you're a program kid and you're just an asset being recalled and you're still under mind control, or you're a kid, it's really concerning for me. And then I just don't understand. Well, I do understand. If you're not willing to support their narrative, then you get axed. So throw that out there, Tom, Amy, actually anyone who's up, feel free.
Yeah, go ahead, guys. I'm looking at my notes here.
Yeah, it is. It has been concerning. I kind of heard from someone that dissociation is involved during these like exercises. So that's concerning to me, mainly because when you take a backseat and you're basically like asked to kill your ego, that means you're not in the front, you're not aware of what's going on to analyze and judge. And so different reasons why this is concerning, at least in regression. So the mantids have like the most powerful psychic abilities. It's insane. It's scary how powerful they are. And so what they basically do is they force that dissociation. They like shove you aside, and it's really, really difficult to judge when they're implanting any kind of programming. And that's basically what they do. They don't, unlike the hybrids and even the grays sometimes, they don't discuss things with you. They shove you aside and they implant programming that you're like not even completely conscious of what they're doing. And so that's a problem. And that's with someone who's like kicking and screaming and really resistant. I can't even imagine the kind of damage that could happen to someone who's willingly doing that. So, and this one person talked about depression being as a symptom of what they were going through, which I understand. Sorry, can you hear my car? One second.
We cannot hear your car, Amy. My husband just said, I'm not going to say what kind of car you have, Amy, but we shouldn't even be able to hear your car. And we might have lost her. Okay, so I'll just pick up on what Amy's saying, and this has is actually multiple people now that I've come into contact with, um, where it's my understanding that they're actually even using drugs, and the drug that was mentioned to me was MDMA. Not being a user of MDMA, but experiencing it, just while on the job. Uh, that could be hazardous. So they're possibly using drugs with their assets. They're putting their assets out there to make contact with who the hell knows what. We don't even know what they're making contact with. These are potentially people who are already MK Ultra mind controlled. And it just seems to me like they're not using a lot of caution and discernment. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe these are all just grown adults and they get fully informed consent and they fill out all the medical forms and they're getting medical checks and they have doctors there and they know they're being drugged and all of that is going on and they're perfectly willing, which is, as an adult, that's their choice. But it's getting really creepy. We've seen some personalities changing overnight. This has happened in multiple cases. I'm not speaking about any one individual. And it seems like there's a narrative change. So for anyone who's been recruited into this program, their narrative changes and the personality that maybe we've known for a couple of years is going by the wayside and it seems like it's being replaced. So those are my concerns on it. I think we lost Amy temporarily, but I'm sure she'll be back up as soon as she reconnects. So Tom, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, one of the interesting things about it is the type of procedures that are used to do CE5 and barbers, for example, contact modality. Well, some of it involves meditation, okay? And meditation is fine, but the problem is there are different kinds of meditation, and some of those types of meditations are conducive for an NHI to gain control over your consciousness or to implant certain things in your consciousness. And this is something that it's a theme that I've picked up on over the years that is consistently associated with the pro gray alien disinformers. They're big on recommending certain types of meditation that makes people more susceptible to it. I mean, for example, you can go even way back to that 19 was it 87, 89 show UFO Cover Up Live, where I think it was Bill Moore pretending to be this guy named Condor, talking about gray aliens and how they're cute and how they love strawberry ice cream and how they love Tibetan music. Okay, so already back then it started this idea of grays being somehow associated with they love Tibetan music, the whole like Zen thing. And then many years later, I read the book by Courtney Brown, the guy behind the Farsight Remote Viewing Institute. And in his book, I think it was Cosmic Explorers, or it might have been Cosmic Voyages, one of the two. He talks about the Greys and how it's very important that people in the future, when the Greys make contact with humanity and we welcome them in, how we have to train ourselves in Zen meditation or transcendental meditation, and how this modality of meditation helps us connect with the Greys and allows us to experience the same kind of consciousness that they do because they are so spiritual and so enlightened. So there's this idea that meditation is this higher spiritual thing that we can do that will put us and bring us closer to the alien, the NHI sphere of things. Okay, and then we find the same thing within CE5, for example, where you go out into the desert, you form a little circle with your team, and you just meditate as much as you can. And the meditation, including visualization and upping your vibes and so on, that's supposed to call in some of these positive aliens. So you have that, and then of course the barber thing, very similar but a little more scientific, where you're wearing an EEG headband and you've got your psionic assets that are shifting into a different brainwave state, probably like theta or something like that, which is also what the Zen monks shift into when they've been scientifically tested. And that allows these assets to contact the different NHI type beings in order to call them in. So, I mean, obviously, yes, the human everyday level of consciousness isn't that close to it's not even close at all to what aliens have. But meditation does bring us a little bit closer. But the issue is that certain forms of meditation, like I said, they actually lower your consciousness and they make you more vulnerable and they make you more suggestible, as I'm trying to say. And that's the reason why in so many New Age cults, and actual just straight up cults, they do this typical thing where they have you meditate a lot throughout the day and do a lot of chanting, and they feed you a low protein diet so that your brain turns to mush, and you're doing these meditations on top of it. And what that does is it starts wearing away more and more at your volition, your free will, your discernment, your capacity for independent thought. Okay, so certain forms of meditation lead to that. They make you more suggestible, and they make you less of who you actually are. So is it any surprise then that people that enter into these NHI contact programs and they do a lot of meditation like that, they end up losing a lot of their independence of thought, and they become changed overnight, or they become a little more mush brained and a little more repeating of disinfo narratives? It doesn't surprise me in the least if they're being given disinfo, and if also their discernment and their capacity for independent thought is being worn away by certain practices that they're being made to do, and not to mention the drugs as well.
Yeah, and it's not brain surgery. If MK Ultra wants you to be dissociated, I mean, that's the entire program. They want dissociation. That's what they're aiming for. It can't possibly be good, at least in some cases. I always say if you're not in your body, something else will be. If you're not in your body, if you're not grounded, if you're not embodied, if you're not in control of your body, something else will be in control of your mind, body, and soul. Amy, we got you back up. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I was hooked up to my car, and then when I turned it off, the Bluetooth just went all wonky. I'm not even sure where I was. I know I was talking about the mantids forcefully shoving your consciousness aside, and how that's just by force, and that's just by their sheer will. So if you're like a willing participant, it is kind of, it's definitely concerning, and something I think something that people don't realize is that we're not in an isolated system. So there are influences, there's predators, like psychic predators out there who will just take advantage of the situation. And then, I've been, a lot of the regressions I've had, there's one incident where the guy, because I was remote viewing or attempting to, I'm not sure if I was good at it or not, but attempting to, that was enough to set him off. So, I was getting a lot of abuse for that. But then there was a point where I was, and by the way, you don't need to be dissociated to be telepathically communicating to them. That's another thing. Like, if they want you to hear what they want you to hear, they will force it. I've had that a few times where it's just like, I'm at a restaurant, they once punched my boyfriend. And the reason why I know is because it was the same location that I had been punched 10 years before. I asked him why. He said, "Oh, I don't know. Like, it happened overnight." And as I'm sitting there fully awake at the restaurant chit-chatting with him, they're communicating and they're threatening to hurt him more. So you don't need to be dissociated to get communication. Let's just throw that out
So
there.
then the
If they
question
want to
then would
talk to
be,
you.
why are they asking their assets to dissociate in order to get communication?
I mean, then you're like, it's like, it's almost like, especially if they're being asked like to do anything that has to do with like ego death or anything like that. It's almost like they want them to basically give up on their established programming. It's like software, like where you're wiping a program and then you're trying to put new programming in. And it's really concerning. It's one thing when it's like over time, someone starts to change their opinion. We all have that right. We should. I'm not against people like deciding over like that they just change their
Yeah,
minds
sure.
about the
New
NHI.
information, new
Right.
data, new
But
opinions.
it's just unusual when you see that dissociation is an aspect of this protocol and then someone does a 180. I see, like, all I see is you're being just, new programming is being reinserted. And so then I kind of question, are you now property of the state? Like, are you like someone's property? Then, like just with the hybrids, it's like, seriously, it's like banging my head against the wall trying to talk to them, because A, they're brainwashed, and B, even if they do have a alternate opinion, someone is going to hear that in their community and they're going to be put in their place. So, at that point, I'm like, it's pointless to and unproductive to talk to a hybrid about a lot of things. I've tried. And so, when I see someone who's kind of switched like that, same thing. Like, I'm just like, I don't know if you have agency or not, especially if you admit that you don't, and I've heard people say like that the aliens are all powerful and, you know, um, they own us. And, so at this point, you've basically given up and you've given up any hope of having any agency. And so it's hard to talk to those people as is.
Yeah, so I think that all these psionic assets, they have their different ways of getting in touch with these orbs or aliens or whatever they're actually doing. We don't really know. I think they all have their different way to go about it. I think some of them are listening to Gateway or Hemisync or something. Some of them I think are just sending a high vibe love, out to the universe. So this isn't just a blanket statement. It's more of a concern about the entire process and the program and what the ever loving F is happening behind the scenes. I mean, I'm aware of someone who would like to get out and who can't get out. So I'm going to leave that there, but that should be incredibly concerning for the community at large. This isn't. So my point is if you are approached to be recruited, it seems like a ton of people have already been scooped up, but I'm sure it's going to be ongoing because they're going to lose assets left and right. With it, nobody wants to talk about the psychosis that can come from this type of contact modality. So they're going to lose assets. They're going to be recruiting. Maybe other programs will be popping up. So if you're approached, please just be aware. Make sure you know what you're getting into before you sign on the dotted line. They love to play on the ego. They love to talk about how special we are. And I said earlier today, they might even be throwing in a national security component to it, something like that. So just beware if you're being recruited, please be aware of what you might be getting into. And again, if you're an adult and you're not a pre-programmed kid, then just, go for it if you want to. But I think there's some ethical concerns here to recruit program kids right back into the program. So that's where I'm at with it. Tom, I wanted to get to what types of meditation are safe. So there was a day I asked just our little group. In my mind, or my experience is there's this mass campaign to get everyone to raise their vibration and, send your vibes out into the universe to do CE5. So what is it that about raising the vibration and sending your vibration out into the universe that benefits the aliens? Because it's certainly not for us. Everyone, any abductee in this room knows you don't have to want contact with aliens. If they want contact with you, they're going to find you. You're already on the list. It's probably generational. It's probably been happening since you were born. So, what is it about other people who they want to raise their vibration? There's got to be a benefit for them. I would love to know what it is. And then I would like to know, Tom, in your opinion, and Amy as well, and anybody else, what are the most safe meditation techniques we can engage in, if any?
Yeah, so generally speaking, okay, so generally speaking, there are different kinds of meditations, and there's some that lower your consciousness and some that raise it. Now, what does that actually mean? One second, you know what? Because you can go ahead and go back. I need to close my window. There's this big siren outside.
All right. Amy, what are your thoughts? I know you said you were against the transcendental type meditation, which Tom actually said while you were gone. Are you aware of any techniques that doesn't cause extra tension, that doesn't cause extra access or extra vulnerability? So it's been my experience and the experience of many, many people, tons of people. I get messages every day. You start meditating, here come the NHI, and they're mostly not the good kind. Or if they are, they're pretending to be the good kind for a short time. And then next thing you know, there's shadow people in your backyard or in your kid's bedroom. So, what is it about turning on our psi abilities that is like moths to a flame? It attracts the NHI. Is there something that's safe or safer or on the safer side that can benefit us and not call attention to us, not make us extra vulnerable or give them more access that you're aware of, Amy?
Well, just on the transcendental meditation, I do know a guy who he and his sister were doing it back then, and she went into a psychotic break. She's basically a schizophrenic in a institution, and I kind of like ask him like, is that because sometimes you feel like schizophrenic people are unfairly like it's just people with a lot of insights, and he's like he shook his head because he knew where I was getting at, and he's like, no, she can't function in society. Her brain just like went wackadoo. And he said that he was starting to go down the path that she was, and then he saw what was happening to her. So his solution was to go drinking and skiing with his buddies in the Rockies, which it's funny. Like we laughed about it, but he's like, I'm not even kidding. Like I had to stop doing this meditation. Now he went on later to do Tibetan Buddhist meditation, and he's now like a spiritual leader, but he just he knew that that kind of meditation was a one ticket to loony town because it's like so and my understanding of Tibetan meditation is like it's a very active participation in your spiritual growth. In fact, like their highest, in terms of different practices they do, conscious sleep is like very important, and it's all about figuring out how to stay conscious through sleep, because they believe that in death, if you stay conscious, you can reach like you can avoid being recycled into a new life, kind of. And that's just the basics. Don't like I'm not like a Tibetan Buddhist, but so he's written books on it and stuff like that. So I think yeah, this is not a, a space to say don't meditate. I think it's important to maintain conscious awareness as you're going, and instead of just dissociate. And I've done both, and they feel very, very different. I did the dissociative stuff when I was young and stupid. And I did have some crazy, crazy stuff happening during that time. And I felt like I was basically starting to be not in my body. Um, and I know I was approaching this kind of space that it's like, it's like if you're out in nature and you come across a bear, and you shouldn't slap it. It's that kind of instinct, that self-preserving instinct that I had, that thankfully got me out of that. But yeah, it's like now I do meditate once in a while, and I make sure I don't dissociate. I don't go into this void, or I'm very, very conscious.
Thanks, Amy. Tom, I'm not sure if you heard my question. Hopefully you did.
Can you say it again?
Yeah, I was just saying that, uh, okay, I'll just make it short. Are you aware of any safer meditation techniques?
Okay, yeah. So Amy is spot on because it really does come down to dissociation versus lucidity or presence. Okay, so if a meditation increases your lucidity, your presence, if it expands the aperture of your awareness, of your consciousness, then that is good. Okay, that's good because it makes you more of who you are in your higher capacity as a sentient being. Whereas dissociation, it actually rubs away, or it pushes to the side everything about you that makes you a sentient being. So in other words, it moves you towards the state of being an automaton. Okay, so it puts you in a more dissociated automatonic state, and that's the exact reason why cults do it, why MK Ultra does it, and why a lot of these meditations recommended by the pro gray alien ET disinformers. That's why they're also for it. It's because these grays or other NHIs, they need you to step aside. They need you to give up your volition and to give up control in order for them to bypass a lot of the protection mechanisms that your higher spirit has built into you. Okay, so if you willingly give that up, then they have access to your mind, to your subconscious, to your life, and then it's if you do that too much, then it's game over for you. Okay, so yeah, I mean, no matter what these NHIs say, no matter what they promise, no matter how they make you feel, What matters in the end is, do you still have agency, as Amy said? Do you still have agency? Do you still have independence of mind? And do you still have a presence in your own body? Do you or don't you? And a lot of times these people do not, because they've given that up through beliefs in bad practices and drugs and whatever else they do. Okay, and that's pretty much what it comes down to. But it's actually even more complicated than that, because so here's why. Okay, certain meditation practices, they have an effect on your subtle energy body, your chakras, your meridians, your chi energy flow, and all that. They have an effect on that in order to almost activate it or make it more sensitive to ESP type influences, paranormal influences. Whether it's from your own spirit, your own higher self, or unfortunately, also from paranormal entities, from demons, from aliens, from other telepathic influencers. So if those ESP senses within you are activated through your meditations, you're also going to become more influenceable by telepathic persuasion from outside of you, and it's going to be tough. That's why becoming more psychic isn't all roses, because you've got more pros, but you also have more cons, and you have to have an increased level of self mastery and self control and awareness of the pitfalls to survive in this new playing field that you've just entered into. Okay, that's pretty much what it comes down to. And so some of these people, maybe inadvertently through transcendental meditation or vipassana or something like that, whatever, they end up activating some of their latent psychic abilities, and then before they know it, they've got entities coming in and poking them and prodding them during the night and giving them nightmares. And now, Fringe, I know you have a very sharp consciousness, and you're able to, for example, stay conscious even when you're under attempted anesthesia, right? So you have that, and you're probably also intuitive and psychic. So it's no surprise to me that you've had entity problems throughout your life. Okay, and other people that get into paranormal mind practices, they do become more psychically sensitive, more activated, and the issue is, a lot of these entities, whether they are demons or discarnates or aliens, they can see you. They can see your subtle energy body configuration, and they know when you have some of these senses turned on. And so if they are of the like astral troll type disposition, like internet trolls, but on the astral plane or whatever, then they're going to see, okay, you know what? We just found someone. They have the clairvoyant gift of being able to hear things. So let's just call him an asshole all day long and drive him crazy. And this person then ends up becoming the so-called schizophrenic who hears voices, but really it's because these entities have figured out that this person has a psychic vulnerability of being able to hear into the paranormal arena. And so they are able to harass them all day long, whereas someone like me, who does not have that, they can yell at me all they want, and I'm not going to hear it, and I'm okay. You know what I mean? So sometimes I wish I were more psychic, and sometimes I don't, because I know it's going to be a pain in the butt if I were to become that. But there's certain people that don't know this, and then they do these meditations, and then it inadvertently triggers within them, and then they go nuts because they get entities coming at them, and their mind just gets pried loose, and then they lose agency, they lose volition, and then eventually they lose their own grip on space-time itself. It's almost like it's like a barnacle that gets stripped off of a rock, and now it's just free floating in the water. And unfortunately, that does happen. So you asked me, Fringe, like what meditations are good to do? Well, I would say meditations that raise your awareness. Like, for example, Richard, what's his last name? Richard Haight, Haight. He has a book called The Warrior's Meditation. And it's a very simple one where all you do is you try to expand your awareness of your five senses in all 360 degrees all around you, within you, outside you, all around you. And all that does is it makes your brain shift into a higher gear of paying more attention to more things, and it grounds you more within the body, okay? And he got that from his samurai training in Japan. So he's an actual official samurai master, like a certified one. And he developed this technique during his training where, if you're in the middle of a samurai fight and you've got multiple adversaries, you're going to have to almost become psychic and be able to scan the space around you 360 degrees. So his meditation technique involves just being more aware of more around you. And that's the complete opposite of, let's say, doing a transcendental meditation technique where you're chanting this thing over and over, and by like 10 minutes into it, your mind's already turned to mush and you're dissociating and you're self-hypnotizing and you're entering this suggestible state and you don't even know what day you're in. You know what I mean? So that sort of dissociation is really bad, because that state carries over even into your everyday life after you're done meditating. So if you're meditating in a way that's very illucid, like non-lucid, then after the meditation, you're also going to carry that with you, and that's going to make you more suggestible. It's going to make your mind blank out at the weirdest times. It's going to make it more uncomfortable to start thinking sharply, and yeah, that's an all-around bad thing. Amy, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just a quick one. Something to keep in mind, like, because a lot of these people are falling for it through ego strokes. The mantids, the hybrids, the grays, all of them are intensely aware and very conscious, and their psychic abilities are so expanded that they can just manipulate other people just from hyper awareness of their environment. So you're being told to do something that is the opposite of what they're doing. So don't fall for it.
Yeah, isn't it interesting that when they have an abductee on board, they want to keep them suppressed in a trance, lacking agency, lacking volition, when they themselves are supposedly this hyper aware? I mean, would they want you to be like them, to be more hyper aware if they were positive? Well, no. I mean, it's not happening. So, yeah, I mean, they're an abductee on board who is in a trance state is in the same ballpark as someone here on the ground being told to meditate in a certain way to open themselves to gray or to NHI influences. And I think that's a major red flag.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And look, some people can get away with it, right? But when someone contacts me and says, "Hey, I am multi-plagued by NHI," one of the first things I do is say, "Stop meditating. Like, just stop. Stop putting your energy out there. It's like moss to a flame." So if you don't want them doing what they're doing, one of the best things you can do is to stop meditating. And nobody wants to hear that. Um, for some reason, we've been convinced that if we're raising our vibration and we're just putting out good intentions into the universe, we can only attract good entities. And it's just the naivete there is mind blowing to me, but it is very common for us to think that way. This entire community believes that way. Most of the community believes if you just have a good intention, you're just going to attract a good entity. So maybe we could address that as well, Tom.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a major misconception because in actuality, if you look at your own experiences or other people who've fallen into the pit, into the trap, well, a positive mindset is no guarantee of positive contact. And for me, that's an absolute fact, okay? Now, a positive mindset might be helpful. It might even be a requirement for having a positive contact. However, it does not repel negative contact, and it does not repel negatives pretending to be positive. So the imposters are out there that are pretending to be positive, that are masquerading themselves as the Ashtar Command or a loving gray or or whatever. You having a positive mindset is not going to repel that. The only thing that repels that is your awareness of the possibility and what to do about it. And the reason why that is because these entities, they're smart, they're cunning, and they are precognitive. So if they can see into the future and they can see that you are a gullible dupe who means well but doesn't know anything about negative aliens, then they have a 100% chance of ensnaring you. So therefore, they're going to approach you pretending to be whatever fits within your belief system to get you to move along. But if you're someone who is aware of such tricks, if you are able to spot the red flags, if you're at least a little bit suspicious and you're able to, quote unquote, test the spirits, as the Bible says, then these aliens are going to be able to see that, and their view of the probable future, it's going to shift. They're going to see like, oh shit, this guy is going to be onto us with a 99% probability. So why do we even bother, right? So what that means is awareness of the possibility of deception. That in itself can keep you safe to some degree because it reduces the probability of you falling for it, and therefore they're not going to come at you in the first place. That's a big protective component of it. But it does also bring up the question. Well, when people say raise your vibes and have a positive mindset, do these people even know what that means? Like, can they distinguish, for example, between a dump of neuropeptides or endorphins or morphine or something versus an actual psychic perception of an entity's intentions? If you feel good, okay, if you feel good in the presence of something, is it because only you're feeling good, or is it because you're picking up on the entity being good? See, some people don't make that distinction. They only go on how they feel, but how they feel, they can't even distinguish between chemical emotions and an actual psychic perception of benevolent intent. So there's a little bit more detail that people should drill down into, and to not take their imprecise feelings as absolute fact. And so it's that imprecision, the kind of naivete or logical fallacy or something. Those are the little things that are being exploited by a lot of these beings that are pretending to be positive. They play on so many of our cognitive fallacies and mental imprecisions that it's not even funny. Okay, and that's why I had to write my book, Discerning Alien Disinformation, which is also free on my website. I had to write that because so many people were falling for this stuff that I was like, you know what? I'm just going to lay it out there. I'm going to do a ton of research, figure out all the different patterns of disinformation that are being used by NHIs, and I'm going to put it into an organized list so that people can go through it, compare it to their own, favorite sources or their own experiences, and start to question it. Okay, that's why I did that, to make people think. And yeah, so there's that. And then there's also the question, well, if you're going to do a CE5, okay, if you're going to raise your vibes or whatever to try to contact positive beings, have you ever stopped to think about why would a positive alien even contact you when you're doing that? Like why what would their motivation be for doing that? And if you start thinking through it, you start realizing that, oh, you know what, maybe I shouldn't be doing that. And the reason why I say that is this, okay? Let's say that you're someone who doesn't know anything about negative aliens. Okay, so you're like a big Stephen Greer fan. You believe that all aliens are positive, that if they crossed the depths of space and they were advanced enough to get here, they have to be morally advanced, so therefore all aliens are good. Okay, that sort of reasoning. So you go out into the desert with your team, you raise your vibes, and you try to call down aliens, you try to get a sign. Now, if you were a positive alien flying around up there in your ship, whatever you're doing up there, scouting or something, and you pick up on the signal, the question is, do you flash your lights at this person or not? If you do flash your lights at this person, here's what's going to happen. That person, for example, could become hooked on the idea of aliens up there, and they're going to want to contact anything and everything up there from now on. And maybe you won't be there to protect them the entire time. You won't be there to always flash your lights, but there will be other aliens, other alien factions who will see that, who are not positively intentioned, and who will probably respond to that invitation by taking over that person's mind and life and steering them towards a path of becoming, let's say, a disinformation mouthpiece. So by you signaling to them, you would actually be encouraging them to take candy from strangers, essentially, right? So maybe it'd be better if you, as a positive alien, do not give that sign in order to not lead this person on and kind of lead them into a potential trap. Now, if the person, however, was fully aware of the negative alien agenda and how to discern between this and that, and if they are on the path of serving the intellectual and spiritual upliftment of humanity, okay, you know what? Maybe then, sure, you could give them a little morale boost by showing yourself to them, right? And then maybe they'll be like, oh my God, my helpers are up there, but no big deal. I'm just going to do what I keep on doing. I'm going to keep sticking to truth and discernment and helping people get educated about the subject. Then it's not going to be a big deal if they shine a light at you. But if you're just some naive person who just is in it for the entertainment or the thrill seeking or whatever, the curiosity, then really there's no practical or logical reason why an actual positive alien group would respond to that. And that's why I think the majority of cases are either just egregores that are being called into existence, or perhaps negative groups that are dangling a little bit of bait. Because here's the problem. The problem is we also have the hitchhiker effect, right? People do these CE5 contact attempts, and they might get a light in the sky, they might get some stuff flying around, and then they come home, and in the coming weeks and days, their daughter or their son might start getting dreams about aliens, and they see orbs flying around their home and other weird paranormal things. And that in itself isn't too bad. What is bad, however, is if the presence keeps sticking around and keeps taking over your life more and more and guiding you towards meeting this person and connecting with that person. Oh, and that person there believes that the Greys are good, and oh, and this other person believes it too. And now you're actually part of a secret team created by the Greys to welcome them, to preach their word, to don't be like the 12 apostles for Jesus Grey or something, some sort of crazy thing like that. The hitchhiker effect is almost like a foreshadowing of a deeper form of manipulation in your life that you have to watch out for. A kind of orchestration, an artificial synchronistic orchestration of your life to eventually lead you into a state where you end up serving the alien agenda more and more. And it all hinges on you being unaware of how they operate, what the agenda could be, how to spot their discernment stuff. And so that's why it's important to be aware of that, to think about it, and to, I don't know, maybe check out my Discerning Alien Disinfo book and see if there's anything in there that gives you a heads up on any sort of red flags that are happening to you.
And then, oh, sorry, French.
No, go ahead, Amy.
So something else to bring up in mind. So on board, as I said before, if they don't need your cooperation, and you're giving them trouble, they'll just knock you out, do whatever they want. But if they need your active cooperation, something, or consent or something, they go through a manipulative strategy. And I'm not sure if this is just like textbook psychopathic, manipulative, narcissistic behavior, or if it's just their protocol. But basically, what they're going to do is they start off very gentle. They don't want to raise up your alarm, um, your red flags. So they're going to play on your ego. In anything they do, it could be a little task to, something major that they want you to do. And then they kind of like, they're hoping to trap you then. Like that's their objective. And they'll even basically manipulate your emotional response, and you'll think it's yours. It's not, especially if it's like a lot of, like almost like a sledgehammer of emotions. Kind of try to discern whether that's yours or not, because that's typically what they do is they like, it's like a sledgehammer to your heart is basically what they're just trying to manipulate your response to their uh, like agenda, their objective. So if you don't fall for that and you just hate them to your very core, which is me, what they're going to do next is go into what I call like a soft fear campaign. And it's basically they're going to stay calm because, again, they don't want to raise your alarms off. They're basically going to tell you you're going to have no choice. And that's very like demoralizing, if you think about it, especially since they're so technologically advanced. And there was one incident where I was in the heat of my research applying forensic techniques. They just it was I was getting a science degree, so they really like they wanted to like demoralize me. And so they did a whole demonstration. They must have set it up because I was in my friend's place with a big living room, and the guy was like, there's only one of you, there's a lot of us. And he started to bring down hybrid after hybrid. Like there ended up probably 6 of them in the room, and he could have kept going if that room was big enough, because he wanted to demoralize me. He wanted to make me feel like I have no choice. So it's their next. Then they'll go into a hard feared campaign where they basically begin to threaten you, your physical comfort, physical well-being, your friends and family, um, basically because you're not getting trapped and they're just getting pissed at this point. Um, if you don't fall for that, then they're going to start to do physical abuse. First at you, then they'll begin to target friends, family, and I know several people, including you, Fringe, I think, that lost a dog. So they'll attack pets and everything. So just keep that in mind, especially because I don't know if the psionic program is mainly just my lab stuff or if the NHR are at all involved, but do keep in mind that kind of like manipulative protocol they have in place. And just because I did see it during COVID, um, beginning of 2021, because it started, if you look back at it, it started very soft and then it got harder and harder. Thankfully, aside from I think there was a few videos of military men getting tackled down and forced injection. I haven't seen it anywhere else, thankfully, but that's they there was a lot of fear campaigning, but it started very, very soft. So just don't fall for it right away. And that's when if you hold back and there seems to be an aggressive response, then you need to like kind of watch what's going on a little more carefully. That's a good way to discern, I think.
Yeah, Amy, that's actually exactly what happened to me. And I hear this story a lot. If you're an abductee, as long as you're going with the program, and this isn't 100% because there are horror stories, with people who are being fairly cooperative. But generally speaking, what can happen is abductees who just go along with the Space Brothers narrative, and maybe we're helping them with their genetics or what have you, all the nonsense. They're treated a little bit better. And then once you start pushing back on the narrative and you kind of figure out, wait a minute, this is not what's happening. That's when the abuse really started with me. And I've heard that now from multiple people. Could you speak to that, Amy?
Yeah, it's very common from what I hear. And yeah, they'll try anything they can to get your cooperation, um, and play on your like can-do attitude. Fringe and I, we discussed it. I'm fairly selfish. Anytime I'm asked to do something, it's always do I want to? Like even with them, like and I'm the youngest child. I'm just playful mentality all around, so it's definitely hard for them to get me to do anything on board. But yeah, it, it just to me it says a lot about their society as a whole, not including everything they do to me and others. It just says a lot about where they stand because they actually advocate for this kind of behavior. Um, because as they see it, if a hybrid has an uncooperative project, um, that hybrid looks bad to the community. And so that socially pressures the hybrid to be harder on the project so that they don't look bad. So it's the whole society is just rotten from within in terms of how they treat abductees. And yeah, you're going to be treated better if you're not pushing back, but you're going to be doing stuff potentially that is going against your moral aptitude too. So
Thanks, Amy. I also want to bring up this topic, Tom, before we move on. Unless you had something else, were you coming out with something else, Tom?
Yeah, I do. But did you want to introduce the next thing first, and then I'll jump in, or let me know.
Well, it might. Let's see where you're going first. I can save this.
Okay, yeah. So one last thing I wanted to say about this topic is that sometimes people consider themselves psychic or psionic or whatever. They've got psychic abilities, or they consider themselves intuitive, and therefore they say, "Well, I can tell whether an alien or an entity that I'm connecting with is positive or negative, hostile or benevolent, because I'm psychic and I can tell that." But I would question it because not all psychics are the same, and there's actually different kinds of ESP abilities or ESP perceptions, and some of them are more reliable in that regards, and some of them are actually liabilities in that regard. So to give you an example, all right, let's say that you're someone who has a slight schizophrenic disposition. Maybe it runs in the family or something. But anyway, something about you is a little bit more psychic than the average person, but an entity can pick up on that and uses that as an inroads to feed you visuals. Right, so you get visuals in your mind that are not your own, but that are actually coming from this entity, and is able to do that because you're just slightly sensitive enough that it can happen very easily. So some people, they start relying on this ability, and they might even become psychics or mediums or something where uh, they translate the images that they see in their mind. They don't know where those images are coming from. They just consider it their intuition or their higher self or their spirit or something. But little do they know it's actually a discarnate entity in this particular case that's feeding them these sense impressions. Okay, so for all intents and purposes, as far as we know, hey, this person is a medium. He's a or she's a psychic. They have abilities that we don't have. Well, but does that guarantee that this person is discerning? Does it mean that they can tell who's positive or negative? And the answer is no, and that's because their psychic abilities are not full featured. It's very narrow band, and it's only limited in this particular case, let's say, to visual images, which are very, very easily transmitted and spoofed by an entity, even a low-level entity like a discarnate or a demon or something. Sometimes they can do that sort of thing, but the point is, sometimes these entities they can spoof that information, and it'll lead to false psychic impressions whenever it is convenient for the entity. So if it depends, if it is regarding some alien thing, like if this person becomes, let's say, a psionic asset, right, and they connect with something, Well, little do they know that they actually have had an alien the entire time feeding them images. And so if the entity gives the thumbs up towards this particular craft or whatever out there being positive, well, the person thinks, hey, my intuition says this thing is positive, but it's actually not, because it's a false kind of psychic impression. Okay, so that's one example. Another example is simply a remote viewer who means well, has abilities, is able to solve very ordinary like cases, like murder cases, or correctly remote viewing different targets and test images, right? Well, they start remote viewing a particular alien base or the Roswell incident or anything to do with the NHIs and the NHI agenda, and all of a sudden these NHIs, they can pick up on that. They know when they're being pinged or when they're being surveilled, and if they're good enough, they can start telepathically transmitting stuff back. And if the remote viewer isn't doesn't have a lot of self-awareness about the process and where their impressions come from, they might fall for that spoofed remote viewing impression data and start sketching it out, and maybe even other members in their team they're also getting telepathically transmitted to. And so you might have 3 4 people getting very similar sketches that they're making that might say like, oh, it's a gray alien and he's here to, I get the impression that they're here to help humanity evolve or something like that, just to give you an example. And so what's happening there is that there is not enough of a firewall or protection mechanism or discernment mechanism around the remote viewing data being drawn in. Okay. And also, even if it's a blind target, like where you're just given a set of coordinates or numbers and you don't even know what the target is, the aliens, they still have precognition, so they can still look into the future and see what the target ends up being, and then use that to defeat false data. So those are 2 examples of people who might consider themselves intuitive or psychic, where their impressions can be counterfeited by the entity in question. And so that's why being psychic isn't always a guarantee of knowing who's positive or negative, and that's why you have to be a little bit more positive or more careful about it. Now, there are cases where you have access to an even higher level of ESP perception, which, I mean, hell, the Christians would probably call it the eyes of spirit, or the power of the Holy Spirit or something. It's sort of a divinely sanctioned higher divine spiritual intelligence that objectively tells you if something is benevolent or not, is true or is false. It's like almost like a higher supernatural divine kind of intuition. And that level, that sort of thing, I think is way more reliable than just visual images in the mind of a standard psychic or medium or something, or even a remote viewer. So the only reason why I'm saying this is because you could have psychic A, psychic B, psychic C, and only psychic C would be able to see through deception, while psychic A and B will not, because they haven't developed their abilities far enough yet with enough discernment in order to get through that sort of spoofing mechanism.
And Tom, I think a lot of times there's a lot of ego there. I won't pick out any one person, but the starseed community seems to think that they're here to save the earth. They're going to ascend to 5D, and if they just raise their vibration. And by the way, that also means pretending that there's no evil in the world, or looking the other way. If they just raise their vibration, number one, they think they're only going to come into contact with negative entities. But number two, they think that they are psychic and intuitive enough to be able to tell the difference. And to me, if you have the confidence that you can tell the difference 100% of the time, you're deluding yourself. Um, I think the people who can say, yeah, you know what, I can get tricked. That's how good they are. Those are probably the people who are more grounded in their actual discernment than someone who thinks they cannot be fooled because they themselves are, I guess equivalent to the NHI, because we know how powerful the NHI are. So in order to be a human who um, has 100% discernment at all times, you'd have to be at that level. Or like you said, Tom, they call, gifts of the Holy Spirit, I suppose is what it's called. That's a possibility as well. But it seems like we have now, as a community, equated psychic ability with spirituality. So before we exit this topic, I'd like to get to that. Just because you're psychic does not mean you are spiritual. They're two different things. So just because you're getting visions, or you get messages, audio messages or visual messages or anything like that, has nothing to do with the core of your being and how spiritual you are. And maybe you could touch on that, Tom, before we leave this topic, and then we'll get to Tiff and Sarah and make sure there aren't any questions pending.
Yeah, they are two different things. I mean, at some level, they are more intertangled or intermingled. But for the most part, you can be a very spiritual person who's not psychic at all, and conversely, you can be very psychic but not spiritual at all. And the reason why that is because your psychic ability, it depends a lot on your etheric anatomy. To put a term on it, okay, it depends on your etheric anatomy. I mean, just as your physical anatomy is responsible for you being able to see, your etheric anatomy, your subtle energy structure, is responsible for you being able to pick up on extra sensory perceptions. And just as having eyes does not make you a good person, same as having these etheric eyes does not make you necessarily a spiritual or positive person. And that's the reason why even like black magic exists. That's why there are people that are essentially psychopaths, that are predators, that have psychic abilities, that go around acting as energy vampires, using their gifts, their occult gifts, to deceive people, feed upon them, summon demons and manage entities. And it's a lot of dark stuff. It's because psychic abilities are not dependent necessarily on you having a good vibe, as the New Agers would say. However, there are certain types of psychic abilities, as you mentioned, like the eyes or the gifts of the Holy Spirit, the eyes of spirit, the things like that. Yes, those things depend on your inner level of divine attunement, I guess you could say. But then there's other things that are just straight up like having your third eye open or being able to get visual images or precognition that are not dependent on that at all. Amy, did you want to go?
Yeah. So I have like a personal experience in my 20s. I was very, very knee deep, or honestly head deep into the new age everything. I was just doing meditation, crystals, the whole shebang. And I was like definitely at my highest in terms of, the positivity and only thinking about like my intentions, my positive intentions, and just like, shoving everything else under the rug, pretending it didn't exist. And during that time, I was still, this was before I understood fully my history as an abductee, but I was still having conscious memory of being abused and attacked, all sorts of things. S- And during that time, I was envisioning, because I was, testing the law of attraction thing. And so I was envisioning of getting a high rise, fancy, luxurious apartment in NYC. I was in Chelsea at the time. And I ended up getting that apartment. No one knew that I wanted it. This was like, so it was a and the way I got it was just like miraculous. And so people would think that I was, oh, so positive and, just getting what I wanted and, psychically amped. And my energy was like just definitely vibing. Um, and I did it without drugs or anything. So it was definitely like me, not drugs doing this. And still, they're still, so it's almost like opium, for the masses, that idea that you have to just have these strong vibes and you'll only attract goodness. No, that's not it. That's not spiritual development. It's just basically opium, like spiritual opium. But it's not true spiritual development, which takes time, and sometimes years of just looking within you. And it's not a fun process, I'll tell you that. I'm sure a lot of people here know.
Thanks, Amy. Tiff, Sarah, you guys got anything on this topic before we move on?
Not on
Anything
this
from you,
particular
Sarah?
topic, no.
Is there anywhere you want to go from here, Tiff?
I'm waiting till we get into more of the Hathor and the mind control and stuff like that.
We can do Hathor next. Sarah.
Oh no, I'm excited for Hathor. I'm excited. I'm learning a lot. So I really appreciate Tom, Amy, Fringe, Tiff. Like I'm learning a lot and I appreciate everything. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. We've covered all these topics before, but I think it's important just to touch on them all again. Oh, I think it's important to touch on them again over and over and over. We should just have a space every single month on these same topics because these are the ones that affect us the most. These are the ones that seem to affect the community the most. So yeah, we have
Especially right
Hathor.
now, right?
Yeah,
Like with
right
all the
now.
psionics
Right now.
specifically.
It,
It's
it's
it's like
huge.
a little bit of an MK Ultra, but it's open source now, as it feels
Yeah,
like.
open source MK Ultra, and come be my psionic asset where I'm going to ask you to dissociate like they do in MK Ultra. And oh, by the way, you might have also been a program kid, but we're not going to talk about that part. Call in the aliens for us, which may or may not be aliens. They might be egregores. They might be our own tech from Raytheon. And if they are aliens, they're probably not the good guys. So what are we doing? Like, what is this? What is the motive? What is the agenda? What is the narrative they're pushing? I can tell you the narrative they're pushing. The narrative they're pushing is that these, let's see if I can put it a little bit more simple. They want to hear about the aliens being the good guys and how we are the bad guys. So the humans are bad, the aliens are good. That seems to be the agenda. If you're not willing to toe that line, you're not going to last too long in this psionic asset program. So, yeah, what's the bigger agenda? Does anybody want to give us some ideas on that? What do you think, Tiff? What are they doing? No, not Tiff. Sarah, what do you think they're doing?
I don't know. I am not sure. I'm curious. There. Okay. So interest. Another thing that Jack Sarfati was in a space 2 nights ago, and while he was in that space, he said something along, or maybe it wasn't that. No, I think it was. Anyway, he said something along the lines of like, the gods. Something about the gods are manipulating everything. And I wasn't able to get a, like I wasn't able to do a follow up or go deeper with this. But my question to you is what do you think, Tom, Amy, Tiff, Fringe, regarding him saying, and he had it in this sense. He said it like this. He said that, hold on, I want to actually just get this somewhat down. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my notes. He said Trump was no accident. He said that he is that it's no accident that he's the president right now. It's all happening from the NHIs. It's all happening back from the future, from the gods, the manipulators. Who's really the boss? Question mark. I mean, he has me spinning right now. So I'm sorry I keep bringing him up, but I'm curious if it's okay with you guys if I ask that.
Oh yeah, that's where we're going next, Sarah. I'm all about that. I think the same exact thing. So let's hear from Tom and Amy on that.
Okay, well, I guess I'll go first. So the question is about, were we asking Sarah about Trump specifically and what Sarfati had said about it and these gods in the future? Is that what you're wanting input on?
Well, I guess like the overall, because he was mainly saying like, in my opinion, he's saying like you don't even realize like it's not like it made it sound like we technically didn't vote him in. It wasn't like a coup in the Democratic Party to vote him in. There wasn't any kind of like political stand. It sounded like it was more out of our hands, more NHI related. Like that's why Trump is. Oh, he also said that his uncle, John Trump, stole the Tesla papers.
Right.
So right before he stated this, he said that. So it made it just sound like this was out of our hands and something bigger
So
was
like
at
it's
play.
orchestrated, Sarah. Not that he wasn't voted in, but it was orchestrated. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yes. Yes. I don't mean in the sense of like someone stole the election or
Right.
something. Like,
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean? I
Yeah, I get it.
I don't, and that we physically, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course. I mean, this is something that I've been kind of tracking for how far back? Since 2017, at least, when it started dawning on me exactly a scenario sort of like this. Not necessarily that things are being controlled by beings from the future, but that the NHI agendas, and I say agendas with an S because I think there's more than one, that they are the ultimate. Well, okay, so other than the infinite creator and all that divine stuff, the NHI level is that the main puppet master of things that are happening in terms of geopolitics and current events and politics and so on. Not down to every single little tiny micro detail, but the general thrust of it. And so I started looking into Trump and his associates and everything going on with that. And it's very interesting because a lot of it traces back to Nikola Tesla, the Manhattan Project, the Philadelphia experiment, the Technocratic Society, or whatever it was called, that Elon Musk's was a grandfather in Canada was part of. In other words, so if you guys remember in ufology back in the 1890s, there were those mystery airship sightings. And, it's a mass UFO sightings by people seeing these, what looked like almost like Zeppelins, but they weren't quite Zeppelins because they moved too fast, and they were glowing and they had other weird properties. But what that tells me is those were not NHIs. Those were actually the earliest of the early black ops amongst human governments, experimenting with secret technologies. Okay, and this was back in the 1890s. And during that time, that's also when spiritualism or spiritism, like medium stuff, Ouija boards, seances, theosophy, research into the new field of electricity and its occult applications. That's when all that stuff was going on. And only a couple decades later, that didn't go away. It only got worse. Like it compounded, and you had all these different corporations, secret societies, compartments of governments that were starting to delve into very shady, secret, arcane technologies that the public didn't know about. And that pedigree of this whole like secret black ops side of things, that became increasingly entrenched over time until eventually after World War II, the Nazis were brought over and they added to that mix, and then Werner von Braun, he's part of that. And all that is what Trump's lineage through John G. Trump, who was a professor at MIT who specialized in high voltage electricity and radar invisibility. Those were the two things that were involved in the Philadelphia experiment, by the way. He was involved in something like that, and he was also in possession of Nikola Tesla's secret papers. And then, of course, there's these other people that picked up on the possibility of this weird like time travel stuff involving Trump and those Baron Trump books from Ingersoll Lockerwood. I mean, that just some crazy synchronistic stuff going on there. And what it tells me is that the main faction or main thrust, okay, that's behind Trump's agenda nowadays and the whole entire course for the past 10 years, if not before that, I do believe that it is being orchestrated by what I call the dark state. Not the deep state, but the dark state. Okay, the deep state is just the unelected bureaucrats who, well, okay, so not all of them, I mean, technically speaking, the deep state is just the unelected bureaucrats, and some of them are, relatively benign or neutral or whatever. But there's a lot of them that are taking advantage of things, stealing tax dollars, as we've seen through USAID, for example. That whole like corrupt component of it, that's all surface level, and that's all stuff that is easily used as a kind of red herring to do away with in order to prop up an even deeper agenda, which I call the dark state agenda. And what the dark state is, that is the deepest, darkest parts of the military-industrial complex, as well as different secret societies that are involved with that have higher knowledge, higher technology, and very long-term planning and agendas. And what that agenda is, it's ultimately an NHI agenda. So I do think that the different NHI agendas that are out there, and I don't know if you want to divide them up into, let's say, the mantid, gray, reptilian type stuff versus the other ones which are more humanoid looking. Who knows? Maybe that's a naive way of dividing it up. But anyway, there are different agendas, and I do think that within the human sphere, within the Black Ops military industrial complex sphere, certain compartments of that, because it's all very compartmentalized, certain compartments of that are aligned with one of those NHI type factions, and there's other compartments that are more aligned with the other ones. And I think there's been a power struggle between them ever since probably the 1950s, back when supposedly our shadow military made different kinds of deals with different alien factions. And that's when supposedly the more human-looking ones were kicked out of having access to North American geographic space to operate in, and they had to go more covert. And you'll find that in like different contactee accounts from around that time, how these people were told that hey, we got to leave, like something has changed. And sure enough, they picked up their stuff and left. And after that, the contact was only remote and distant. But the point is, I think there's been a power struggle between these factions. However, the power struggle has shifted, and now we are definitely on the track of one particular NHI agenda, which is what I mentioned at the beginning of the space, which is the more of the human-looking alien type agenda, which, as I said, even if some people consider them positive, that particular track is going to lead to a lot of things that we would consider negative in the sense of authoritarianism, possibly even like fascism, eugenics, AI use, technocracy, a more controlled society. Those are all things that we would consider bad, even if from a higher perspective, it's a good thing in the sense that it assists human survival through a very challenging time. So that's sort of my bird's eye view on it. But yeah, I mean, feel free to disagree because I'm just sort of giving my speculations on it.
And then from that point, you have what Sarfati was saying was basically going on to say that so he it isn't whatever he got here, whatever, but also like, and then there are the gods, which I think then could link us into Hathor, and so that's where I think I wanted to shift it to, if that's okay. So and then he asks the question, who really is in control?
Yeah, well, the gods. What does the gods even mean? Is it Do we call them the gods only because we are like primitive monkeys, like a cargo cult, and little do we know they're just aliens, just entities. They're not even gods, but we call them gods because we're that primitive? Or are they actually gods with a little g, in the sense that they are these supreme beings that have mastery over space, time, and they might as well be gods? And the answer to that, I think, is it's a little bit of both. Um, in that they could be beings that have a lot of power, but all in all, they probably are not gods. Okay, I think they're just a little bit further up the chain of evolution. Not spiritual evolution, like in sense of being better beings, but just technical, like psychic evolution, I guess you could say, would have more power, maybe more technology, and they're able to do more things than us, and so therefore they would come off as these all powerful beings, when actually they do have a lot of limits, and they don't know everything, and they probably squabble amongst themselves, and so therefore they're not really all that godlike. But regarding Hathor, okay, if you go back in time to the earliest mythology about Hathor and where she came from, I mean, you would have to go to Egyptian and a little bit before that. But the point is that an entity nowadays can call itself Hathor, but it doesn't mean that it's the original Hathor. It doesn't have to be that Hathor. It can just be an entity calling itself that, maybe emulating some of its features, in order to ride on the coattails of the mythological charge that is associated with that name. Just as they do in the New Age lore by calling themselves Commander Ashtar. Like, ooh, is this good-looking blonde guy in a blue bodysuit? Okay, well, is that really what? Is there really a being like that out there? Maybe not. Maybe it's just a big ploy. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, what if Hathor, as we know it nowadays, in terms of certain appearances of the lady being hailed as Hathor, well, what if it's not Hathor? What if it is something else that we put that label onto in order to kind of put it on more of a pedestal than it actually is? It's just like the internet, okay? Just like the internet. So there's a whole joke about the internet where you think you're talking to some little girl or something, but it's really a fat hairy guy with a beard on the other end because you don't know. Well, exact same thing in the channeling field and in the contactee field. Like if you're not that talented about being able to discern through deceptive guises, it could be anything. It could have been a fat hairy dude who died and is now a bored ghost on the other side, and just happens to have figured out how to psychically transmit images into your mind. You know what I mean? Like, and if it calls itself Hathor or some big thing, then, and if you buy into it, then this entity has got you. It has got you. So that doesn't mean that the lady isn't Hathor. I'm just saying that there's a potential that the Hathor label isn't necessarily one-to-one synonymous with some of these entities that are here nowadays being given the label of Hathor.
And just to add, like, I mean, whether it is or not, I think people need to just be careful with, you know, labels and assuming things, because what you really want to do is just pay attention to what that figure tells you, what they communicate. Um, you know, it has nothing to do with what that entity calls itself. You should never go by that label. Pay attention to how they act and how they speak over time. And also, you know how, like, when you're on a date with someone, um, don't be too easy. Like, don't give it up on the first date. Make them work for it. Take some time, ask some questions. Like, just do that at the very least if you're gonna, communicate with these entities.
I don't think there's a lot of questions with Hathor, Amy. I think she just takes over with mind control and that's it. Like, it's over. Mind control Hathor. And it's an excellent point that Tom and Amy are bringing up. And a lot of times when I'm talking about Hathor, I say things like, well, if you listen to Bledsoe, and look, we can't say that Bledsoe's getting the greatest information, right? But if you listen to Bledsoe, all of these sightings of the lady, it's all the same being. It's all Hathor and the many other names that she goes by. I said this morning in Red Space, I said, I understand that we feel like we're missing the divine feminine out of this entire equation. But if I'm going to embrace the divine feminine, it's not going to be Hathor. Yeah, she's not for me. But everybody has to make their own decisions. Tiff, what did you want to weigh in about Hathor?
Well, I think that I might be wrong, but when they're talking about Hathor in these regards, I just don't feel like it's the same Hathor. I even made a post kind of like trying to say gently that it seems like these apparitions, these lady apparitions, come with meeting small luminous beings, usually before or like in the Fatima even. There was an angel that talked to the children, prepared them for the vision. And Bledsoe, he saw the little light beings with the red eyes. And there seems to be like a common synchronicity of small luminous beings along with this lady apparition. And yeah, I mean, I've never met Hathor personally, but I do a lot of spirit work with her, and her path is not similar to what is being projected out from the experiencers. She's more of like a primordial, like more chaos, I guess. And this lady, I don't know if it's maybe a way for these beings to interact with like that maternal presence. Like maybe that's what the safest route for them to communicate, possibly. I don't know.
Yeah, they could just be hijacking the archetype and letting it roll. I think Diana Pasolka in her last interview was mentioning that some of the appearances in the Vatican archives were also coming along with these small beings, the kind I think that Bledsoe has seen. What do you guys think about? Go ahead, Tiff.
Oh no, no, I've never met the lady, but I have met some luminous beings, and they showed me an apocalypse movie. So it's like I don't know. I think it might depend on the person they're interacting with. Maybe if they need a divine feminine, in between.
Yeah, I don't know. She downloaded herself into my body, and she had to be exercised. So I'm not a
What do you
fan.
mean by that? Just out of curiosity.
So I was awake. I was in the shower, and the very first thing that happened it was super weird, but a bunch of scales or like a snake skin um, fell off of my body and into the shower floor. And then this female entity, beautiful, blonde, high cheekbones, updo, very regal looking, just literally downloaded itself, like came inside of my body. She came from up above me. So I kind of perceived that she might be tall, but now that I think about it, she kind of just, because she came from up above, I might have had the perception she was tall, but maybe she wasn't. But she literally downloaded into my body. Like she came into my body and she was there for days. I want to say it was at least 3 days. I could feel her in my body. And I instantly thought, oh my gosh, was that an alien that came into my body? And what does that word even mean? I probably didn't even know at that time. But she was in my body for like 3 days that I could perceive her. And then after that 3 days, off and on, she has come, she's been inside my body and looking out of my eyes. And I can feel her in there. And then when I went to Deliverance, they could see her in there. And so it was super creepy. She was in there. I was actually speaking for her during the Deliverance. And yeah, I was not a fan. I'm not a fan. If that's Hathor, if that's the lady, I don't care what it is. get out of my body. I don't want you in my body. This body does not belong to you. I'm not sharing it with you. And, just get out. You can leave. So that was my experience with the supposedly the lady. I mean, she definitely looks like the pictures and stuff out there. Who knows what it was? I don't know what it was. I do know that the lady runs in my family. My father, my biological father, was involved with her. Again, the archetype of that entity, he was involved with her. He was also involved with another entity called Danino, which is just fake baby Jesus, fake baby Jesus. And yeah, so there's a whole history there. But
So your dad like unlocked these things you think are attached to you. Do you know if you have an implant? I'm sorry, I'm just
no,
curious.
no, you can ask anything you want, Tiff. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't feel like I do. I don't know. But
Because I told you I had that thing about Strieber, but I have met an entity with high cheekbones and like long white hair, but they had a serpent bottom. They were a naga. So I wasn't sure if
oh, well,
like
guess what fell off of my body before
that's
she
exactly when you
downloaded
said
was
that,
serpent
yeah.
scales. So super interesting. Yeah. It was so insanely creepy. I can't even explain to you. You guys, I'm wide awake. I'm in my right mind. I do not do drugs. I very rarely drink. I am not on any medications. I am not under psychiatric care. This happened broad daylight. Well, I don't know what time of day it was. I shouldn't say that. But wide awake status. It happened.
I wonder if the water has something to do with it because I did jump out of the pool once and had a female entity come into my body and she wanted me to like, say a message or something and I didn't follow through. She had me walk outside of my house. I sat under a tree and she was telling me like about an invasion and how I need to tell people that things aren't right. And once she realized I wasn't going to do anything, she started crying and left.
Did she actually leave? Oh, I want to throw out there too. I was praying when this happened. Super
I
creepy.
was swimming.
Bledsoe was also praying when he did not meet the Holy Spirit, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe I end up being wrong about that. I don't think so. Instead, he meets Hathor. Um, yeah, I'm just not about it. But you know what? I'm not about any of these entities. I'm not about their interference, them downloading themselves into my body with whatever they perceived as consent somehow. I don't know, maybe not. I'm just not about contacting entities, inviting them into our realm. Heaven forbid all of this CE5 is actually somehow through quantum physics allowing them to interfere with us even more, or coming more into our reality, giving them some kind of permission or consent. Maybe the majority, maybe they need a majority consent or something weird. I don't know. I am not about contacting entities. Yet here I am, still getting a ton of contact from entities. So, I'm sure I also have a bias in that way. I've had a lot of experience. I've watched them change right before my eyes. I've watched them try to pretend that they were good and they really weren't. So it's easy for me to look from the outside at someone else's experiences and say, yeah, no, guess what? That happened to me yesterday. It's not true. Now, could I be wrong in some cases? I could be. Maybe I sometimes judge too quickly, but it's actually the safer and more prudent way to be, in my opinion. I'd rather be wrong about a benevolent, truly benevolent entity, because they're not going to hold it against me, than be wrong about a negative entity pretending to be positive. And that's just where I'm at. That's my stance. That's for myself. Yeah, so we'll see. That's my experience with Hathor. Where else were we going? Or maybe Hathor. Tom brings up a perfect
Uh,
point.
I wanted to I wanted to quickly add, I don't know, this might be unrelated, but sometimes what the hybrids do on board is when they're wanting to sort of get you to lean on their side, um, they're going to get physically close and then they're going to project, or they must be like expanding their aura or something into your body, and they just hold it there for as long as it's possible. And it just sort like it really screws up your mind, because you're kind of it's hard in that moment to decide which is you, which is the person that's doing this. And so I was wondering, Fringe, is it like similar? Like you felt like someone was like trying to mesh with your etheric energy or
Hmm.
whatever? Sorry, I don't have great
No, and
words
I'm
for
not
that.
sure I have the words for it either. I saw her. I mean, visually saw her. just, I don't know how to explain it. Gosh, I wish I could explain it better. It was through the top of my head. Like she downloaded into my body, not just into my mind or into my brain. She herself came into my body. Man, I'm listening to what you're saying about that meshing. I don't know if it's the same. I really don't. I wish I had better words for it. But yeah, she just came from the top of my head down into my body and settled in. And she was there for days. She was looking out of my eyes. She was thinking her own thoughts. She was very cunning, very intelligent. I would not say she was inherently benevolent. Um, yeah, I don't even know. I'd have to think about it even for a minute. I didn't, man, at first I thought, oh my gosh, did I just download an alien into my body? And I was really freaked out. And then I think she was trying to convince me that she was my higher self for a hot minute, that it was just me, the higher aspect of myself, the more intelligent aspect of myself. That lasted for a long time, actually. And it actually took me months to go, wait a minute, that was all a deception. That was not my higher self. I don't know what that was, but I want it gone. Like I want her out. I don't want her in my body. She has no business in my body. I did not invite her into my body. And then I went to that deliverance, and yeah, I mean, I that's a whole other story because she was in my body then too, looking out of my eyes at the deliverance. So super creepy. Maybe I'll tell the entire story someday. Um, Tiff, did we touch on everything you want to touch on with Hathor or Bledsoe? Tom, what are your thoughts on this whole Bledsoe experience?
Yeah, I don't think I just personally don't think Hathor and the lady are the same entity. Like I have this one, you know how you can do meditations and have memories of things like things you can think about and you kind of see them in your head like they're happening. I know it's a
Yep.
weird thing to say,
Mm-hmm.
but so I remember seeing when Ra made his children, like he had cut his forearm, and when his blood had spilled out of his arm, it landed into the sand, and as it landed in the sand, it kind of rolled, and his children like grew from that, but they were like fully formed and they immediately started like battling each other. Like it was very primordial and chaotic. And I think that energy is kind of like when you're dealing with the older gods, it's chaos. God is there. Yeah, it's more like chaos. Like this feels like more, I don't know. I don't want to say because I don't know much about Mary or Sophia, but more something like that. And I think that's what Chris wants to go with, but Ryan himself stuck on the Hathor aspect. He has like Hathor effigy in his podcast studio. And when Chris talks about it, he's like, oh, yeah, that's just one of the names. You know, he's really trying to express that it's the all encompassing divine feminine, some divine feminine love experience that he's having. And Ryan is really adamant about Hathor.
Yeah, I know Ryan said so one of those things isn't going to come out in the wash because Ryan claims that his dad was telling him it was Hathor, that the name came from Chris. And then I heard your question with him, Tiff, and he did kind of seem like he was trying to make it less than. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not the same entity. There could be 100 of them. They could all be impersonating. I don't know. I think the idea of let's look at the messaging, let's look at the actions, let's look at do you have more agency or less? Well, Chris has a lot less agency, I would say. He's being told he must hold to this bargain or else. I mean, that's certainly not great messaging. Hathor or the Bledsoe's version of the lady or the Bledsoe's version of Hathor is telling us to go out and surrender ourselves to the universe without any warning whatsoever of any types of dangers that could come from going out and surrendering yourself to the universe and having some negative NHI come by and scoop you up. So there's no discernment there at all. So regardless of whether it's Hathor or the lady or just some alien faking, Hathor, she's not for me. Whatever this entity is, Bledsoe's in touch with, just say no. That's my personal opinion. Um, shocking for the entire audience, I'm sure. Tom, Amy, or anybody else want to weigh in on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, you're totally right because the very last sentence of Bledsoe's book, UFO of God, is just to pick one spot in the night sky, surrender yourself, and say, I am here. I mean, come on,
I
it's like
need a
a
head explode emoji.
yeah, yeah, right. That's a very dangerous thing to do. That's the last thing. Yeah, that's actually one of the last things you want to do, is that because it's okay. Look, it's one thing to get on your knees and pray to God, to the Holy Spirit, or whatever. It's one thing to do that and to have a direct connection to the higher spirit. Okay, it's one you can do, because you're reaching inwardly within you towards a higher divine plane, and you're making that connection there. But if you go out into the night sky and you look at the stars and you send your message in that direction, that's a dangerous thing, because now you're 100% getting things that are flying around up there involved in that process, and you're asking for deception. I mean, you're broadcasting your naive status by doing that. And if that's the main call to action of that book, then that kind of gets me to call into question the entire Bledsoe thing. And also, I read Bledsoe's transcript of his hypnosis session, and Hathor, as far as I remember, Hathor did not come up in that. So that's something that got tacked on later by people suggesting that, hey, it was probably Hathor, and they kind of picked that up and ran with it, and that's fine. But I do find it interesting that Hathor is coming up at all, because that's an Egyptian goddess, and bringing up something from that long ago nowadays and trying to make it relevant, like what's the play behind that, right? Well, Hathor is linked to the later Phoenician goddess of Astarte, or also known as Ashtaroth or Asherah, which is actually probably the cognate where Ashtar comes from. So when you talk about Commander Ashtar, it's not too far off from Asherah and Astarte, which links back to Hathor. So I think there's a big circle there, that there could be a kind of alien deception going on. And also, I find it interesting that the military intelligence guys are swarming around Bledsoe so involvedly or profusely, because I do think that there could be an involvement from an aspect of the Black Ops programs, some sort of military intelligence psyop or something that is getting involved in this, either for their own benefit or maybe because they're acting on behalf of some NHI intelligence that they're in cahoots with. Who knows? I do think they're getting in on it. And there's a big psyop going on. I don't know if they're trying to construct an artificial religion based around this, maybe trying to get ahead of any sort of alien disclosure, hybrid appearance sort of thing, where they're trying to weave human mythology into it and figure out who can be the next Joseph Smith or something that starts the next religion. Are they like putting out their feelers, doing little test cases here and there with like Bledsoe and some other cases, and trying to see what sticks, and create a religion that sticks around even after aliens show up? That's sort of my impression. Maybe they're doing that. But whatever it is, I do think that the human element that's involved in it probably is involved in occult stuff. And the occult guys, they are big on like ancient Egyptian mythology and Babylonian stuff, Phoenician bloodlines and so on. I think they're involved in that sort of thing. And that's why I think either as an inside joke or maybe as a personal preference, maybe they do think that the NHIs that they're in contact with are the ancient Egyptian gods or goddesses, and so nowadays they're trying to bring that back around again, trying to recreate some of those ancient conditions where you did have gods being worshipped by humans. And how do you do that nowadays with people being so skeptical about religion and spirituality in general? Well, you frame it, you link it to the alien thing, so that when the alien thing shows up, you have the same situation as you had back in Egyptian and Sumerian times, just updated into the more scientific modern viewpoint, which is that these are beings from other planets or even from the future or something. But the same dynamic could be resurrected in a modern context through this sort of deception scenario.
Yeah, they're using this whole idea of the divine feminine. The divine feminine is missing. It's been kicked out of all the other religions, and here she is. She's back. I think it's alluring for a lot of people. Um, so we also have this thing, Tom. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but there are several people in the UFO community who have been contacted by entities who claim to be the old gods, and they're kind of looking for avatars. So they're looking to be reincarnated, or they're looking for avatars of these old gods, and they say they're returning, they're coming back, and they're using people in the community, just like the psionic asset. You're the old god asset, and some people are becoming convinced that they're actually avatars for these old gods who are coming back. I don't know to do what. I think to go to war or something. I'm not sure that that war is clearly defined, but yeah, it's getting so weird, you guys.
Yeah, usually some of these disinfo ploys, they're not entirely lies because they do riff off of or they are inspired by actual truths. And so this gets into some of the theories that you might encounter within certain esoteric or mystical lore, which is which is the idea that we as humans, okay, we have our souls, we have our spirits, we have our consciousness, but these are almost like individualized projected rays of higher divine archetypal principles, which various religions have interpreted as being different kinds of gods. Okay, so for example, within the Greek pantheon, those different Greek gods and goddesses, they were personifications of different divine archetypes that exist in this almost like Platonic form kind of way beyond in another higher realm kind of a thing. Okay, but the reason why I bring this up is that yes, it may be true that you yourself might be a derivative of an archetype associated with, let's say, Athena. Okay, and another person might be associated with Prometheus. And in your own life, you might notice that synchronistically, all the different things that you're into and the way your life goes, you are an expression of that archetype in many different ways, and those different ways will show up symbolically within these myths. And that may be the truth component of it. But there could also be just alien entities or discarnate entities nowadays that are aware of this, but they use that to invert it. They corrupt it and they kind of riff off of that to propagate a half truth, which is the idea by telling a psionic dude that, hey, you are the incarnation of this or that god, and it's more of an ego ploy. And actually, it might even not even be the actual true archetype that they're derived from. It might be a totally different thing, and they're being associated with an archetype that they're not even part of in order to lead them even further astray from their path. Who knows? There's so many. I'm just saying that there's so much stuff that's going on a cult level that we don't normally think about that is also involved in what's going on within the UFO community, the contactee stuff, the paranormal sphere. That there's all these other occult dynamics going on that we're normally not aware of, but it's fun and interesting and perhaps even useful to think about some of these other possibilities.
Yeah, for sure. All right, you guys, where are we at? Tom, how's your time? I think that we have some people who'd like to ask some questions. And how you feeling about your time?
I'm good on time tonight, so as long as you guys want to go.
All right, awesome. If you have a question for Tom, please put your request in and just be patient, and we will get to you. Ladies, Tiff, Sarah, Amy, do you guys have anything else you want to throw out there? Is there anything we didn't cover? Anything anyone wanted to say before we get to questions?
I'm just glad that we addressed the apocalypse stuff right off the bat, and we ended with the Hathor, so it was good. And everything in between, I didn't know much about, so I enjoyed listening because I cannot seem to. Not only can I not meditate properly, like I can meditate, obviously, I talk about it a lot because I do it every day, but I don't get into this zone. It's very rare without psychedelics I can get into a trance. And so I just generally spend that time thinking, contriving ideas in the sunshine, though, because that's when it seems to work the most functional. But CE5, I have tried with an earnest effort, and you'd think with how weird I am that those things would work for me, and they don't. And I hope that what is something that either protects me from some of these more negative experiences that others have, or it could possibly mean that I just don't remember them. I sleep like the dead. I think that's the spookiest thing about hanging out with you, Fran, just because you and I share similar experiences, but I don't have any recollection of anything, the more negative things you have. I mean, I have experience with humans with those, but I don't have any recollection of ever meeting an alien of any kind. But then we converse, and I'm just like, oh, that's happened though.
Yeah, it is interesting. And yeah, human, alien, it doesn't matter. Trauma's trauma, right? So we've definitely been in some of the same places. Where are we
Yeah,
at? Tom, go ahead.
yeah. I forgot to mention I did do an inadvertent CE5 once, and I realized only in hindsight that that's what I was doing. Okay, so I would never do it intentionally. Well, okay, so one time I did a long time ago, but I wouldn't do it anymore intentionally. All right. Anyway, so this one time, and I might have talked about this in a previous space, but I'll just recap it here because we're talking about CE5 stuff. So I was in Central Florida. It was like at 10:30, 10:50 at night in a very, very, very rural area, like no cities around, and it was very cold. And I was okay. Okay, what was I doing there? I was on a night vision training exercise with some of my tactical training buddies. So we were doing that, and one guy was setting up a test where we're going to test different kinds of shielding materials to see would come through on the thermal camera. But anyway, while I was waiting, I was looking over at the Andromeda constellation with my night vision gear on, and I was looking at it. And through night vision, you can pretty easily see the Andromeda galaxy. So I was looking at it, and I entered into a kind of daydream state because I wasn't being too mindful, and I was just pondering on the idea about like what is up there in that direction, and if I were to aim my infrared laser towards it, that those photons would keep on going, and would they one day wind up in the Andromeda galaxy? So I had the mental vision of a signal being sent in that direction, plus the wonder component, plus being in a sort of altered state of consciousness where I was like sort of daydreaming. And what do you know? Within 30 seconds or so, through my night vision, this orb thing shows up in my field of vision about 100 yards above me, chasing around my laser pointer like a cat. It was crazy. I hadn't seen it ever before, and I hadn't seen it since. But it was like a semi-transparent orb that was chasing around the laser pointer with a time lag. So it wasn't just like reflection, because it's like I would move it and then it would move, and I would move it and then it would move, and to be chasing it around. And whenever it would move, it would distort in shape. It became from like a round sphere shape into more of not a teardrop shape, but like those ghosts in Pac-Man. Where it's like a rounded thing with a little jagged end of it. So yeah, I mean, it was like facing some sort of drag or something as I was going through the air. And I was playing around with it, for 30 seconds, thinking at the time that it was just an optical artifact. And it wasn't until afterwards, when I pointed out to my buddy to take a look, but then it disappeared, that I was like, well, wait a minute, what if it is something? And then I tried to replicate it by moving my light around and cleaning my lenses or fogging up my lenses, but no, I couldn't replicate it anymore. So to me, it was definitely something that was up there, that was intelligently following around my laser pointer. And it was only after I had sort of sent inadvertently a psychic signal in the direction of the Andromeda galaxy, into the sky itself. So yeah, that was my like inadvertent CE5 experience, and I would never try that again. But so that happened, and then another time. This is interesting. This was in 2007. I was in Charlottesville, Virginia, outside looking at the sky, and all of a sudden I had a telepathic transmission, clear as day, go into the back of my mind, and it was weird because I don't normally get that, but it wasn't like audio, but it was similar to my internal monologue voice, but a different kind of voice. And the voice said in a very excited way, basically saying like, hey, go up to the top of the driveway, pick a constellation, and we'll do a flyby. So, and this was all happening not fully within my conscious mind, but more in the back of my mind. So I don't know. It's a weird thing to experience that. So anyway, I thought to myself, all right, you know what? Why not? Sounds like a good idea. It couldn't hurt. So I went up to the top of the driveway. I looked around, and I'm like, okay, well, which constellation should I pick? I'll pick that one. So I looked at it. I said, okay, fine, do your thing. And I mainly did it because I didn't think this was real. I thought I was just sort of like either hallucinating or kidding myself. So I wanted to see if anything would happen. So I picked the constellation. I looked at it, and I swear within like 10, 20 seconds, a little blue light appeared right nearby it, went to that exact spot, flared up in brightness, like shining light at me, moved on a little bit, and then totally disappeared. Now, the thing is, it could have been a satellite, but the thing is, to do that at that exact time and that exact position in the sky, after something told me in the back of my mind, like, hey, go up to the top of the hill and pick one out and we'll do a flyby. Well, I guess it's deniable, and maybe that's why it happened, but I do think it might have been something. And it was one of the situations where nothing came out of it that was deceptive for me. Like, nothing changed for me. I was more like, well, that was interesting, but I didn't like suddenly become a preacher for the alien cause. I didn't do anything crazy like that. So I think perhaps if it was something benevolent, then it figured like, hey, why not? It'll be fun. It's your birthday. We'll go ahead and do that. And yeah, so that was my other experience. And then the third time was not long after that, where I did think to myself, like, hey, wonder if they'll do it again in the sky. And I was kind of looking up at it, wondering. And then that night when I went to sleep, I think something visited me, because in my dream, it showed up as a helicopter landing, and a woman got out, like some blonde woman. She came out and she chewed me out. She said, don't ever do that again, because you don't know what's up there. You don't know what you're calling out. And it's just like being in the middle of a war zone, and you're getting on a little radio and you're telling, hey guys, I'm at this location. You guys want to come in and hang out? Well, you don't know what side's going to hear it. You don't know if they're going to raid your location. So yeah, so I got in trouble for that one. And yeah, I've never done it since, but I did it one time inadvertently, and another time only because it seems like something asked me, and I was curious enough to do it. But
Well, that
it
sounds
wasn't
like the
yeah.
actual good guys, Tom. Like that that has a chance of being the actual good guys when they told you to
Yeah.
knock your shit off.
Yeah. They told me to knock it off, and then the previous time they only did it on their initiative. Like I wasn't even like trying to do anything. You know, it's more like, hey, it's your birthday. Like we're like, you want a little flyover? Why not? And they'll do it high up enough in the sky that if anyone else sees it, they'll just dismiss it as a satellite. So there's really no risk, and they're far enough away, and nothing disinformative came out of it. You know, like I said, I didn't become a zealous preacher for the cause or anything. So yeah, I guess I can't really see a motive for it being deceptive.
Yeah. Wow.
Um,
Go ahead.
Can I like just quickly add my story? You mentioned helicopter. I mean, when I started research, I started to have a lot of helicopter harassment. So there was one time when a helicopter had come, I was up to no good, of course, and, and the helicopter came right in front of my apartment. It was just really loud hovering there, and I could see other people were starting to look out the doors, their windows and doors because it was just that loud. And I was like, "Nah, it's nothing." And then just then the helicopter went kinda semicircled and, like, planted itself right above my head and just hung out there even lower so I could just feel that, the vibration of it. So I mean, it's not a UFO or an orb, but, I mean, they were reading my thoughts.
As they do. All right. You guys think we covered pretty much everything? Did we cover everything you wanted to cover, Tom? I think so. So we'll start getting to some hands if you want to ask Tom a question. So the space is mostly to ask Tom or Amy a question. If you have a story that goes along with your question, that's great, but we do want to stick mostly just to questions for this discussion. So welcome to the Space God Sauce. If you do have your question, just please be patient and we will get to you. Go ahead, God Sauce.
How's it going? It's great. You guys run a really nice space. Sorry, I'm doing nitrous. Makes my voice seem much deeper than it is.
What is a Niger's, God Sauce?
Nitrous, yeah, nitrous oxide
Nitrous.
for
Oh, that's
um,
fantastic. Nitrous.
for
All right. Go ahead.
yeah, it's for pain levels. Yeah, now my voice is going back down. But yeah, wonderful space, you guys. This is absolutely an incredible look at the mystery, you know, and I wonder if we're even sure if there is a good side. And I've been wanting to ask you that, Fringe. I've never seen a good side, so it's very much been us versus them, for my entire life. So I've just been wondering, you or Tom or anybody else, is there any evidence that we have that there is a good side at all, or is it us versus them?
Yeah, I'll answer first and probably quickly, and I'll leave the majority of this to Tom. So me and Amy actually just had this conversation. Um, because I can look back at my life. Now, to answer your question, I do think there is a good side. I think there's a good side. I think there's a benevolent side. I think that it's almost like a chess game where the negative side makes a move and the benevolent side makes a move, where the negative side is very interventional and in your face, and where the benevolent side is very subtle. It's kind of pull yourself up by your bootstraps, where the benevolent side wants you to do things on your own with as little help as possible. So that's what I think. I think the negative side wants us to believe there's no good side. I think the negative side wants us to think we're in an ant farm, constantly recycled, and we're just an ant farm or just a cow farm. We're just a resource for them, and there's nothing else out there. But I don't think that that's true. Um, what was the rest of your question, God's house? To answer it? There was actually something I was going to
Well,
say that I just lost.
yeah, I mean, this is just it just goes so deep, and I'm sorry you caught me because I was I was in the middle of half of my nitrous dose, which is like an effective treatment for nerve pain. But yeah, this is fascinating, and I wonder. I shared something about what I call new morphidian because it's an old thing, and it changes form, it changes shape, and it seems to be energy based, and it seems to be like infecting our minds. and maybe even controlling time and controlling society. And so I wonder if there is a good side to them, or if these are the fallen angels and maybe the old program kind of lost its way and they don't have faith in humanity to have a place in the celestial order, something like this.
Yeah, I mean that would be awful. I mean, if that's true, it could be true. That it would just that would be terrible. I had a conversation with Amy on Monday, and what I was realizing was I do think there's a good side, but everything I had in my life attributed to the good side, like near death experience, rollover car accident, a bowling was whizzing by my head. All of the things in my life I would normally attribute to the good side. I actually now have to take a step back and understand that these aliens, they actually protect their assets. And so just because we've been saved or healed, that doesn't automatically mean that must have been the good side. Now it could be the good side, could be the bad side, but it doesn't automatically mean that it was the good side. And I've definitely had to have a look at that this week. It was actually kind of depressing, to be honest. Tom, Amy, what do you have to say about this question?
Well, I think what Amy said about agency is another one of those key indicators of whether it's positive or not. Because if it is a benevolent force, then it is something that would increase your agency one way or the other. And one of the best ways to do that is by increasing your awareness, your knowledge, your discernment. Okay, so if you have an influence in your life, it doesn't mean that you have to be able to see them face to face, but you can tell that wait a minute, this wasn't just accidental. This is some weird synchronistic thing or some higher force or something. If it is a force like that that guides you towards something that clears up misconceptions or keeps you out of trouble, keeps you out of some ignorant pitfall that you were about to fall into, well, is that a negative force then? If it actually kept you out of trouble, if it made you wiser, if it made you more empowered, if it made you more able to communicate that same knowledge to other people that allows them to avoid that pitfall, you see? So in my own life, yes, I can detect very subtle influences that use combination of intuition, synchronicity, dreams, ideas percolating into my mind. That it's almost like well, okay, so like in esoteric or mythological lore, they talk about these how do you pronounce it? Tutelary spirits, these teaching spirits. Basically, these are non-human things, or maybe they're humans. Maybe they're discarnate relatives or something on the other side, for all I know. Anyway, but there's something that is helping many of us to navigate the sea of deception that we're here, that we're within, and just based on the effect of it, just the fact that our agency increases because of it, tells me that it's probably benevolent. Because if it were malevolent or predatory, then it would be doing a bunch of other things, which we do also see happening, right? We also see that happening, but then I also see this other component, which has a benevolent thrust to it. Now the issue is, as French said, they're not going to be in our face like a lot of these negative ones are. The negative ones, they are covert only if they have to be, because of some weird metaphysical rules or quantum rules or something where they got to be sneaky about it, or they're trying to keep us from being consciously aware of something so that they can bypass our free will. That's when they're being sneaky. But when they want to, they're going to lay on the pressure and they're going to lay it on thick. Okay, they're going to use force, they're going to use coercion, they're going to use all the tricks and tools they have in order to bend you to their will. Whereas the positive stuff is the opposite of that. They're actually pretty respectful of your free will, of your path, um, of your agency, and that's why they don't interfere more often. Because if they did like constantly serve you things up on a silver platter, then you would actually lose your ability for self-discovery, to think, to discern, to do your own work. And so they act like they're very careful to not make us dependent on them, and that's why it is better that they do something that we think we did ourselves, on our own merits, our own intuition, than for us to think that they did it. Because if we were constantly thinking that they did it, then well, first of all, we would never really trust ourselves.
Well, what are
And
the
so,
ethics, though, Tom, of the fallout of choices that they've made and wars that they've been in that now have repercussions on us and our children? How can they play prime directive when they've had a hand in our suffering?
right. Yeah, well, the thing is, so okay, So you're talking more about like a macro scale, global human history, and the sort of alien wars that they've been engaged in, and so on. It is my belief that if it were up to them, they would never have fired a single shot, ever. Okay? And that's my belief. Because by the definition of being a benevolent, positive entity, yes, you would follow the prime directive. Unless something were to happen that only they had the power to change, that if it were to happen, would totally screw up and be bad for us, both on physical and spiritual level. Like, for example, let's say, yeah, I mean, let's say an asteroid were to come in and were to screw up a civilization that's in the middle of actually going somewhere and evolving somewhere spiritually, then maybe they would intervene with that. Maybe they would be
They put
allowed.
chances at 1 in 32 now for this.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think that was yesterday, and I think nowadays, today is like back in 1 in 370. So they keep changing it every day. For all we know, in like 2 years, they're going to make it up to 50%, and they've been lying this entire time, right? So we can't take their numbers seriously. But the point is, maybe there are forces out there that have intervened on our behalf regarding that, but there's really no way to prove it. Okay, there's no way to prove it. However, what we can prove in our own lives is when we do spot these non-physical, spiritual, synchronistic, intuitive influences, we can prove that it has a beneficial effect or not a beneficial effect based on how it affects us. Based on if it increases our knowledge and our discernment and our agency, or if it actually tries to undermine those things. So something earlier that Amy said, which I want to kind of comment on again, is the idea that you can evaluate a source without necessarily knowing or even caring about what the origin of that source is. And you can evaluate it just strictly based on what it says and what the outcome of that is. Like, what is the call to action? Whom does it ultimately serve? What ulterior motive could there be to it? Are there any logical fallacies to it? Is there any hidden agenda that could come, any hidden payoff that could come from this for the negative forces? And if there is, okay, good. Then you've identified a piece of disinformation. But if there isn't, and everything checks out, everything's clean, and it's only ever nothing but helpful to you, then chances are pretty high that it's probably benevolent. And so that's how I go about it. Like, I don't know the source of every single source of information, but you can just tell just based on what it wants you to do whether it aligns with this agenda or that agenda. Yeah.
One last question for you, Tom. And
Sure.
this is something that amazingly Robert Sepper brought up to me in a space we were doing. He just popped in because I had a question about occultism, and he popped in to answer it. And then just jokingly before he left, I was like, "What's in the bag, Robert?" And he said pollen, but we don't know why. And this blew open so many doors that had been closed to me, and now I get it. Okay. And what's fascinating here is this seems to be something that has affected mankind ubiquitously and has a back door into our experience. And this is the thing that gives us visions. It was meant to be a payment. It's like we go through a process of providing ample fear or awe, whichever is ready to be born, and they give us intuition, prophecy, vision. But especially in America, we've cut our cultural, like, we don't have a cultural heritage like that. We don't have ritual that would pre-program what the other would assume. It's regional face, and we've sort of disengaged from that. And I wonder what you think about this, and is that the hypermatrix? Are we in some kind of relationship with what we're calling the matrix, and it just feeds us our reality?
Well, there's definitely that component. Okay, so that's another point I wanted to bring up, which is when we're talking about NHIs and the phenomenon, we're talking about a very, very multifaceted thing, which has different kinds of beings, different factions, different agendas, different classes of beings that are involved in it. Okay, so it's funny enough. I kind of laugh to myself about the idea of the term NHI, like non-human intelligence, because it's such a general term that you could just erase that term and substitute it with the word stuff. Okay, like last night I was abducted by stuff. I tried to contact the stuff last night in the desert. We had a big stuff summoning thing, right? The NHI is just about as specific as that, because I mean, come on, non-human intelligence. What are you talking about? You're talking about Bigfoot, angels, ghosts, demons, aliens, ultra-terrestrials, the Matrix itself. The hyperdimensional time-traveling octopus that Giorgiani talks about. Come on. Who knows? It could be any of those things, depending on what the case is. But I definitely would not label it all as being just the phenomenon. Right? It's different things. So the question that you're asking, God Sauce, it really depends on which particular entities we're talking about. Now, you did mention the Matrix feeding reality, or it's like a feedback loop, and that is something that John Keel picked up on. Like if you read his book, The Mothman Prophecies, he talked about the reality or the reflective reality phenomenon, and I love this anecdote that he tells, where he realized that these things that he was investigating were reflecting back to him his own theories. So he decided, you know what, I'm going to make my own theory up on the spot. I'll make an artificial theory just to see what would happen. So he created this totally fake theory, and sure enough, he started getting in reports from this person, that person, verifying this theory. So the phenomenon was mimicking that artificial belief system, and I found that really interesting. But is
Yes.
it alien? Is it
Is this
aliens?
like
Is
Mary
it reality?
Poppins? Is this Mary Poppins needing Bert to have his little drawing on the pavement before she can bring the kids into her cartoon? Is this does the NHI intelligence require our creative spark for its illusions?
Yeah, that's a good question because there's one theory which is that it is our own collective unconscious or collective subconscious and the archetypes within it that some of these NHIs are using to express themselves through. It's almost like they're cloaking themselves or using our collectively generated thought forms as sock puppets to operate through. And it's an interesting theory, like it really is, and I bet some of the phenomenon is that. However, I do think that there's another sector of the so-called phenomenon, which is more biological, technological, tactical, strategic, geopolitical, scientific oriented, and it's more of a real thing. Okay, and that thing I think should not be necessarily conflated with the other thing, which is more synchronistic, reality-based, an echoing reflection of our own subconscious and the thought forms that we are generating. So yeah, I think they're two different sides or two different sectors of the weirdness of the stuff that's going on out there, and yeah, we should definitely not get them confused.
Well, do you think this is the Trinity, within, without, and right beside us, shape shifting?
Do you mean the Trinity in the Christian sense, or in a more metaphysical
Sort
sense?
of. Well, yes and yes and no and maybe.
Okay. You're not making this easy. No, I mean, look, personally, I don't believe in the Christian Trinity. I believe that there is a God and there is a Holy Spirit, but I don't believe that it's all exactly the same thing. I think they're different levels of being. Okay, um, but I would say that the divine component of it is one aspect of what's going on, not the entire aspect. It's not like you've got the Holy Spirit pretending to be Grays just so it can like get us to overcome our fears of the unknown or some weird old school Whitley Strieber belief system. I don't think that's what's going on. I think Grays are their own thing, and there is also a higher spiritual thing, but there's also lots of dark things that are masquerading as even the higher abstract things, like in this case, the lady, the divine feminine. I think there are false entities that are playing on our collective archetypal belief systems in order to, as I mentioned earlier, ride on the coattails of something that has a lot of magical power to it.
Did we lose God Sauce? Was that it? God Sauce, are you
Oh,
satisfied
somebody
with
else.
your answer?
we we could keep going for a while, but Truth has his hand up, and I'm going to chew on what Tom said. This is great.
All right, perfect. Truth, welcome to the space. What you got?
Thanks. Yeah, I think I only have one brief question. Tom, have you heard anything about the cartels um, finding those that can tap into the field and rounding them up? And if so, what for?
You mean like the actual Mexican drug cartels?
Well, you could say drug cartels, but these same cartels, found more money in transporting humans than so. Like, there's many aspects to that cartel. Yeah, correct.
Okay, I see. So, I mean, I would say that, so I don't have any specific inside information on that. However, just logically speaking, I do believe that such cartels that are doing that are probably doing it on behalf of the actual black ops elements within our own military industrial complex. Because, I mean, the CIA, I mean, they're behind so many of these, what we call like ISIS and Al Qaeda and okay, crap. I mean, I'm triggering keywords left and right here, but the point is, I think the Black Ops and NHI element have their fingers deep in a lot of the criminal layer of things. And so if the criminal layer is involved in a lot of human trafficking, then they would definitely want to get their finger in that pie and divert any of those human resources to their own programs to use in a very deniable way. Because these people, they're being human trafficked, so they're already missing. And why let someone who has psionic abilities go to waste? Why not get your agents in there to scope out these resources for any potential psionic resources and then snatch them up? It's a real dark thing that's happening, but yeah. So that's what I think might be going on.
And to a fault of mine, I don't have interest or time and energy to look into the larger programs. I try to stay clear of them, but I like speaking to people one on one. I know if I had a group or one psionic willingly or forcibly, there's a lot to be gained by it. But I could hear, they could tell me what they have knowledge of, but um, sorry for my own fault. I haven't looked into the programs, but is there a way of plugging one of these individuals into a machine and having them bring information into the machine or also capabilities into the machine?
Well, I would say that it would be very difficult to do psychic phenomena abilities and things like that strictly using electron-based technologies like computer chips and silicon and even like electronic sensors and so on. I think at some level, in order to start accessing the ESP or psi level of data of reality, you would have to have something more than just machine, right? You would
What
have to
about
have either
carbon-based machines?
No, I've been looking at. So I'm a master electronic technician, you guys, and engineer. So plasma technology, the vacuum tubes have got to come back, and that's got to be linked with some quantum and resonating shit. And I've got some ideas.
yeah, right. Because okay, all right. Here you want to get technical. So all right, let's get a little bit technical here. So you just brought up plasmas and plasma tubes, right? So the thing about plasmas is you have a dissociated state of atoms where you've got positive nuclei and electrons stripped away from each other for the most part, and they're each doing relatively their own thing. But what that allows you to do is it allows you to not only control charge density, in other words, how much electrical charges are compacted together or dispersed, but it also allows you to have them do that collectively, coherently. And why that's important is because charges, when they move in a collective way all together, their wave functions, their quantum wave functions, add together and create a macroscopic wave function which has quantum effects on a macro level. And that's where you get a lot of weirdness. That's where the woo-woo starts kicking in. Okay, and that's one way that you start coupling with gravity, time, space-time, and also consciousness and some of the etheric energy fields that consciousness uses. So yeah, plasmas are one of the ways that you would have to do that. But that's sort of where I was leading. So it's interesting that you bring it up, as you kind of preempted me about to go there, which is that you can't do the consciousness stuff using conventional electron, silicon, current technologies like we have right now. You can't like buy a chip off of Newegg or Amazon or something and use that to start tapping into higher consciousness. However, if you start coupling plasmas to that, or as you mentioned, carbon-based stuff, well, the reason why carbon is important is because carbon, if you do it in like graphene sheets or carbon nanotubes or buckyballs or something like that, you also get a very similar effect as you do in plasmas, which is you get very high charge densities that can be controlled, and you also get collective motion of those charge densities, which once again creates those macroscopic quantum wave functions, which couples to consciousness and time and gravity and so on. So yeah, you're totally right that yes, if you did start building computers using, let's say, plasmas or plasmonics or carbon nanostructures, then you probably could. But then, you got the receptor, but what is answering that call? Like, what is it then that would be inhabiting it? I mean, you can't just create a soul out of nothing. So if you did build a machine like that, it would be more of a receptor or an antenna, just like our brain is.
You're describing the Dendera lights inside the Temple of Hathor, and I'm amazed. I wasn't going to go there, but wow, good job.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Wonderful.
Well,
this is how the elites would talk to the gods. They were too cowardice to go through the process of out-of-body union with their gods. So the god had to come into the flash bulb and be stuck there as a snake, as a luminous snake. This is why the queen was holding a little snake. This is the whole deal. So
Yeah.
very well done, sir. I'm impressed with you, Tom.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I'm interested in this technical stuff too. I mean, my college background was in electrical engineering and physics, but I mean, I never fully finished because I wanted to do some other things. But yeah, I'm totally interested in this field too. So I do believe that, let's say, the Nandera tubes, they probably could have been communication devices, and actually, that's probably what the Ark of the Covenant was. Because the Ark of the Covenant, not only did it have that mysterious device inside of it, but those cherubs on top that had this glowing ball of energy manifest between them. I mean, that is basically a plasma ball. The plasma ball probably initiated either by electrical energy or more likely by some kind of scalar etheric quantum energy being generated by the alien artifact that was inside the Ark of the Covenant that they got out of the Great Pyramid. Sounds kind of crazy, but if you look into the history of it, it all kind of comes together. So yeah, our
Can I ask one more
technology.
question?
Yeah. Just let me just finish real quick. That our technology right now, it's going along that technological acceleration curve, and I wouldn't be surprised if they will start weaving NHI technology into it, involving accessing subtle energy fields and consciousness stuff eventually, maybe within 10, 20, 30 years or so. And if that happens, then yes, you'll have that technology back. You'll probably have disclosure to some degree by then. You'll have aliens probably interacting with humanity once again by then. Maybe even humanity being divided up amongst the different alien factions, the different alien agendas. So we're going to get a total repeat of what it was like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years ago. It's just, a big, like, history is a big spiral in that case. Yeah. But yeah, you wanted to ask something more.
Yeah, so like I think about the potentials of a machine and like the lowest level of danger. I mean, it'd be very impactful, but would be information that could be garnered into and from the machine from a human's brain that can tap. It's not the human's brain that's really the powerful thing. It's the field they're tapping into. But that's like level 1 danger. But then level 2 danger would be if you could plug a human brain into the machine. The average, say, child or adult that has fluctuations in their brain that might go back in time to traumatic events they've had or suffering turmoil in any regards while they were plugged into a machine that could, say, move a vehicle in a body of space that could be catastrophic and could have very significant impacts. And I think back in time to all of these cultures that have religious and meditation practices that are very in-depth and teach the surrounding land masses and their civilizations how to study their mind. Do you have any thoughts on if way back in time that these were introduced in order to find the top echelon of the cultures to maybe voluntarily operate these crafts?
No, that's an interesting idea. That's a pretty original idea. I could definitely see that being the case. Now, of course, spiritual training through higher types of meditation practices, they have other purposes besides just that. However, you would need some kind of mental structuring and discipline in order to operate any psionically operated vehicle. And those ancient ones, I guess you would call them Vimanas or something. So these Vimanas, it's interesting that the same culture that supposedly had Vimanas also had the accompanying highly structured meditation system of practice, right? It's kind of like they go together. So it's almost like mental psychic training in order to be able to operate these kinds of technologies. But you see, it's not just Vimanas, like flying ships, that would require this kind of mental discipline. You would have other kinds of alien technologies that would also require it, like, let's say, matter replication technologies. Okay, so like during the Middle Ages, when the Holy Grail myths started coming out, one of the details about the Holy Grail is that the knights could put their plate before it and just think in their head what they wanted to eat, and the food would then magically manifest on their plates. Now, maybe that's just mythology, but maybe there's some truth to it. Maybe the truth is this exact same truth that we see with the Ark of the Covenant, where in the desert, right, the Israelites, they were fed by manna falling from heaven, and also quail that would mysteriously just appear in the desert. And they would take the quail for meat, and they would eat the manna for, I guess, carbs or something. And so they would have food that was manifested pretty much out of thin air. And how did this food manifest? Well, one of the details is that the day before the Sabbath, there would be twice the quantity of manna that would fall, because on the Sabbath, no one was working, and then no food was falling at all. Now, you would think that if the loving God of the Israelites wanted to feed them, he would just create food every single day. Okay. But if twice fell the day before, but not on the day of the Sabbath, that tells me that it was one of the Israelites or some team of them that was actually producing the manna through some kind of technological ritual, probably involving the Ark of the Covenant, using it to manifest matter, by doing some sort of ritual, probably involving mental control of the device itself in order to turn their thought form into a materialization of it, which could be eaten, some sort of edible tulpa manifestation, I guess. Maybe that's what manna actually is. All right, but to do that sort of thing, I really highly doubt that just anyone can do it, because according to the Bible legends, other people came into possession of the Ark of the Covenant, like the Philistines, and they didn't have the knowledge, they didn't have the ritual, and they probably didn't have the discipline or the inner spiritual integrity in order to use it. And so what happened with them was they had an outbreak of boils on their skin and an outbreak of mice, like plague of mice, like pestilence, to the point where they're so tired of this crap happening that they actually gave the ark back. So, so the ark was stolen, and they couldn't use it properly, and then they had to give it back. That's basically what the story was, and that tells me that the ark definitely was interfacing with the consciousness of the user, and the user therefore had to be disciplined in order to use it correctly. It goes for that. It goes for the Holy Grail, and therefore probably also for Vimanas and alien ships and everything like that. Because the conscious operator is an integral part of the operation of the machinery.
So you think there was a relationship between the plasma in between the wings and the operator, or maybe since we come from, I don't know if you know anything about John C. Lilly and Earth Coincidence Control Office Echo, but his ideas about trying to help the CIA talk to extraterrestrials using dolphins as a bridge, and the idea. So dolphins have two brains that are active at the same time, so that they can always come up for air even when they're asleep, because they have to, right? But we don't have to do that. So the other brain of ours becomes the subconsciousness, and then that has been co-opted into this thing that can talk to the plasmas through our aura, is what seems to be happening. Like, am I onto something there, Tom?
Yeah, so back, how long ago was this? This was maybe early 2000s. I came across a website. I forgot the name of the company, but they had this technology. It was called ADAM technology, ADAM technology. It's an acronym. It stands for something like atomic, dimensional, I forget. But anyway, it was a plasma-based communication system hooked up to a computer. And what they were using it for is they were using it to communicate with the higher spirit or higher consciousness of autistic children who couldn't speak. Okay, so the kids, they would be brought in and they'd be put near the device would be turned on, and the plasma would tap into their higher consciousness and translate that into electrical impulses that were decoded by the computer into speech. So the operator of the computer system could talk to their higher consciousness through the computer this way and give them instructions or whatever, and use that to cure a lot of these autism symptoms. Now, this company was only around for a couple years, and then it disappeared. I don't know if
Oh
they got.
yeah, I bet it disappeared. So
But
this
yeah.
is this is the name of the game, people.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah. So
Good
it's this
share.
technology.
Thank
It's
you.
been out there briefly on the market. Used for therapeutic purposes. But of course, well, like a lot of cool things like that, it did end up disappearing. So yeah, the plasma link is definitely right on. Oh, and funny enough, in college, I worked at a plasma physics lab, winding coils, and my professor, who was a plasma physics professor, I guess my boss, funny enough, he was a very devout Christian, and he carried around in his back pocket a little copy of the New Testament. Okay, so he's very spiritual, but he never talked about it. However, his whole project involved a really huge plasma confinement machine with a really strong magnetic field. But he was looking for nonlinear, chaotic instabilities in plasma and studying their behavior. And I never talked to him about it, but I suspect that he was looking perhaps for signs of life within plasma. So yeah, even he might
Right.
have been into that.
That's what I'm calling the phenomorphidian. Sorry for my just took a hit of nitrous. Sorry. Okay. This is the hum, the background noise that people are picking up with the what are the experiment with the two plates? Help me out here.
With the Casimir effect?
Yes, thank you. It's a perturbation, like an oscillation in the background.
Yeah, I mean the Casimir effect is it's caused by an imbalance in the 0 point energy fluctuation field that it's like noise, like electromagnetic noise that exists all around us due to the very nature of the
What if
vacuum.
it wasn't just noise?
Yeah.
What if we mistook it, as a different sort of signal that pervades everything?
No, exactly. I mean, for all we know, some of that supposed noise, it's not just noise, it's actually signals coming in from outside of time and from the future, feeding back and interfering and rippling and, intermingling. And we don't know what that is, so we call it noise. Well, here's the thing. If you were to listen to the raw transmission of my cell phone right now, connected to the Wi-Fi or something, if you don't have the right decoding mechanism, it's going to sound like noise. You're going to think it's noise. You're going to think it's random, but it's not random because you don't have the decoding mechanism to it yet, right? So who's to say that the 0 point energy noise might not actually be intelligent signals that are happening? I mean, for all I know, it's actually the broadcasting signal that generates reality as we know it. We think there's a chair there, a computer here, a dog there, but no, it's actually, those are all holographic projections of these phase and amplitude patterns that are encoded into the 0 point energy field.
So with the autistic kids, you talked about the ability to connect the higher self in the subconscious mind to the operator, who then could help them, give them some beneficial whatever stuff to cure their autism. What is there? Is what are we going to do in the future for the average person to connect like our higher self to our conscious mind? Is machines not the way to go, or is it? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think technologically it would be possible to do that. The question is it metaphysically allowed or warranted or wise to do that? You see, but by the time we get to that point, there's going to have to be a dropping of a lot of the pretense and pretend and veiling that we are under right now that keeps our life the way that it is. So, in other words, for that to become possible in the future, there would have to be a kind of approval of a change of gears. Like, okay, that particular phase of life and game on Earth is over. We're going to do a new phase where people are now fully aware of what goes on the other side of the veil. So, all this like amnesia stuff, all this thing about not being in touch with the higher part of your own consciousness, that's going to become the norm now. Unlike what it was before, and it's going to completely change the world. You can't have the world that we have right now in that kind of future world. So in that future world, it would be basically it would be more alien like, and it would be what even like let's say the Law of One material. If you've read that, it's what they would call a social memory complex. In a social memory complex, all that is a civilization where people are psychic enough that their minds are no longer individually compartmentalized minds. There's more of a sharing of like a shared subconscious network sort of, and that changes everything because then you can't really keep secrets like you could before. You can't fool people like you used to do before. So it's going to become a very high trust, high transparency, high accountability type society, which makes it way more cohesive, more coherent, but also unfortunately a lot less privacy and a lot less individuality. Now, I think we are probably being pushed in that direction right now, not through psychic awakening just yet, but perhaps as a bridge using technology to get around the lack of psychic ability. However, the issue with this technological bridge is that we can become dependent on it and never ever get to the point where we use our own spiritual faculties to become more psychically networked together. See, we can actually become more dependent on this technology and become atrophied in our spiritual abilities. So what it means is that I think civilization is being pushed in that direction, but there's a chance that we get stuck halfway through, and it's almost like our birth into this new reality becomes aborted halfway through, and we end up becoming more like the Borg, addicted to technology, becoming integrated into transhumanism and so on, and that would be very, very bad. So I'm kind of speaking super high level here, going off on a tangent, but hopefully it kind of touches on what you're asking about.
I had a question for Tom. It's just a question of framing, and this is something that I came across just recently because I came across this guy Peribsen who was talking about the biological angle, and it's the idea that it's interesting when you think of the possible futures when you frame it from a health perspective, because in our or our past knowledge of our modern really health way we think of health, right, and say epidemics, right, is that a lot of these phenomena are they're sort of like spontaneous phenomena that emerge eventually in time, like a sickness, for instance, and that that they're probably distributed, right, but in some statistical way where you'll have these large events like and I kind of wonder when we frame it that way, right, in what sense, like it just makes me want to think about the solutions for because if it's basically some sort of large outbreak, right? Maybe starting from consciousness, manifesting into like these topo-like orb things, right? Those Some of that possesses people. Then you have, and then the population slowly and slowly sort of becomes under the control of this thing, to where you can't really differentiate between egregores and governments and just possessed individuals, really. But then when you think of solutions, right, you think of actions that we can take. But I just kind of wonder, when you frame it as a health phenomena, right, the idea of medicine, and then uh, I mean, because really, that's what I was. Well, I mean, this is what I was posting about earlier. Is you were talking about John? Was it Keel? And this idea that it actually does become a health phenomena. It's weird because it's like this noise aspect in the background is becoming sort of like interpenetrating into reality, and it's like slowly over time our reality is becoming their reality, or I say there, but it's really just like it's almost like Earth is becoming like the Schumann resonance or something. It's like Earth is becoming the unconscious is becoming the conscious, and then the conscious, I guess, is being possessed by the unconscious. So it's almost like a worldwide possession or something. It's But the health framing, I kind of wonder, how do you see that as like a way of framing sort of what then is like the cure, I guess?
Uh, so kind of, I mean, good insights there. So Seth Peribsen, he, and that's a pseudonym, by the way. He talks about, for those of you guys who don't know, he talks about how he and his team discovered that humanity, a lot of people actually we've got fungal infections in our body, fungal infections that penetrate even into our nervous system and cause not only health issues but also mental health issues, from tiredness to I don't know if he mentioned schizophrenia, but actually schizophrenia sometimes has been tied back to toxoplasmosis, that parasite. So there are biological agents that have affected us, not just mentally, but therefore also culturally, because these health patterns in general, based on diet, based on what parasites you have, and illnesses and climate and everything, those eventually over time start affecting culture. So I agree with you 100% that the health component is a big part of this, because these NHIs, right? A lot of them are control freaks, and they want to manage human culture going forward into the future. Our beliefs, our behaviors. They want to make sure that we are culturally terraformed in a way that conforms to their agenda. Now, it's very easy for us to pick up, let's say, on their psychological, spiritual propaganda. The sort of the lies that they put out there. But what about the biological aspect of it? Have they put anything, let's say the COVID jabs or prior pandemic outbreaks? What are some biological agents, perhaps, that they have engineered that are affecting us psychologically, so that on a mass statistical level, we are more amenable to their control? That's a good question. And what Seth Beribson has said is that, yes, long time ago, even 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years ago, there already was this one of several biological agents that humanity has been affected with that basically dumbed us down and made us more subject to an NHI control system. And he actually does admit to the idea of aliens creating those biological things in the way distant past in order to control us. So if you think about it that way, right?
May I interject?
Yeah, sure, why not?
There are many substances that are useful for the removal of myco toxins also. Basically, we know many things have dumbed us down, from Lyme disease, from so many different bacteria. One thing I want to refer to you is Cholerax. It is the red leaf Pseudoviteria colorata red leaf extract. It removes Candida albicans, also many different other fungal pathogenic phenomenon in the body. Also, there's another substance that you might want to use that is called so give me a moment here.
Yeah, while you're looking that up, I just want to say, for example, yeah, there are different substances that are antifungal, anti-mycotoxin that are available either as supplements or also as prescriptions. Like prescriptions, for example, I guess would be fluconazole, also known as Fluca, or Sporonox, also known as Itra. Oh man, I totally butchered that. But anyway, it's called Sporonox. That's another brand. And Seth Peribson, the way that he came upon his idea is that he was so sick and he took this medicine for something, and not only did it cure that particular problem that he had, but it cured all these other problems he had ever since childhood. And he realized that those problems therefore stemmed from a fungal infection. And his team and all the thousands of people that or hundreds of people that he's talked with since, they've also tried different protocols, including the NAC protocol, that have helped with a lot of these issues. Now, the reason why this is important is because, yes, the occult is oftentimes mirrored or interlinked with the physical, okay? And to give you an example of that, for example, let's say you have a demonic presence in your home, and coincidentally, you also have, let's say, a cockroach infestation, or a bunch of ants that come out of nowhere, or a black mold problem that arises all of a sudden. It's weird how the two are synchronistically interlinked a lot of the times, okay? And the reason why that is because these dark entities, they have a very toxic etheric energy field that seems to be conducive for the growth or presence of other things that also have a similar energy field. If not directly, then maybe only symbolically or synchronistically, almost like in a dream. And so you can imagine that if humanity has been under the control or infected by an occult parasite, that therefore that would also be paralleled by various biological parasites. Because not only does it affect us on an occult level, but it also affects us on a mental and spiritual and physical level, where our behavior is altered in a way that benefits the control system, right? Because if we have less energy, if we have less ability to think, and actually Seth himself, he says that this fungal infection probably also dims our psi abilities, or at least it dims the biological part of us that is necessary for clear thinking, which then would lead to better psi abilities. But it occurred to me just a couple of days ago, for example, that if you have, let's say, a fungal infection within you, then that's a living organism that's inside you that has its own subtle energy field, independent of yours. Okay, so you've got your own energy. You got your own human energy field, but there's something else in you that has a different energy field. So now there's also a contamination of your subtle energy field due to it. And not only that, but what if its energy field is actually more compatible with, let's say, a demon that's in your home, in your house? That perhaps the demon could use that fungal system within you and its energy field, which is more compatible with it, to interface with your own nervous system through this biological conversion mechanism, which is the fungus, right? So maybe it exerts a telepathic influence on it that causes it to release certain chemicals that makes you not be able to think, makes you sleepy or something. And then because you're tired and sleepy, then therefore the demon can use that to, I don't know, make you react badly to some trigger that someone else says, and it creates a big fight. So there's all these orchestrations that can be done from the occult side that uses biological intermediaries that are more resonant with its sort of energy pattern. So, yeah, I mean,
you are deep, sir. That is good conjecture. I came up with the root. It is called Osho root, and it is for many different types of very cryptic bacterial diseases that are unidentified, and people will not get identified. They will go to their doctors. They will get identified as mentally ill. They will get, antidepressiva, all kinds of crap. And OSHA root will take care of many cryptic elements, cryptic bacterial elements, also microbial. And the red leaf, it is also called the Maori painkiller. It is the New Zealand pepper, they call it. Those are two very, very important elements. I was infected with Lyme disease. I almost died. And it was up to me to identify my disease. And my doctors, they could not help me. But I went to, through luck, I had the premonition that I might have Lyme disease, but Lyme was not the end of it. I had myself treated with fenbendazole and mebendazole later on, and that really cleared it out. I was healed after fenbendazole and mebendazole. Fenbendazole is used for cancer, but I'm not going to say I had cancer or anything like that. But it definitely changed the energy of absolutely everything. The mebendazole, you got to go. You got to do the trifecta. You got to go for the microbes, you got to go for the fucking parasites, and you got to go for the fungus. And for the fungus, you want to do definitely the first part of it is the Maori painkiller, and that is red leaf Colorex. Is the name of the medication that I was using, Colorex, and yeah, that's all I want to share with everyone. Go for the trifecta. And also, you want to go for antibiotics. Rule out everything. Because your doctors, the tests are bullshit. They will have false negatives more than half of the time, all right? So it's a sad state of the situation. But using mebendazole, clearing the parasites. Also, why was ivermectin so successful during COVID? Because we all had shit in us that was killing us in the first place, that made the inflammation far worse in the first place. Anyway, that's the point on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Sims. Thanks for popping up. I think we're waiting. Truth, were you waving your hand there, or were you just taking off? I think Jay Lizard is next.
Jay Lizard, go ahead, and then if I could hop in.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Really enjoying the show. Incredible panel. Just totally freeing up my mind. And yeah, interesting thing. Of course, we hear that the big awakening is going to come and people are going to have to decide, do you want to go on the ship or are you going to stay behind? And it's a big illusion. Don't go on the ship. But what I got from this meeting, there's a big thing, a lot of like religious philosophical societies that like at the second of our death is when our whole life flashes in front of us and we make this quick decision which defines who we are. And it's a very individual kind of thing. But what I was thinking is like, what if this alien agenda is going to, and of course, this is extrapolating a bit down the line, but what if it gets to that point where we're so in touch with ourselves that at that final moment of death, the alien agenda is this is what you do. You come to this crossroad. This is the universal answer. And that's what it's about, not a literal spaceship, but that decision we make at the second of our death. So I don't know if that's interesting to you, but I'm going to be thinking about that this week. I was interested too. Contact versus connection. Contact is just like verifying an observation, whereas connecting is you feel like you have a personal relationship dialogue with the extraterrestrial. So I imagine there's different levels of interaction, but what a contrast between just contact and actually having this connection. So those are a couple of my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah. So contact versus connection. That's an interesting idea. Now, there are a couple things to be careful on when that were to happen. Like for example, when you are let's say you think you have a connection with an NHI, an alien. Okay. Well, first of all, that alien being is operating on a much wider spectrum of consciousness than you are, usually. So you yourself, number one, you're not really aware of your subconscious. You're not aware necessarily of your deeper drives or the higher part of your mind or anything like that. You're only operating from your human self. Okay. But when you're connecting to this other alien being, it is operating from different levels of consciousness simultaneously, and it is probably also aware of the parts of your mind that you're not even aware of. So, what you think is a two-sided conversation might actually be a one-sided conversation because it might actually be dropping impulses and ideas into your head that that prompt you without you knowing it to ask certain things and to agree with certain things that aren't necessarily something you would ordinarily agree with. So, what I'm saying is it a genuine connection like you and your partner or your best friend, or is it a connection more like you versus something that is almost using you as its own sock puppet to talk at itself with, but you think you're acting on your own volition, right? So yeah, I mean, it gets a little bit more complicated when we're talking about alien interactions versus just you talking to a friend. And I think I think some NHIs they're probably not too human at all, but they put forth a personality, a guise that seems more human than it actually is, and it's sometimes dangerous to mistake that for being it's my loving space friend who's just like me when it actually is not quite. And so therefore it doesn't mean that all of it is fake and it's all a big trap. It just means that the ones that are hostile, they can still masquerade as that. And so therefore you just have to be aware of that possibility so that if a big red flag does pop up in your face, you don't dismiss it as like, well, that's impossible because this is my friend. He likes me and I like him, right? So I don't know if that's even close to what you're talking about, but it kind of came to mind while you're speaking it.
Yeah, it's an interesting spin on it. As a matter of fact, I don't know. I think Fringe was maybe talking about something spinning earlier, and it reminded me of a not very well known story. But one of Gurdjieff, one of his disciples, says that at some point they spun him, and he got really dizzy and basically passed out. First, they put like a red dress on him, but after he came out of it, he didn't remember anything. But the Gurdjieff and the people, they're looking like, dude, you know just what you did. And he like confused. And basically, he started describing the end of the world and things like that. But yeah, it was a spinning ritual that supposedly they did. So very interesting. Again, very grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, sure thing. I mean, that spinning thing, it probably seems like it was derived from the Sufi mystics who do a lot of spinning, and they go into these trance states from the spinning that they do. And and spinning is something I did find in other sources too that talk about spinning having a certain weird spiritual, etheric, psychic effect on a person.
Can I just, what that reminded me of is I was really, since I'm interested in possession generally, and I noticed in just pop culture, right, you see a lot of things with vomiting. And so it occurred to me that, if vertigo, right, like a strong vertigo is the kind of way that an inertial spinning grabs your attention so that you really can't focus, then if you generalize that vertigo concept, then you can see how sort of the short circuit notion, really, but a short circuit of your attention is a way that the attention can sort of be gone in a sort of spiraling way, but where the sort of middle part that's like left out, right, which would be the present moment of action, really, is sort of left open to take hold of by whatever it means. That's sort of my own personal conceptualization of trying to make sense of, assuming, I don't know why it makes sense to take seriously pop culture like that, but actually, just to add one more thing and I'd be curious what your response is, Tom, is related to that actually. This idea that there's this occult side, something that you're exposed to culture, right? But that you also have this biological side where, if you, for example, I was asking, why is it that people that take meth that they always see shadow people, and is there a broader way to conceptualize the chemical and biological aspect? And it occurred to me that see these fungi typically that he was talking about, or whose name escapes me, are single cellular. It's yeast, right? And it's really interesting that in the history of man, right, one of the are really, before we had the word biotechnology, we were using biotechnology of E. coli and yeast to make so I mean yeast obviously way longer, right, to make bread and wine. And so that's sort of what is that? That's basically a biocatalyst. We're using biological organisms as catalysts. And so I generally thought of conceptualizing all of this in terms of this notion, which I don't know an existing word for it, but it's basically like an over annealing or an over integration, right? Such that you integrate something so much that you get a kind of short circuit, because maybe you like if you like you can see vertigo in a way like that, right? Or the way that I just kind of tried to paint an image of it. And so this idea that something can be over integrated through drugs or over integrated through a kind of like runaway hermetic thing, so that you sort of you develop an obsessive kind of mind about some sort of, maybe like you can imagine Hegel, in a manic episode or something, right? That's sort of like a kind of obsession that develops into a vector of possession because of this idea of a sort of generalized vertigo. And so, but so the concept here, which again, there's probably a word out there, is like over annealing is really interesting because it ties together drugs, these biological organisms, and ties together the idea of possession, generally. But of course, a short circuit is probably the effect of that, right? Or you could say it's also just the idea that there's a channel, right, that opens up as if you had a kind of antenna, as if a short circuit had a kind of there are other circuit analogies, right? So a parasitic like resonance or something, Anyways, any ideas on that? That's sorry, that was kind of a lot.
Yeah, I would just say that the biological component, which includes our own genetics, by the way, it's going to have an effect on our mental processes, our emotional, our culture, and therefore also on our, I guess you could call it our collective morphogenetic field of humanity. The way that we are as humans. Meaning, for example, that as some people claim, if it's true that aliens have had a hand in our evolution, that they've tweaked our genetics or even stunted our genetics to some degree, maybe getting rid of our psychic abilities by default. Well, if that has happened, then we as a species have acclimated to that. And now, culturally, in our belief systems and the way we think, even in the advent of language itself, we only have really language because we're not telepathic, because we need speech in order to communicate. We have no other means of doing it. So everything about our way of life right now is due to the physical conditions of our environment, due to our genetics, and due probably also to a lot of these parasites that have been put into us through our environment and maybe even through bioweapons engineering a long time ago, including yeast. And it's interesting that the Jews, for example, they were told to eat unleavened bread, like don't put yeast in your bread. Maybe whatever told them that knew that there was something dangerous about these funguses, and they're trying to keep it out of their chattel, out of their tribe, right? So yeah. I mean, the fact is the human being is a very complicated system with physical components, other higher components, which different systems have different names for, and this entire complex system can be influenced in different ways, and certain features, certain deviations of its natural functions can then become baked into it. And maybe that's what you meant by over annealing. They can become part of its new function now in a way that's locked in. And I think humanity is in a pretty sad shape due to all the different negative influences that have been foisted upon it over the past tens of thousands of years, to where we now think this is the norm. But in truth, we might actually be like we might almost be spiritually comatose right now, but we think it's normal. And maybe it's time for us to get out of this, and maybe that's what's coming. Maybe that is the ultimate destiny of mankind, which is to cast off these biological and etheric and psychic shackles and molt our way back into our true form. And I really hope that that's the future of humanity.
Tom, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. So, really quick, the shadow people and the meth thing totally happened to me like 20 years ago. There was a brief stint in my life where, for like a couple of weeks, that was the thing. And it was gross, disgusting. I just don't even go there. But I did see shadow people. So that's interesting. But I wanted to ask you, Tom, so regarding, so I know that some people, including myself, can hear our voices in our heads. And also, like I think it's called hyperphagia. So I think I have that, which is where I see everything visually. I can have my eyes open and watch an entire movie play in my head. It's what, is my imagination. I'm a writer. I do fantasy and sci-fi, et cetera, et cetera. So that's how I write. I can literally just sit here with my eyes wide open and watch things happen and write it all down. But I also have what other people have too, which is a second voice in my head. And I talk back and forth with it, and it's a positive influence in my life. Always there, whenever something terrible happens. Um, I, and it might be myself telling me this. Just sit there, get through it. Okay, get up, pull your bootstraps up. So very positive influence in my life. I'm curious, what is that? My imaginary self having a conversation with myself? Is that some sort of split consciousness having a conversation? Is that quite possibly, I'm curious what your thoughts are. This has always been a question of mine.
Yeah, I think it can be any of those depending on its particular qualities and behaviors, because you do have people with dissociative identity disorder who either shift into different alters or who actually have multiple personality, and they actually have different voices in their heads. So it's a complex syndrome, and I call it a syndrome because I do believe that there are different causes behind it. Now, at the very safe end of that spectrum, it is exactly what you're maybe surmising, which is that it is just your own mind, like a different part of your mind, but it's a different persona that you have that talks to another persona that you have. So if one persona of you like loves to stay in bed and stay cuddled up under the blanket, but there's another part of you who's more like a hard ass. It's like, hey, get up, it's time to get up finally. And then finally, yeah, you drag yourself out of bed. Well, that's you talking to yourself. And that's like your internalized mother or father figure talking to the other part of you, which is more kid-like, and that's natural. That's sort of natural. I mean, a lot of people have that. But if that other voice has fully a mind of its own, and it starts abusing you and you can't control it, then you've got issues. And some people have that. Some people have it to that degree. And then the question is, well, then is that just a part of your mind, or is that something more? Maybe it is an attached discarnate entity that is feeding words into your head, right? Maybe it is a soul fragment. So it's not just a persona, like a different role that you can shift into, but it's actually a split off part of your soul that's maybe stuck in time with a certain attitude that is now almost parasitic on the rest of your soul. It's not healthy for you. And for that sort of thing, you have to undergo hypnosis or do some sort of shamanic soul retrieval session with a competent shaman or something, and then you can get that sort of thing fixed. But in some cases, yeah, you can actually have external entities who latch onto you, and they will also be a voice in your head. They will also be a presence in your life. And if you are in any way psychically enabled or activated, then you'll not just hear them, but sometimes you'll actually see them too. Like you'll see them standing right next to you, in front of you, in the room, or whatever. And you might think it's just a hallucination until you see them kicking a dog and the dog actually yelps. Then you know that they're actually there in the room, and that sort of thing does and can happen, right? But it doesn't mean that every single other voice in the head is just that. It just means that there are different possibilities that lead to that general phenomenon, but you have to drill down a little bit on the particulars in order to identify which case it is.
Thank you. I have so much more to think
Wait,
about.
no.
Sarah, oh,
Sarah.
sorry.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Amy. Hang on. Is this a separate voice? It's not your own voice. It's not your monologue voice. It's
No,
okay. Explain the voice.
it's
Can
this.
you what qualities does the
Yeah, yeah,
voice have?
yeah. Yeah. It's therapeutic for me. It's this. It sounds like me.
Oh, so it sounds
So
like
it's
you.
like
It's
me.
you, dude.
It's me. Okay, so I'm just talking to me. I'm having back and forth
Yeah.
me's.
I mean, that would be my take
Oh,
on it. I was just wondering if you had a just completely different voice.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay,
no, no,
that's
no,
what was
no.
my
I'm
take.
always looking.
Okay.
I'm always looking for that, though. I'm always sitting there going, when am I going to hear that other voice, like, or someone else, like, or an entity,
No,
or,
don't
because,
no, don't even put that out there, Sarah. You do not want to
okay,
hear
I'm
another
not,
voice.
okay.
I mean, no, you don't need that in your life. Okay, so this is
So,
your voice in your head. Okay, just double checking so I don't have to worry about you.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, no. It's a very positive one. It's mine, I guess. Like, it's just me being, I don't even know. I felt when when you were saying, like, when you're laying in bed and the other one's like, get up. It's like, yeah, that is me. Like, and I guess, like, that's what that is. And I'm just making sure that it's not another entity, because, I don't need any of the, I'm going through all of this. So anyway, I
Wait,
was just
Sarah,
thinking
you
about
know
that.
that
And I
some people don't have a voice in their head, right? They don't even think. So I visualize like you do. I can play a whole movie out with my eyes open, like what you were saying. By the way, I looked up the word you were saying and it says being excessively hungry. So I don't think it was the right word. But some people
sorry.
don't have an inner monologue. And I guess that could be okay because you want times when your voices are quiet for sure. When those voices aren't just running 24/7, that would be terrible. But some people don't have an inner monologue at all, which I just found out a couple years ago. I was a little thought it was a little freaky.
I totally agree. I found that out, and I stopped for a second, and then it really, I don't know about anyone else, but when you first hear that, it doesn't make me think bad about anyone. It just makes me think, where did we come from? Who, like, it goes back to my initial questions of what the fuck is going on, and a great lost quote, where are we? And so, to me, it's because I'm creative and I have like I have an insane imagination. I've always been searching for these answers because I'm consistently thinking about all of this. And the only way that I, can take a break is usually watching, like, dumb television, or um, writing with music that keeps me in line to a certain beat and feeling. And so and if not, then I'm consistently researching, I'm consistently trying to figure stuff out. And this has always been a question of mine, because some people do talk to another voice in their head that is similar to what I was talking about. And some people can, like, when I read in my head, I can't read without saying the words in my head. So it's interesting to hear how other people exist. And when I found out that some people don't think, and they don't talk in their head, they don't have that reality, um it makes me question everything even more. So
Yeah, it
Oh,
thank
makes
by
you.
me
the way,
question too. Another world, give just a second because I
oh,
actually stepped on Amy. So I want to let
no,
Amy
yeah, I
go
was just
first and
gonna,
then you can
I
jump
just
in.
was gonna say that I have aphantasia.
yeah,
Amy, go ahead.
Sarah, yeah, so the past few years, based on what's been coming up in regression, it seems like they want to have me develop this codependent relationship with someone. And so I've been having these, like, well, it's my voice. It's not voices, but it's just like it's a parental, as Tom puts it, parental sort of voice, but it's like basically it's almost like whatever they're trying to do, it's counteracting by kind of giving me advice, do this, like, and it's all about like reconnect with family, reconnect with friends, become independent, obviously you got to vet every time that voice comes through, like vet it, really think it through in terms of, because you don't know, maybe most of it is like your wiser self that's maybe outside of space time, kind of hinting at you what to do. But once in a while, it might be something that's not to your benefit. So even still, obviously, vet it. But yeah, I get that kind of guidance. It's been really, really helpful the last few years.
I totally agree. um yes, vet it. I do agree to vet it. It's like the craziest thing. Like, okay, here's another one. So I have a fear of flying, and I fly a lot. And I take medication to get on the plane, because if not, I'd get on the plane and I'd tell myself over and over again, get off the plane. But when I take medication, but before anyway, I do that. There's a saying that I say, which is, you're gonna be okay. um, you have work to do. Like you're not ready to leave yet. Every time I fly, like I think of all the shit I have to do, and it's like, oh my gosh, yeah, I have to do all these things, and I have to confront this situation when I get back. So it's like, it's empowering. It's leveling, it's definitely like it levels out my anxiety. So yeah, it's always helpful, which is interesting. Um yeah, anyway, I just wanted to say that I agree with
Is
you.
it like
I'm
precognitive ever for you?
um I feel like precog when I fly, I'm like, oh good, this other voice knows I'm gonna land okay. Like I have to tell myself that, but I have dreams that are precog. So and so that I've had that happen just two or three times. The third one, I used to say three because I can't remember that one anymore. I just remember two. So um yeah, so I'm just like, so I have that, but I also had an NDE when I was like 9 months old. So I feel as though everything is comes from that, and though I have no memory of that at all. So, and I found that out later in life, and that was when I was trying to find out why I couldn't wear watches. And I met Eric Mitchell, and he made me feel better about this situation. So I met him like 9 months ago, and he just like cleared my mind. So that was amazing. But yeah, it's like we're all just working through how we are all unique. Each one of us is unique, and then based on our experiences, we become unique, even more unique to ourselves. And I feel like we all have a place in this world. Like right now in this space, I'm sorry, Fringe, really quick. Right now in this space, I feel like we've all traveled our entire lives to be here in this very moment. And it's important, and it's going to help us when we leave this space. And so I'm just very appreciative of it. Thank you.
I wanted to say, Fringe, thank you for what you're doing because I've been listening for a while and you arm us, you make us aware. And from the understandings, like everything from your experience, um, you know, how the abduction phenomena actually stops when you invoke the name of Jesus, Asana. Um, the way you arm people, you have done a lot for us. And also to Tom, thank you. You're a sharp motherfucker. Thank you.
Can I ask my question?
Yeah, Jaka, just a second. Thank you, Thames. I really appreciate hearing that. And it's important for people to say that because it's about it every day that I'm quitting this place. If it weren't for Tom and Amy and just a couple other people, Ganga, I would not even be here. So thank you, Thames. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Tom appreciates it as well. And I value Tom and Amy and everyone in this space. I'm not doing this by myself, you guys. All right, Giaca, welcome to the space. You might be our last question. Let's see where this goes.
Well, it was just a quick question. I was just wondering what Tom's like spiritual development has been like, and what his path has been like, and what and who his influences have been.
Oh, well, it's a big question. Let me think. So, as I started out as a kid, I did have a lot of paranormal experiences. I had demon encounters, I had ghosts, I had a number of alien abduction experiences. But I was also more of a scientific kid, so I was like trying to figure out what was actually going on. I was really curious. And so by the time I got to the age where I could read books, that's when I started reading everything I could on paranormal subjects. So I was about, 10, 12, 11 years old around that time. And I got my library card, read all the books on paranormal, metaphysics, esoterics, some science stuff at the local library during that time period. So that's what got me started, just the quest for answers about what's really going on. Now, in terms of spirituality, my mom, she was Buddhist, so she grew up in Singapore. So she came from that Asian background. And in Asia, they believe in supernatural stuff. They believe in ghosts. So growing up, the whole idea of paranormal things and ghosts and so on, that wasn't foreign to me, although the alien thing really wasn't discussed too much. And then my dad, he was German, and he believed, well, he was into parapsychology. So he was also open to it, but none of them indoctrinated any of those belief systems into me. They just allowed me to experience for myself, and if I had any questions, then they would be happy to entertain and discuss with me for hours whatever I wanted to ask about. So I had a pretty free upbringing, but I did spend many years just going from source to source trying to identify what I agreed with, what matched my experiences, what made sense, what I couldn't find any logical flaws in. So I did jump around through different things. And funny enough, this is kind of embarrassing, but when I was in 7th grade, I was like the biggest fan of aliens. I was like a total alien fan. I had like 6 or 7 different alien T-shirts. This was in the 90s, by the way, back when alien you know what? I had an alien T-shirt before you could even buy an alien T-shirt. So my mom, being a seamstress, I asked her to make me an alien T-shirt, and she obliged. So yeah, I wore like a black T-shirt with a big gray alien face on it that was custom made, and that was actually in 7th grade. So it wasn't until a couple of years after that that the whole like skater alien T-shirts became really popular, and I picked up a bunch of those too. Right, but eventually I wised up to it. After doing enough research, I realized that these aliens were probably not up to the best of things, and I realized that the New World Order conspiracy is probably the bottom of the alien pyramid. So the top of the human pyramid is probably the bottom of the alien pyramid, and that was a big realization I had when I was 17, and that kind of set me on the path of looking at it differently. Okay, now in terms of spirituality, I can't really find a system out there that I would say is a perfect match for what I believe in, because I've tried to extract the best that I could from different systems. I do like the Rosicrucian stuff because they try to be a little more objective about occultism, esotericism, and spirituality, and they're really friendly to Christianity too. So I would say I'm more of the Christian / Rosicrucian bent, but definitely not in a traditional organized religion sense. Yeah.
Wait, so you're influenced by Christianity, right? What's your experience with astral projection, and if you have any, how good are you at it?
Oh, yeah, well, so astral projection is something that I can do only spontaneously. I've only done it maybe 2 or 3 times intentionally, and that is because I'm not someone who is very loose in my body. Like, okay, look, astrologically, I'm a Taurus. Okay, I'm a male. I used to be able to eat chocolate. I ate chocolate all the time, being a German kid. Okay, and I love food. So, and I love heavy metal. I'm a metal musician. So I'm very much in my body. I'm not like one of those vegan New Agers that's all floaty and spacey. And that's like the opposite of what I am. And so when it comes to astral projection and getting out of my body, I have a harder time doing that. So on an etheric astral level, I'm more of a turtle that has like a hard shell and that stays in my shell, and that allows me to withstand a lot of the psychic blows that come at me from being in this line of work. I mean, that's why I can, and that's also why I've had to rely on logic and discernment quite a bit, is because I didn't have the advantage of being super psychic and being able to, just tap answers out of nowhere. Now I am pretty intuitive, which is a different type of faculty than just clairvoyance. So the main way that I progressed in life is through introspection in a notebook after having experiences or doing research or talking to people, where I'll brainstorm, I'll ask questions, I'll talk to myself, and I'll work things out in a way that taps very much into my intuition. And whatever comes to me intuitively, I also analyze logically within the same session. And I kind of flip back and forth, between the intuitive mode, listening, feeling something out, getting an answer, getting different ideas, and then logically picking through it, like totally picking it apart, looking for flaws, ulterior motives, agendas, whatever. And then whatever totally makes sense, what explains things, what is the best theory that I can come up with, I'll like put a little box around it, and I'll keep that in mind for the future. And then over time, these little box pieces start coming together and almost becoming like self-proving in a way, because like one thing fills in the blank of another, and then it makes sense and it proves this and that. So it's almost like a big logic puzzle that you can work your way through, and eventually you end up completing the puzzle. And it might not be 100% correct, but it's a decent theory, and that's basically my process for coming up with ideas. It doesn't mean that I'm perfect. It just means I do my best. I draw on all my resources. I use my intuition. I use my discernment, and I talk to people. And I approach things with a more like looking for flaws kind of perspective. So instead of looking at what's right with the theory, I tend to look at what's wrong with it. And if I can't find any flaws with it, then I tend to go with it for now until something better comes along, and I improve it. Now, just to add to something you said earlier, you said that maybe I get most of my inspiration from Christianity. I would say not necessarily, because I've read also a lot of other types of writings like Hermeticism, occultism, even like Asian philosophy and ancient philosophy. So I've tried to sample a very wide span of different belief systems in order to put together a model that best matches what I've been able to determine as factual from my own experiences.
I have a quick question. Are you
Sure.
familiar with Amon Hillman?
Sorry, no, I'm not. Nope.
Cool. Thank you. That was it.
All right, I think we might be down to the end of the space, or close to it. Back to Sarah's voices really quick. Amy, I think Amy might have touched on this, but I did want to throw it out there, and to hear from Tom and Amy on this. I still remember the day that I realized that not that even our own voice in our own head can be manipulated. Amy, did you throw that out there? Because I might have missed it. That not all of our thoughts are our own, not all of our thoughts are originate with ourselves, and the entities can actually take on your own voice and try to influence you. I only realized that maybe 2 or 3 years ago, so that's kind of creepy when you figure that out. It's just filter everything, even your own voice that you have in your head. And actually, the
Yeah.
minute I recognized that, I'm sorry, Amy, the minute I knew that it was possible, I was able to recognize it and just almost completely eliminate it. Just when I realized, oh, okay, that's not even me. Um, it becomes really easy to identify once you understand that not all the voices in your head, in your own voice, are actually belong to you. Go ahead, Amy. I stepped on you a bit.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
no, I stepped
Sorry,
on
Amy.
you. Sorry about that. I just wanted to like put it out there because your lady story, the possession, it almost reminded me. I was hiking in Colorado and praying, as normally, like it's very therapeutic. And so I did feel like I was in the middle of the woods and I felt something wanted to like take over actually. And I was like, I'm praying, I'm not gonna let anything, because I'm a control freak for one, but like I'm not gonna let anything take over. And so I kind of resisted that. And just then, this big white gray canine like kind of ran through the woods. Now there's coyotes in the area, but this was like way bigger than a coyote. And I also know that Colorado has released some wolves into the Rockies, but I thought it was like way north, compared to where I was. So I was like, and it didn't look like a dog. It was just the timing of it was really, really strange. And of course, that whole time I'm like, well, I'm praying to what I think is kind of like my higher self or whatever you want to call it, God, whatever. But something wanted to take over in that moment. So I'm like, fuck no. Like, and then, the wolf thing showed up. So that was freaky. And also, like, I've had, ever since I was a child, I've had dreams of wolves like showing up and threatening me, and they would turn human. And I grew up in Eastern Europe, deep in the woods. We had a lot of folklore um, told to us. Basically, the wolf was a devious enemy. And so that's the archetype in my head. So it's just kind of crazy that, something tries to take over, and then I see this massive canine run through the woods. So.
That is interesting.
You see skinwalkers transform or anything? Like that sounds like a skinwalker.
I mean, maybe that's what it was. I don't, it was really odd to see something like that big. Again, it was not a coyote because I told the locals about it, and they're like, that doesn't sound like a coyote, but I didn't see it transform. It was just this big canine that looked like a wolf.
But you felt like it was trying to take you over, right?
No, something was trying to take me over as I was hiking. And then when I resisted, that's when I saw the wolf running through the
Oh
woods.
yeah, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wolf and the owls, for some reason, those two things are pretty common with abductees. I'm not sure why. I mean, some people say it's the grays or whatever, but I was also praying, Amy, and I don't pray to my higher self anymore. First of all, I never used to pray to my higher self. I was a pretty hardcore Christian. And then I got into the new age and I started praying to my higher self. Well, guess what? That's when the lady downloaded herself into my body. So, yeah, that practice is over. I would like you to also realize that Chris Bledsoe was just praying to whatever's out there in the universe. So, I am now extremely particular to whom I pray. And still keep in mind that just because you're praying to who you believe you're praying to, that doesn't mean another entity can't come along and try to answer your prayer and get you into a bargain. I think we're just so naive, and I've been naive too. I think I'm still naive in some ways, but we're just so naive. We think, oh, we have a good intention. We're praying to who we believe is God with a pure heart. Some other entity comes along and hijacks that. We don't even recognize the possibility. I was just watching a short, and it was a Ryan Bledsoe podcast. There was a gentleman on there. He said that he prayed to see a being. And then however much time goes by, it's pretty quick. He ends up seeing a shadow being in his kitchen or something. And he said he was absolutely terrified. He saw a shadow being that terrified him in his kitchen. And then a short time later, he ended up seeing an orb. And for whatever reason, when he saw the orb, he thought the orb was some kind of angelic being or something. And then he decided, oh, yeah, I prayed to see a being. And so he concluded that that shadow being and the orb must have been good and it must have been from God because that's what he prayed for. I mean, no logic, no discernment, completely naive. I've been there. I'm not disparaging the gentleman, but just to think that, oh, that must have been a good guy who showed up because I prayed to see a being. What are you thinking right now? Um, and that's what's going on out there. And of course, on the podcast, it's all, yeah, yeah, oh, yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, you prayed and a shadow person showed up, and all of a sudden it's the good guy. So I am super careful about my prayers, but also you have to understand that even when you're super careful, that doesn't mean your prayer is not being hijacked by some hijacker, nefarious entity out there. All right, you guys, here we are. It's 9 o'clock on my time. It was 5 hours. It's
I
pretty
want to
good.
give some words of encouragement to people who hear things in their mind's ear that they might be confused about. I've had that thing happen. I became aware of it, and I became so aware of it that it's almost insulting when they try it with me now, and I don't get fucked with anymore. That's it. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with you, Thumbs. It was the moment I became aware of it, everything just fell into place and I recognized it immediately. They rarely try it with me too, but it's every once in a while I'll have something running in the background and I'll be like, wait a minute, that is not even coming from me. I know that sounds schizophrenic, it is what it is. Um, Amy, Tom, Sarah, Tiff, thank you so much for being here today. These are, to me, I'm a super Tom and Amy fangirl, but to me, these are the most important spaces happening in this community. This is where the answers are. At least this is where the information is. At least there's information for you to make your own decisions and decide for yourself. Listen to both sides. Is it really smart to go out and do CE5 when I might bring shadow people home to my kids? Because nobody else is telling you that. Or I should say, very few other people are telling you that. And then if you decide to go ahead and do it and you bring shadow people home, at least you were fully informed. If you're praying and an entity answers, or you get a shadow person in your bedroom, that doesn't mean the shadow person is from the good side or from God. So I just want to say thank you, Tom, Amy, Tiff, and Sarah, and everyone who came up, everyone who asked a question and contributed to the conversation, and everyone who listened. The people who listen to these spaces, we've been going for 5 hours. Thank you all so much for sticking it out, for listening. I hope that you find something valuable in this space. I hope that you can at least just ask yourself, what if they're right? What if I do need to have just a little bit more discernment, question this whole narrative just a little bit more, And don't take that shadow person home to your child, because you were doing CE5. Tiff, thanks for sticking it out. Are you still with us or are you doing mom stuff? She might be doing mom stuff. She's got the hearts. Sarah.
Thank you so much, Fringe, for asking me to co-host. You and Tiff, this has been truly amazing. Amy and Tom, it's a pleasure to be in a space with you. I'm usually listening, so I appreciate you taking my crazy questions. We'll, we'll see what happens from here. And I also appreciate all of the knowledge from all of the speakers we've had today. Honestly, I am very new to so much of this. I'm more historical. So it's it's a lot. It's a lot to take in, and you've got me thinking. So thank you. I really appreciate all of you.
Thanks, Sarah. Amy, what you got? Thanks for being here. You really stuck it out too. And
Oh, it's
Amy
no
and
big
me and
deal.
Amy, I'm saying it again, me and Amy spent like 17 hours together face to face in a
It's a
coffee
lot.
shop. We neither one of us got up to
In a good way.
pee. There was no food. It was a little crazy. And we both had a couple of crazy experiences while we were together. I mean,
And of course,
imagine that.
you didn't see, but I was eyeing the baristas. They were like, "What the hell's going
What is
on over
happening
there?"
right now? They thought we were homeless. I bet they were gonna call on us.
Yeah, they know too much now.
Oh yeah, I
But
can't
yeah, thank
imagine.
you for having me. It was great space. I love Tom's spaces.
Thanks, Amy. Everyone loves Tom Spaces. Tom, thank you so much for being here. Close us out.
Yeah, thanks so much for having this space. I mean, this is really a rare opportunity to talk about some of the highest level concepts, I think, in spaces all over Twitter, right? So, yeah, it's really it's a it's an opportunity to do some good. So, thank you so much for that.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks. I love that. And an opportunity to do some good. All right, y'all. Holiday has Dodie in the space over there. So if you need somewhere to go, head on over. And thank you all so much. Good night, and we'll see you soon.